What's up everyone, how are you all? Today we are back with another blazing Naruto story. What if Naruto disappears from his training trip Harem? If you enjoy then please like, share and do comments, and also check the description to original creator of this beautiful creation. He looked inside the office of the Hokage, checking to see if she was there. He wanted to ask her for help with a problem he had. He'd seen that there were some people who were just happy with each other, and on the prompting of Ero Sennin he had reluctantly made the conclusion that he needed some female company in his life. The fact that there wouldn't be any time to make sure that he got a date before a mission made it imperative to ask someone's advice of maybe taking someone out on a date and perhaps doing something more. He watched as the Hokage was asleep at the moment, her hair lying on the desk in slight disorder, making her look like some sleeping princess, which was coincidentally also one of the names she had, as it was Tsunade Heim to a lot of people, including Jiraiya. Tsunade Ban. His voice came close to her ear and she opened one eye, looking at his whispered face, making sure that she would be awake immediately. What do you want, brat? If it's about wanting to learn some stupid new jutsu, then you're out of luck, because being a Hokage is a busy job and I don't have time to waste on teaching you something. You got Jiraiya hentai for that. She grumbled about something and a small red stain began to grow on Naruto's cheeks. He scratched the back of his head and sighed. Now was the time to speak and ask her if she could give him some tips on dating. I only wanted to ask you something. Can we talk somewhere in private? He looked around, trying to spot any of the Anbu that would probably guard the Hokage, but found none. Here is fine with me. No Anbu would dare interrupt me when I'm in this room, since they'd probably exit out of the wall by my punch whenever they intrude without being called. What did you want to ask me? She asked, being able to handle almost any question that he possible could give her, and maybe coax some good blackmail material out of him. Could you tell me how to behave on a date with a girl? You are the first one I thought of to ask it, since Ero Sennin would focus more on his hentai activities than giving tips about how to do something with a girl. She listened as he rambled on for a bit and then said, after he had finished with a long speech which could have been enveloped with one question. Teach me how to date. I'll teach you myself then. I will teach you everything about how to behave on a date, or else I'll be teaching you some of my prized taijutsu moves for the rest of the weeks. She gave a thumbs up, something which she apparently had picked up from Guy since he seemed to do it so much and it seemed appropriate in this setting. His eyes glistened with unshed tears and he said, "Really? You do that for me?" She grinned and said, "Sure, I'm the Hokage, so if I decide to teach someone I consider to be a precious person to me something about social life, then I'm actually pretty sure that nobody would interrupt me. Maybe Shizune would, but I can handle her just fine." She sighed, thinking back to a date which had gone wrong at one time when Dan had asked her out the first time. It had ended with her getting wet in the rain and him getting a fist shoved up in his face for gawking at her impressive bust. "Give me 10 minutes to get ready and I'll teach you all about dating and other things. It would be best if we just pretended to have a date and I'll teach you at a nice restaurant that I know. And please dress in something nice. Get rid of the orange in your clothes for me, please. I'll expect you back in 10 minutes. She grinned and then watched as he was gone in a flash, presumably to dress himself for the occasion. She appeared out of her private sitting room for important guests, which sometimes also dubbed as her private bedroom if she were too tired, dressed in a black dress which had mostly kunai concealed underneath it. She'd used henge to transform herself into what she looked like when she was a 16-year-old girl. The only thing that she hadn't wanted to change was her bust, since it would be a bit troublesome if she kept bumping into things while the henge would give her smaller than they were in reality. He appeared 3 minutes later, dressed in some black fancy clothing which made his figure really show off to the general public. He'll be a heartbreaker if he keeps wearing those. She couldn't help but think that and mentally slapped herself for even thinking about such things while she was looking at him. "Do you like this? And please address me as Su-chan while I'm like this. It's only special people who get to call me that, and I'm doing this especially for you." She paused, gauging his reaction. He was looking at her, a small bit of blood coming out of his nose as he was captivated by her huge S. "My eyes are up here. First lesson. Never stare at a girl's S when you look at them. They'll instantly dislike you if you do." She repressed the urge to smugly smile as he looked at her with revulsion in his eyes. "Follow me. Did you bring your wallet?" she asked and he nodded. She led him towards the restaurant, which usually served a rather nice selection of foods. First of all, she would need to get him off the ramen and have him eat something else than that. It was appalling to see him eat that junk food all the time, and she was about to correct that. Naruto acted like a gentleman, at least he tried to, and ended up making sure that Tsunade was comfortable in her seat. They ordered some rice as a small appetizer and she started on the lesson. Now that you've helped your date sit down, you'll want to start a conversation with her about something to get her to like you even more than she already does. In the case you are dating a civilian, you should stick to ordinary things like the weather and perhaps some small things about your shinobi career and some small details about a mission. If you are dating a kunoichi, like you are with me, you'd want to keep the conversation strictly about shinobi things and maybe some small things about the weather. In both cases, it is best to do the exact opposite of what you would talk to the other rank. To kunoichi, focus on shinobi stuff; to civilians, focus on the all-day things, something that interests them in you. She took a few breaths to see him taking some notes in a small notebook, and she grinned as she could see a concentrated look on his face. Su-chan, can I practice on you for a bit? You are a kunoichi, so I should talk to you about some shinobi stuff. She nodded and then said, of course. If I were an unknown person to you, I would just ask you what rank you were and who you were. Naruto cheerfully smiled and said, alright, the name is Uzumaki Naruto and the rank is Genin. And what's your name? He tried to ask in his most Jiraiya-esque voice, and she giggled as it sounded like he were some sort of Casanova in training. Ho Tsunade, cage-ranked shinobi and all-around hottie, if I may so prudent to say. Pleased to meet you, Naruto-kun. She looked and grinned, looking all like a 16-year-old girl who was just having a bit of fun. Have you gotten any nice missions, as of late? His next question was something that made her pause for a bit and think. Nothing other than finishing huge mountains of boring paperwork, I'm afraid. How about you? Have you done anything interesting on a mission? The rice arrived and Tsunade prevented Naruto from ordering ramen, giving him the command to order something else. Reluctantly he selected an exotic dish which was made out of some rice which was covered in sweet sauce, decorated with some strange herbs and some vegetables, and with meat being on the side. Tsunade simply ordered some sake and the same dish like Naruto's, which seemed to be the house specialty. Yeah, there was a mission which was rather interesting. It taught me a lot, so I'm pretty sure that it would interest you. There was this old man that we needed to guard, and he was under threat from an A-ranked Nukenin named Momochi Zabuza. Kakashi-sensei fought with him, but the guy was disabled by his apprentice, who told Kakashi-sensei that he was some sort of oinin from Kirigakure. Naruto told the entire tale of his first C-ranked mission to her, and she smiled and ate a little bit. My first C-ranked mission was to protect some wealthy merchant through Earth Country. Orochimaru in the end managed to convince the merchant to give us an extra tip. She looked at him and he looked at her, fascination visible on his face. Really interesting, Su-chan. The next lesson will be to eat your food with some grace and not gulp it down like some rabid beast. Something which you are used to doing. Try and use your chopsticks to bring it to your mouth and then chew slowly. She watched how he tried to do that and she giggled as he got some of the rice on his cheek. She felt like a 16-year-old and even acted like it, something which she never thought she could do again. He truly was bringing back the teenaged girl in her, as she could feel herself thinking about if he had been born some 25 years earlier, then they could have had a relationship. Sometimes, couples will feed their date, but only if they are close, Naruto-kun. Allow me to do that. She didn't wait for his answer and just grabbed a small piece of rice with her chopsticks and then brought it to his mouth, and he opened it and ate it. He got the idea quickly and they took turns feeding each other. Unknown to them, they were being watched as Sarutobi Asuma and Yuhi Kurenai had chosen this restaurant to celebrate some sort of Junin sensei meeting, and they watched the cute couple consisting of the gorgeous girl and the Kyuubi no Kitsune's container feed each other. Kakashi was at the moment busy with staring as his student apparently was putting the moves on that girl who looked so much like that huge busty model that had been on the cover of Icha Icha Paradise last month. All three Junin gave their full attention to the couple. Do you think they've been seeing each other for some time, Kurenai? The chain-smoking Asuma said. A cigarette was dangling out of a corner of his mouth and Kurenai gave him a displeased frown and said, no, the Uzumaki kid wasn't much of a guy to date if I was correct in my assumptions. Although he seems to have mellowed out a bit. She kept silent about the fact that Hinata still liked him, as she was curious as to how this date would go. Seeing some guy dating this hot girl and not having a reputation as desirable made her inner curiosity peak, and she resolved to just observe them. He really knows how to feed a lad. I don't think that Dan could have done it better than he has. He really has potential to become a great guy if he would just wear the black clothes all day. Hell, if nobody wants him then I'd have a try at him. He's too good to let walk away. She grinned to herself as he let the chopsticks come near her mouth once again and she took the rice off it, moving her lips in such a way that it could be considered erotic, due to the fullness of her lips. To many she was a symbol, knowing about all the perverted guys who jerked off to her image, having no doubt that the boy who was feeding her was one of those that wouldn't do anything with such a picture, except putting it in a frame and then putting it somewhere in view. He was amazing for the fact that he still made the effort to remain semi-boyish while his body aged. He may have gained some small maturity, but if he matures even further, then he'd be a Jiraiya with women, but then in the romantical sense, being able to score every night without any trouble. The next thing you are to do after you've eaten dinner and maybe have fed your date, is to make sure that there will be something special planned. Maybe go see some sights and give her a small gift should be in order to gain more appreciation from your date. She watched as he became cheerful and said, "Eros Senin said that people kiss on dates too? Will that be in the lessons or is it simply one of his perverted plans?" Said pervert was looking at his student, seeing him in a fancy and good restaurant with a blonde girl he hadn't seen before. Probably some girl that he picked up somewhere. I'm so glad that he's finally getting out on dates like I instructed him to do. The old pervert was thinking about some erotic things the moment he had seen Tsunade's chest and inwardly he grinned that his student would finally get laid. He continued to spy as the couple paid for the dinner, Naruto paying with his frog wallet ending up a bit thinner than before. "Let's go to the park, Su-chan. You'll love it there." He began to lead her there, her reaction being some giggles and allowing herself to be led there, knowing that it wasn't such a bad idea. They came to the park, a place where they could see the moon in the sky, it being only a small sickle instead of being full. The stars were blinking still, making it look romantic to them, making Tsunade's memory of a similar date wash up in her mind. She and Dan had made love on one of the benches, coincidentally the one where Naruto was leading her now. She smiled at Naruto and allowed him to dust off her place first before she took a seat. The three Junin and the Senin were watching the couple as they sat on the bench, chatting with each other about some fluffy stuff. None of them could hear what was being said, allowing the boy to have some privacy but nonetheless keeping a careful eye on the proceedings. "So your first kiss was with a guy?" She giggled as she could see him already kissing the brooding kid she had seen a few times before he defected to Otogakure. "Well then I shall teach you how to kiss. The lesson will be about a theoretical part and a practical part, in which you kiss me. Don't worry too much about it, it's strictly a teacher-student thing." She mumbled the last part and he heard a bit. Kissing is done by people who share affection for each other, be it of a familial kind or a romantic kind. It is done by pressing your lips to someone's lips or to someone's cheek, like I will demonstrate. She bowed forwards and gave him a kiss on the lips, making his eyes widen quite a bit as she wrapped her hands around him, pressing her bust against his chest, making it seem like a lover's embrace which made the female Junin sigh as she could see the romantic setting and wanted some love in her life. The kiss was something great to him. He could feel her lips against his, making contact with his lips and making a feeling well up within his body, making him feel like he was floating on air. He loved her, and she knew that. Not in the romantic sense, per se, but he loved her with his heart. If only she wasn't so old that she had to hide her true visage under a complex genjutsu, he would have snatched the chance to get her. Her body seemed to shiver once and she broke the kiss. "How did it feel, Naruto-kun? Do you think you can kiss me?" she asked, and he responded immediately by kissing her on her mouth, wrapping his hands around her, letting one slide towards her ass on instinct, and he could feel her beginning to deepen the kiss, a tongue slipping into his mouth. His body acted on instinct, beginning to lash out with his own tongue to tease the girl he was holding, no matter to her own physical reaction. His body was already reacting to the kiss, images swirling in his mind as he could feel her ass pressing against him. "This feels too good with Su-chan. I think I really should stop before we do anything foolish. It is as if I can sense her thoughts when I kissed her. That's never happened before, although I have to admit that feeling her thoughts turn into those of Eros Senin's fantasies with her and me in the lead roles are nice. But it should really stop now before she loses the Hokage title due to sleeping with a minor, something which I still am." He broke the kiss and she moaned for more, not wanting the feeling of peacefulness to go away. She walked back into her office, still clothed in her dress and in her adult 25-year-old henge, which attracted the attention of her assistant. "Tsunade-sama, where have you been? There have been numerous new files that need either your signature or you to read it over." She was close to panic and hadn't even noticed that her superior was dressed in unusual clothes and had a rather noticeable hickey on her neck. Tsunade giggled once, her apprentice looking at her as she heard her giggle, surprised that such a woman could still giggle like a schoolgirl. "Gomen Shizune-chan, I've been away for a while." Shizune's eyes widened as she saw the mark and said, "Have you gone out on a date?" Tsunade nodded and said, "He's such a cute guy. He didn't even stare at my chest, just talked with me about some of the missions he's done and about the weather and other trivial things. He even fed me. It's been so long since a guy fed me." She looked into the distance, her eyes unfocused and looking like someone out of a romance novel. Shizune just shrugged and said, "You have a meeting with the Kunoichi Women's Society next morning. I have prepared some notes for you to read, which is about the lack of dates that the local Kunoichi seem to be getting." "I'll handle that, Shizune-chan. Now let me get to bed since it's been a long night and I need all the beauty sleep I can get." Tsunade went off towards her home, intent on getting some good sleep. Somewhere in Konoha an aged pervert was thinking about a way to give some celebration gift to his student while another pervert was thinking about the lovely girl who Naruto had a date with. The chain-smoking Junin was currently in the process of lighting another cigarette before trying to read up to some mission he got the day before. A red-eyed woman went to bed, dreaming of having a date with a certain blonde, blue-eyed young man who had been so cute last night. Kurenai's date. She looked blearily at the assembled woman in front of her and groaned as she realized that she would have to head this meeting between the Women's Association, something about the lack of shinobi men wanting to date Kunoichi. She could still feel the feeling of his lips on her neck and she just stared at the gathered woman, not really registering anything. "Hokage-sama? Do you have any idea about any available guys to date who isn't involved with anyone?" The red-eyed young woman with the current greatest record of dismissing guys from dates before they had even started. I kinda lost track for a moment, Kurenai-san. I've been a little bit distracted as of late." Shizune looked at her boss, an amused smile on her face. "Busy with dating that mysterious guy, I'm sure." This perked the attention of the women gathered there as they gave a look at the Hokage who felt uncomfortable about the looks. "I did have a date with someone, last night," she grudgingly admitted and sighed as the women got a hungry look in their eyes, mentally screaming at her to give details. "Alright, since there is no way you'd let something like this slide, I'll give you the information you want. I was approached by the guy in question as he was feeling a little uncertain about his dating skills. I used a clever henge to disguise myself for a bit since the age gap is rather large between us, and I shouldn't let the people get the idea that I'm robbing the cradle." A brief round of laughter went through the group. Most women assembled there being around 25 to 30 years in age with some exceptions like Inuzuka Hana and Izuki Yugo. "After I told him how to do some things, like having a nice conversation with girls and perhaps even making some nice advances with them, we ate dinner and I gave him a few pointers to change his eating style. Which was some trouble, but eventually he fed me and I fed him in turn. All in all, the dinner was rather nice. We even went out and strolled through the park for a bit, until finally settling down on a bench and kissing for a bit. I teleported back to the tower to finish some work and then went to bed." She finished her retelling and the women looked at her and said, "Who is he? It's rare that guys want to hear about our side of the date, never mind them asking about dating." Hannah spoke, her voice carrying some disbelief. "He's a very special guy, Hana-san. Very special. He made me feel like I was 16 again." She grinned as she thought back to yesterday's events, knowing that if she asked him to go out with him that it would be met with some small amount of disbelief and surprise from Naruto. "You were that girl who was eating with him?" Yuhi Kurenai spoke up and Tsunade gave her an appraising look and then nodded. "Yes, I was there in that restaurant with Naruto-kun. You should have seen him when he asked me to teach him about dating, his entire face was all flushed and looked so kawaii." She blushed as she thought back at the blushing face of him and the women all stared at her, surprised that their Hokage and current leader of the Women's Society had gone out with the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi no Kitsune and had done so willingly, to teach him something about dating. "Alright then, since my student doesn't want to confess her love to him, I guess it's time for me to make my move. Uzumaki-kun may be a bit young for my tastes, but if he can give me a date which goes like yours, I'm all for dating him. That is, if I ask him before Hinata-chan does." Kurenai finished with a grin on her face and then added as a final thing. We can all date him, of course. He must have great stamina since he beat your brother in the semifinals, Hana-chan. The girl grinned and said, sure, I can't blame you for dating someone Tsunade-sama thinks is good at it. He didn't even make her mad according to Tsunade-sama's report about her date. She gave Tsunade the thumbs up sign and then went to think about several things which are totally not related to anything that would be discussed within the meeting. Alright then, it's settled. Since the rest of the male bastards would only use us for fulfilling their perverse feelings, we'll give Naruto-kun a shot. Especially since almost no girl of his age group will give him the light of day due to some crazy loon babbling about the Kyuubi being locked inside him just after Naruto-kun returned with the Uchiha. Hinata-chan may still carry a torch for him, but I think she's about to lose courage. She gave the rest of the women a smug smile and said, he's mine tonight. Hokage-sama, make sure that he gets a mission, preferably a rank to take me out, and that I'll not be the one paying for the food. She grinned as the Hokage stared at her, confused by those words, and Tsunade spoke with a puzzled air to her voice. You want to pay for a date with Naruto-kun? Kurenai shook her head and said, nope, all I want is a date with someone who can be gentle and kind and not an obnoxious pig like most men and that chain-smoking bastard Asumateme. She scowled at the mere thought of the man who had repeatedly tried to get her to go out with him. She had gotten a reputation for her icy demeanor from most people as she glared at every man who came in her direction, although she barely did that while with her genin team present. Naruto was currently in the process of pulling on some clothes, black this time due to Tsunade's advice. It was really something that she'd managed to change his clothing style and some things he had been thinking about girls. The date they had was something out of Ero Sennin's books, and he was glad that it hadn't escalated into something erotic since he was way too young for something like that. He headed outside, knowing that he would once again have to deal with the hatred which the village seemed to be so fond of, directed at him. He looked and only received cold glares at him, and still he smiled, knowing that he would someday rise above all this and do something worthwhile with his life. Either he left the village, thus probably making it a day to be celebrated in Konoha, or he would go insane and kill off all the people in the village with a few notable exceptions. The fact that there were still people who at least were nice to him kept him going all the time. The people around his age may have found out that he harbored a demon within him, but the older generation didn't know that they knew. He walked into the mission room, hoping for a solo mission, which would be dangerous and be able to get him out of the village. He really wanted to cause some major killing to relieve some stress. At first he had been averse to killing, but after realizing how freeing it was, he began to feel at ease whenever he killed someone. In the village he just settled for eating a huge amount of chocolate, but once on a mission with the objective to eliminate certain parties, he would also massacre a few street gangs to relieve himself of his bloodlust, which had grown even worse over the years, a possible detrimental effect of Kyuubi, or so he thought. He looked at his Obachan and he noticed the way she was grinning at him, which either meant that she'd liked her date last night and wanted more, or had an extremely pleasurable thought which would involve him going on some mission to relieve her from the paperwork menace. Uzumaki Naruto, follow me. She remained businesslike throughout the entire time he was in the room, and he followed her without any question, knowing that she was probably about to hand him some dangerous S-ranked mission, something which made the bloodlust ignite once again within his veins, making him crave the thrill of battle. Naruto-kun, there is a mission which requires your utmost attention. She spoke the moment they had entered the room, a grin on the older woman's face. She was going to like this. The mission is rather out of the normal scope of your shinobi duties, but you'll be compensated for it. The mission is to take out Yuhi Kurenai on a date and make sure that she has a good time. Do you understand? She looked at him and he straightened up and said, you really want me to test my skills, don't you? Either you told all the women about my dating lesson, or that woman likes me just because I showed some skin to her when I sparred with Dog Biscuit. He flashed her a grin and then continued talking. Of course I'll do it. I'm not one to forego a mission without proper reason, and if I get to have a date with one of the prettiest girls in Konoha, I'm all for it, although. He got a sad look in his eyes as he thought back to his fruitless efforts at making sure he got a date with any of the local kunoichi and failing miserably at it. They shunned him now, his chances of ever getting a date flying away from him like a scared bird. She looked as he was still looking at the ground, trying to come to terms with the fact that he was supposed to go on a date with a woman who was either called a hot foxy lady or an ice queen. When do I need to come and get her? he asked, and then raised his head to look Tsunade straight in the eye, checking for any emotion but finding none. Around 7 p.m., Uzumaki-kun. A voice spoke and Naruto turned towards a shadowed corner where a woman materialized, having hidden there through genjutsu. Kurenai-san. He looked at the woman who gave him an amused glance and said, "You were right about him. He's one of a kind even if you don't know his personality. Who could ever fathom that this kid would be the first one to take me out on a date? Which I have allowed him to do." She gave the Hokage an amused smile before walking out the door, a strange grin on her face like she was planning something. "Kurenai, you know what, you have that really disturbing grin on your face?" She turned towards the speaker and noticed that her best female friend, Anko, was standing there, a stick of dango in her hand and in the process of being devoured by said woman. "Yeah, want to explain the reason?" She gave Anko a cheeky smile before the disturbing grin came back on her face. "No." With that, the woman began to walk towards her home, humming a small tone which had been soothing to her mind, making her more focused on the task which lay ahead, selecting an appropriate dress. Naruto stood outside of Kurenai's house, a small bouquet of flowers in his hands after he had taken the suggestion from Tsunade to mind and had bought them to make sure that there would be a nice impression. He had made sure that his hair was arranged in a pattern similar to Kakashi's. The blonde locks seemed to be making him look older and mature, also adding to his natural beauty. She looked at herself in the mirror, congratulating herself for choosing the right dress for the occasion. She didn't know where he would take her, but guessed it was someplace fancy where the dress wouldn't be out of line. According to Tsunade, he did have a way with getting you to the kind of place you hear about in novels where you could fall in love at first sight with someone. She had a feeling she was going to have a great time tonight. She opened the door and looked at him, taking in every little detail about him. She couldn't believe how much he looked like the late Yondaime, who had the same glint of determination and courage shining in his eyes. She looked him in the eyes, knowing that if she did that for too long she'd just drag him into her room, probably rip her dress and make love to him for the first time, probably relieving him of his virginity as well as relieving herself from that very same thing. "Shall we go, Naruto-kun?" She was taking a wild guess that he'd like to be called that, and to her amusement he blushed and then held out his hand, as if to guide her, something which made him rise a few notches in her eyes. She liked a man who could be gentle with her, not unlike those orcs who had tried to date her before and didn't have even the slightest bit of decency. One who would lead her to a place where they could eat and converse would be one worth keeping about for at least a few weeks, maybe even promoting him to the status of official boyfriend. He led her to a restaurant which looked fancy and then asked for the table which had been reserved for him and his date. The waiter looked at him with a disdainful look and almost sneered when he saw that the demon did have a reservation there. They were led to a table where they both sat opposite of each other, looking at each other before even turning towards the waiter. "I'd like to have some fruit juice, waiter-san." Kurenai's voice was soft and almost seemed to be fragile, but the burning crimson of her eyes gave her a ferocity which went unsaid throughout that statement. "Don't you dare to ruin my date or I'll make your life a living hell." She hated it when people picked on others and used them as a scapegoat for their troubles, like the people of the village had done to Naruto-kun. "I'll have the same, waiter-san." The waiter sneered at him, giving him an evil look which was only given to him about 100 times a day and he was used to it. "Very well, sir, madam. I shall be with you shortly." The waiter went away, probably to get their orders, and Naruto looked at the woman who gave him a very amused look and said, "You handled him pretty well, Naruto-kun." There was some small amount of progress to be made with the date which seemed to make him somewhat anxious. "Kurenai-san, don't you like me, or is there something that displeases you about me?" The manner in which he spoke made her look at him and give him a rather charming smile and said, "No, Naruto-kun, I'm simply thinking about ways to improve my genjutsu. I may be a mistress of that art, but there is still room to improve upon." The density of the illusion could be adjusted to make sure that the target is engulfed within the genjutsu with no escape possible for their minds, allowing for a quick kill. "Can I use one on you to test it out?" She gave him the puppy dog eyes, which made him weak in the knees as he found himself unable to resist those eyes. Sure, go ahead." He gave her a rather cute smile due to him being caught off guard quite a bit by the question. "Arigato, Naruto-kun." She made a few hand seals and then Naruto could feel how the chair underneath him seemed to transform into a bed of living snakes and the surroundings around him changed to become a jungle setting, with Kurenai still sitting there, like nothing was amiss. Then suddenly her entire looks change, somehow making her look even prettier when her clothes seemed to be replaced with something which should not be worn in public, due to how small the furry bikini she wore. She studied his face as he looked at her, enthralled by the genjutsu she had put upon him, making him think about a jungle with him sitting on a bed of snakes, with her dressed in something that would make any male have a nosebleed. To his credit, he only blushed a deep red, not getting a nosebleed, unlike all the other males who had talked to her. He's definitively above normal standard. If he doesn't have a relationship with anyone, I just might take him for myself. To resist the genjutsu is almost impossible for any straight male, especially if my genjutsu self makes her clothes disappear, and I know he's straight. He looked on as the genjutsu version of his date began to remove the bikini, exposing her chest to him, making him turn red in the face as he looked at the rather attractive side of Kurenai's chest. He blushed and looked down, trying not to stare, but he couldn't completely suppress the small smile came on his face, the only sign that he liked what he saw. The reaction in his pants was luckily not visible, something he was thankful for, because she just might make him experience her version of genjutsu hell if she saw it. With a snap, he was brought back to reality to see the woman in the seat opposite to him looking at him with a dreamy look in her eyes. "You tried not to stare," she said, a small amount of admiration and happiness in her voice. "That is so sweet of you." She couldn't help herself. She had went to the date with the hope of finally meeting some guy who would be a gentleman, knowing that he probably wasn't but still tried. He had surpassed her expectations, resisting the urge to ogle the genjutsu she put him under and even going as far as to show almost no reaction except for a cute smile which made her heart warm up and her breath quicken slightly. Is she thinking about kissing me? He didn't really know how the female mind worked, but from the woman's reaction, he could see that she was clearly slightly attracted to him, if the way she spoke was any indication. She addressed him with a slightly familiar term, making him a close person to anyone who didn't know who they were. She moved closer to him, smelling his scent in the air. It was something unique to everyone, something which shouldn't be faked by anyone since everybody had a different scent around them at all times. Naruto seemed to smell like a mix of something primal. Her hand reached out and stroked the back of his hand, touching the skin and feeling how warm it was. She didn't even know why she did it, just to feel his skin, wanting to at least touch him and feel him before he either pushed her away or let her continue. "Naruto-kun," she suddenly said, her voice making his insides like jelly, making him experience a fit of nervousness within his stomach. He looked at her, noticing her deep crimson eyes, gazing deeply into them, his eyes turning a deep crimson too without him noticing, slits appearing in them, so much reminiscent of the Kyuubi as the raw feelings washed over his body. They didn't know who started first. They moved closer to each other and their lips met, a frenzied kiss ensuing. They acted on instinct, not really minding the other people in the restaurant, just lost in the heat of the moment, kissing each other. Kurenai felt the kindness and the spirit that this young man had been endowed with within her entire body, making her feel surprised as she could feel herself blushing at the kiss. Naruto was blushing too as he realized who he was kissing and what she looked like. "This really is my lucky day, or no, week. I get to kiss with two lovely ladies, both of them who are older than me. Ero Sennin would be in heaven if he were here." The fact that nobody could hear what Naruto was thinking, or that a pervert would take a keen interest in whatever was on his student's mind. Nevertheless, the position he was currently in was a good thing, according to Naruto. If Ero Sennin could have seen what he was thinking, things might nor be as good as it was, making his life probably a lot tougher to handle if word got out that he was dating someone. Never mind the ruckus that Jiraiya would make if he heard that he had dated Kurenai, the Ice Queen. Jiraiya's Pav. "Ah, finally a bar which won't throw me out whenever sit next to a nice woman and ask her 3 sizes and if she would go out with me." The old pervert was slowly walking towards the restaurant in which his student and the lovely woman were sitting, and his attention was drawn to the sign which spoke of some sake contest being held there that evening. "I better check that out. Maybe Tsunade-chan is in there. It's always nice to watch that woman's jiggle whenever she gets sloshed. Maybe I'll even join in." The name of the restaurant didn't seem too important to him and he stepped inside to look towards the bar. The man took a seat and ordered some sake and began to try and drink away his worries with some of the good stuff until he caught a snippet of conversation. "That demon brat, kissing that woman. Some gesturing was made by an irritated waiter and Jiraiya moved his gaze until it fell upon the sight of the kissing couple, noticing the blonde hair mixing slightly with the black hair from Kurenai. Damn, the kid moves fast. I wonder who he picked next as a date. Maybe that Hinata girl who was fond of him a while ago, or maybe that girl with the weapons. The couple broke the kiss and Jiraiya got a good look at the woman who was with his young student, and promptly the cup of sake fell from his hands, unable to be kept in the hand due to the shock the man got from looking at the woman. He just did the teacher of the Hyuga girl. Wow. I think I might need to throw him a party if he loses his virginity to that one. No wait, a monument to defrosting the Ice Queen would be better. The old man looked at the couple who had resumed chatting, eventually getting fed up with waiting for their food and drinks, having decided that they weren't going to come anymore after waiting such a long time. They reappeared in front of Kurenai's house, Naruto having said that the mood was ruined by the food not arriving. Kurenai looked at him with her eyes still slightly misty from the kiss they had shared and said, "Do you want to come inside? I have some snacks if you are hungry." He could see that she was still trying to be hospitable, trying to make him feel nice while he was the one who had been selected to go on a date with her, possibly by her own order, which was something which was making him a little bit uneasy. But the mission was to take you out on a date. Oh well. I can't say that it went well, but at least I could repay your kindness with another date. Set it tomorrow night if you want. He looked at her, hoping to see her agree with it, but was met with her gaze boring into his, looking at him with her eyes unclouded by anything. I may have asked the Hokage to give you to that mission, but don't presume that I would call it a failure. You've made me feel in ways I have never before. You make me feel like I am years younger, something no man in this village or outside has done. So please come inside, where we can talk without the risk of prying ears. She opened the door, sliding it open, and allowed him to go in first, still trying to be a good hostess. He came into the house, taking a note of how nice it looked. The furniture looked nice and cozy in this setting and it almost made him want to live here, but he knew he couldn't. "Please seat yourself, Naruto-kun," she said, her voice somehow seeming to come from a few rooms away and not like they were in the same room at all. He turned around and looked at the brunette, taking in every little detail about her nice dress and the way it hugged her skin. Somehow he hadn't really taken notice of it all before, only looking her over once to check if she looked good. He chose to seat himself on a comfortable-looking sofa, making sure that it would be comfortable for him. "Would you like something to drink?" she asked, standing next to a cabinet which seemed to contain various liquors and other things people might want to drink if the objective was to get drunk. "I'm afraid I don't drink hard liquor, Kurenai-san." His answer was definitive and she gave him a look which clearly stated that she wanted him to drink some. Maybe a small taste wouldn't hurt. He looked at the woman who was about to hand him a glass with an orange liquid in it. "It's something that isn't too strong, and please call me Kurenai-chan." She passed him the glass, looking expectantly at him. He put the glass to his lips, then took a small sip of the liquid within, and immediately felt a burning sensation within his throat. To his credit, he didn't spit it out, he just took it like a man and drank another sip. Feeling the burning sensation invade his entire mouth and somehow make him feel slightly sluggish in his movements. What he didn't know was that his senses had been primed to perfection by absorbing more and more of the kyubi, allowing him to taste, hear and see things better than most people without a keke genkai. The alcohol affected him even more than any usual man, making his vision blur slightly. He watched as she took a glass too of the orange liquid, then sat down next to him, looking at him, her eyes slightly apprehensive as she probably was contemplating something. "Have you ever had an intimate relationship with a girl, Naruto-kun?" she asked him, wanting to find out if he ever had been in one and if he had any feelings for the women in his life, preferably the ones in his age group, though she would like to see if he would like her, or others in her own age group. I.e., Kurenai-chan. "They all shunned me after one of the villagers opened their damn fucking mouth and practically announced to the world that I, the Kyubi brat, should die." He gave a wry smile as he looked up to the ceiling. "That pretty much destroyed all my chances at having a relationship with any girl around my age, as they shunned me. Sakura-san would know about the Kyubi since she has access to my medical files but couldn't tell anyone because of the law. Now I'm pretty much feared within the village, both by my own generation as well as the previous one. Can I have some more of that drink you gave me?" She nodded, noticing that he was quite intoxicated, but didn't really wonder how he got so drunk and attributed it to the fact that he must have rarely drank so would be easily susceptible to the rather stiff drink she had given him. She took a hold of his glass and then filled it with the same orange liquid which made some of her days be lightened, especially after a hard mission. She liked to drink heavy liquor to just get drunk and forget about all the worries of being a kunoichi. She watched as he drank more and seemed to go into a drunken stupor for a few moments, then he slurred. "You sure a very pretty girl, Kurenai-san." He looked at her, his eyes turning as crimson as hers, gaining slits within them, making him look almost like the Kyuubi within him, of course without the tails and the fur. She looked him over, noticing that he was fast asleep after he had said that. "Seems that you really can't stand alcohol, do you, Naruto-kun? But it was fun, just let me take one little peek and see what you are made of." She clearly wasn't thinking correctly when she slid her arms over his body, grabbing his shirt and lifting it a bit, revealing toned abs and musculature which made him look rather advanced for his age. Most people would be a hulking mass with so many muscles, but not Naruto. He seemed to have the grace, a finesse coupled with the agility of a cat, although a fox would be more appropriate in this case. He seemed to be able to have greater strength than Hokage-sama had in her prime if the muscles on his arms were any indication. She couldn't resist opening his pants and seeing what he looked like down there. "I must have a pervert hidden within me, ooh, he's large. This will be so much fun when I tell the girls about the date," adding a small comment about his size. "I wonder if anyone could ever compare to this. Better make sure that everything is right about his attire. If the fox decides to make him wake up soon, I'd be caught red-handed. He doesn't like perverts much, and that's exactly what I would be to him at the moment, if he wakes up." She ordered his clothes on his body, zipping up his pants, and leaning over and just lying there, letting his hands wrap around her in an automatic reaction he had. He woke up 40 minutes later, confused as to where he was. He could feel a slightly buzzing sound in his head, knowing that it must have been from the liquor he had consumed before. He could feel himself holding something which breathed, and he looked at the thing that was within his arms, to encounter a sleeping Kurenai. He gently poked her in the side, making her murmur something about not wanting to wake up and telling him to quit it or get castrated or be put under a genjutsu. He froze, the woman within his arms, slowly awakening due to the fact that her protective blanket aka Naruto had stiffened. She looked at him, making him uncomfortable. "Gomen nasai, Naruto-kun. How can I ever repay you for my indiscretion?" She looked genuinely sorry and he said, "It doesn't matter, Kurenai-chan. As long as you didn't hurt me, it'll all be fine." He gave her a foxy grin, something which she found hard to resist, and then gently got up and said, "I better head home. Did you have fun, Kurenai-chan?" She nodded and said, "It was nice, having a date with you. As for the mission, I consider it done." She gave him a smile, then said, "Why don't you go on a date with some other women? It'll make you cheer up a bit after the betrayal from those you once called friends. I, on the other hand, shall pound some sense into their thick heads, well into Kiba's and Hinata's. Shino doesn't have much of a problem with anyone." He gave her a grateful smile and said, "Please don't do that, Kurenai-kan. It would be rather hard to deal with their glares, but I'm used to it." She wrapped her arms around his neck, then gave him a kiss on the head. "If you ever want to talk, my door is open for you, as is Hokage-sama's." She gave him a wink and then escorted him to the front door, where she let him out. She looked as he disappeared into the streets of Konohagakure, then whispered to herself, "I will help you, Uzumaki Naruto. If you have to destroy the village to do it, I shall help you. I will help you achieve happiness." He looked at his ceiling, thinking about all the things that could have gone wrong. Did I do well to drink alcohol? Did I do something that would be considered inappropriate to her? He blushed at the thought of maybe touching her inappropriately and then descended into an uneasy sleep. Kurenai, on the other hand, was sleeping rather peacefully, although a slight flush could be seen on her skin, indicating she was having a rather nice dream. She was currently dreaming about being held by strong arms, belonging to a certain blonde-haired ninja who managed to entertain her the entire evening and had even slept with her in the lightest sense of the word. She could still feel his warmth against her skin, and she would wake up drenched in sweat as the dream took a rather radical turn into something which would make Jiraiya jealous. "So how was it?" was the first question that was asked, and she looked at the speaker, recognizing her to be Anko, and gave the girl a grin, being 3 years older than Anko, and said to tease the girl a bit. "It was nice. The answer was spoken rather airily and Anko's eyebrows raised a bit. Then a sly smile slowly etched itself on her face. Kurenai got laid, Kurenai got laid. So how was he? She grinned in a rather psychotic manner, making most people in the immediate vicinity vacate the aforementioned area, afraid of what Orochimaru's apprentice could do to them. I don't think I should talk about it here, and no, I didn't get laid, Anko-chan. You know that my heart belongs to you, and you only. She gave the younger girl a smile, then kissed her on the cheek lightly. They sometimes acted like a couple to the general public, making sure that no males would approach them. Anko was a typical feisty girl and Kurenai seemed to be a bit more calm than her friend, but together they could really wreak havoc when they wanted to. Didn't Tsunade-sama call another meeting for this morning? She asked her serpent-loving friend, who looked at her with a bit of a sheepish look. Yeah, and we're supposed to be there already. She exclaimed the last part rather loudly, having forgotten that it was meeting time for them. They entered the room where the women were sitting in and Kurenai said, a small hint of shame in her voice. Gomen Nasai, Mina-san. I was a bit late due to meeting with Anko-chan and cuddling a bit with her. The women all gave the young woman an approving look. It was a long-time joke between Anko and Kurenai that the women's club should know about the joke they played on the male population of Konoha and the villagers. Alright, let's start this meeting. As we had discussed last time, there is a shortage of men who would be able to treat us like we deserve and how we want to be treated by them. In the last meeting, we agreed that Uzumaki Naruto is one of the few guys who would make sure that the female's demands were met and that he is able to be worthy of our love. I myself have been teaching him a little about dating after he had asked me. The date was rather enjoyable, and I gave a description last time. The next one to date him was Kurenai. Please tell us all how it went, Kurenai. She looked at all the faces which were looking at her and she gave a small mental speech to herself to encourage her to talk. Don't worry yourself about it, Kurenai-chan. You'll survive this interrogation about all the details of the date. And if we don't survive this, we'll at least have had a date with a cute guy who didn't stare at our ass every time we're in the area. Well, he took me to a nice restaurant, which we left without ever eating anything due to the people there being averse against his presence. We went home and he had a few drinks, as a note. He's easy to get drunk but don't overdo it. He may be a peaceful drunk but if he lets the control slip too much, he'll probably turn into something that may resemble it. Not that I saw it, but I could feel the raw lust coming from him. She could see Anko lick her lips and mumble something about fresh meat waiting to be tasted. I wouldn't even think about doing that with him, Anko. The kid's got some stamina packed under his belt, if the matches he fought in the Chunin exam were any indication. He still wore that goofy suit he used to wear when younger, but still he managed to last against someone who had been training ever since they could walk in stamina and had some scouting training under his belt. He's your little brother, Hana, so why don't you tell us about him? The girl looked at Kurenai, a bit annoyed that she had to talk about her little brother. Alright. For those that don't know him yet, his name is Kiba or Dog Biscuit to the family. That statement was able to make the room collapse in laughter. You call him Dog Biscuit? Kukukukukuku. Kurenai was chuckling at the annoying name that her student had and the women present could see the humor in it and were laughing. They knew who he was, of course. He had made quite a name for himself as being an obnoxious male and had earned the scorn of many when he was discovered peeping upon women, something which got him into some trouble at home, leading up him being followed by both his mother wanting to dispense retribution on their perverted relative. After everyone had calmed down somewhat, the women looked at Hana and Yugo said, "So what did you want to tell us about Dog Biscuit?" Hana looked at the girl, sighing at that moment and continued. Before I was interrupted, more has to be told about my brother. He is extremely focused on himself, believing himself to be king of the world at times. His stamina is good enough to make him last for a while against a Junin, but it would easily allow him to be defeated when one outsmarts him. He isn't very intelligent. He kept on muttering about how Uzumaki-san had defeated him by doing some stupid things. She gave a small snort and said, "Farting to confuse the smell of an Inuzuka really was a clever move due to our noses becoming very sensitive. He may have acted like he didn't know it, and probably didn't really know it, but if I can guess, my brother would have been hopping mad at him for doing such a disgusting act while he was fighting." Dog Biscuit does have a lot of trouble with interacting socially, and he seems to be angry, or at the very least resentful of Naruto-san. He kept on mumbling something about an unfair advantage during fights and that he'll show the bastard a few new tricks. She looked at the females in the room and they gave her a look which was slightly confusing her. What? He really muttered something about it. Maybe that's because their generation knows about Kyuubi. Naruto-kun mumbled something about it when he was drunk, something about a villager calling him the demon Kyuubi brat. That must have tipped them off that he was either the reincarnation of the demon or the demon himself, and I think it's too late to convince them of the fact that he's only the carrier. They seem to have gone from accepting him to becoming hostile to him. I think he even cried a bit when he told me. Think of the anguish that it must have made him feel to see people who he once trusted turn away from him. He talked to me some more, made me see some of his side of the story. He's lost all hope for humanity. Tsunade-sama, I would like to get a mission, or someone else to make sure that Uzumaki Naruto doesn't go down the deep end and massacre us all. The changes in his mood were just startling me last night, but I can see in his eyes how the anger and hatred for the villagers and the shinobi bubbles just beneath the surface. And then to think that I trained Kiba. I feel disgusted even now. She looked down at the table, thinking about how things would change around here. Without people his age trying to encourage him to live, or not to glare at him for housing the Kyuubi, life would be hellish for Naruto. He still seemed to have Amino Iruka as an anchor, but all of that seemed to be burning away ever so fast. She could see how he would slowly descend into an ever downward spiral where he'll eventually either try to commit suicide or just make sure that he'll be able to kill off as many people as possible, letting the Kyuubi take over to destroy the village he loved so much a long time ago. Tsunade was thinking about the same thing. She should have taken him in when she'd been made Hokage, or at least have done something to make sure that he ended up under her care. She would have loved him, given him a nice home with care that he always had deserved. He lived in a crappy apartment where he shouldn't be living for keeping the village safe by holding the Kyuubi inside of him. She felt a headache forming and focused some chakra to make it go away. I'll have my date with Naruto-kun tonight, Hokage-sama. A voice cut through the chatter and everybody looked at the person who spoke. She stood there, her face set in a manner which made her look determined. I'll make sure that he doesn't kill off the entirety of Konoha. Well, not us at least. The male pigs would be nice though. If I hear anyone scream hello nurse, I'm going to castrate the bastard. Most women looked at the young medic Nin who had just cursed about the men who constantly tried to fondle her and met up with a poisoned dart in a private part, or in an arm or somewhere else. They gave a grin at the woman and said, "Of course Shizune-chan, I give you the mission to go on a date with Naruto and he'll be compensated for it, or something to that extent as he's the one to pay." Tsunade finished the sentence with a small pensive look on her beautiful face. Shizune gave her a satisfied grin and Anko could be heard saying, "Ah, I wanted him for myself. I wanted to teach him all there is to being with a woman." To which Kurenai answered, "I would have to object to that, Anko-chan." Her friend looked at the woman who savagely grinned and said, "You wouldn't want me to miss out on all the fun? But I'm feeling generous today so I will let you have first touch, Kay?" She looked at the younger girl, then saw the devious glint that entered the girl's mind, knowing that the first touch was usually rather funny to see, as Anko wouldn't really want to make sure that he was prepared. Also, knowing that he was still a virgin and ready to be de-virginized seemed to excite the girl a bit, but only some things could go right for another to go wrong. Alright, Shizune has the next date with Naruto-kun. Let's inform him of that now. With a poof on ninja smoke, the room was vacant once more, the kunoichi having gone to attend to several tasks that had been assigned to them sometime during the week by the Hokage, whether it be some mission or something else. Shizune sat down on the chair next to the Hokage, the other woman also seating herself, then getting a huge scroll from a drawer in the desk they were seated at in the mission room and said, "Alright, shall we register this as an S-ranked mission once again? Naruto-kun deserves something extra, so I'll just make sure that whatever money he spends is put into his paycheck." At that moment did Jiraiya enter the room and he immediately walked over to the women and said, "How nice to see you, Tsunade-chan. Have you heard about Naruto being on a date with both the Ice Queen as well as some hot blonde chick?" This was clearly a wrong thing to say as Tsunade's beautiful face contorted in anger and she said, "I'm with someone, so cut it with the Tsunade-chan. As a side note, yes, I know all about Naruto's girlfriends since he has confided in me about them." The older man looked surprised that his teammate was involved with someone, then grinned as he heard about the confiding that Naruto had done with the older woman. "Is it alright if I threw the kid a party?" She gave him an irritated look. "Jiraiya, The tone she adopted was hostile and the man chose to walk the safe path and said, "Just something to congratulate him on the success he had with thawing out the Ice Queen, nothing like the parties I used to give." She calmed down somewhat and said, "Okay, but not tonight since he has another date with a girl." She gave the man a grin which clearly stated that she knew all about it, and Shizune began to turn a bit red as she could no longer think about Naruto in innocent terms, thinking about different things like the physical she had given him. She had touched him in several intimate places, him letting himself getting touched by her, and she remembered how warm he had been, slightly warmer than any normal human. She got a blush on her face and Jiraiya noticed and said, "Hello nurse." The reaction was instantly. Both Tsunade as well as Shizune leapt forward and tackled the man to the floor where senseless violence ensued as both were affronted by the reaction from the guy. "Not my balls. Ah, get that dart away Shizune-chan. Don't call me Shizune-chan you hentai." This was the scene that met Naruto when he arrived at the Hokage Tower, looking on as his sensei was pounded into a pulp by Tsunade and Shizune. Shizune was busy with making sure that a certain body part was stabbed by a poisonous needle, something which was causing Jiraiya no end of grief, while he could feel Tsunade's fists making sure that he would be unable to move for almost an inch for several hours and maybe be put out of business for a day or something. "Save yourself Naruto. They've gone insane." That earned him another whack in the cheek by Tsunade, and Naruto gave a snort of laughter as the man looked at him with horror in his eyes. "Naruto-kun, welcome. I'm glad you came so soon because I've got another mission for you. It's on the desk, just be on time to the house listed and all will be fine. All expenses will be paid for and you just go and have some fun." She gave him a charming smile and knew that she would be either on the receiving end of some teasing from her teammate, but she didn't really mind it when Naruto continued to brighten her day. She liked to spend time with him, beginning to love him even more than she had previously. Helping him experience dating, something she had enjoyed extensively in her youth, was something which made her feel very young again. She didn't feel like a 50-year-old anymore, just like a 16-year-old. But when she was faced with huge mountains of paperwork, including some things which really shouldn't belong there, she felt as old as the Sandame, the man she had once called sensei. Jiraiya noticed the faraway look as she looked at Naruto and couldn't help but make a remark about it. "Thinking of robbing the cradle, Tsunade-chan?" She gave an absent nod, the mind still focused on Naruto, who walked towards the desk while she was still holding Jiraiya in a death grip, making her head turn to look at the body that had been gifted upon the 15-year-old Uzumaki Naruto, something which was a crime in itself, as she was 53 years old and was now lusting after someone who was so much younger than her. Jiraiya noticed the dreamy look in her eyes, taking a very careful note to check the assistant since the pricking of his crotch with a poisonous needle seemed to have stopped for a moment. The needle still embedded within the tender flesh, of course. When he looked at the medic Nin, who was Tsunade's student, he saw the girl looking at Naruto with almost the same expression as Tsunade on her face, something which was making him perplexed by the looks she was giving Naruto. They both fancy him? Oh boy, he's going to be in a world of trouble if they decide they want him at the same time. Okay, now to make my escape. With a silent kawarimi, the man was free and Tsunade was now currently holding her office chair in a death grip, the chair creaking slightly under the power that was being pushed upon it. The two women were still staring at Naruto, who was quizzically perusing the mission sheet. He looked at it and got a smile on his face. "I hope that it will all go fine this time. I'll just take Shizune-chan somewhere nice, where I'm not judged to be the demon. Ichiraku's seems like a nice place to go, but it would be rude. What shall I do?" He looked over the mission scroll, sighed and rolled it up. Time to ask the lady in question where she would like to go. He approached the two women, noticing the way they were staring at him and absently wondering if he got something on his face which made them look at him like that. "Shizune-chan, where would you like to go to with me?" She looked at him, in awe at the fact that he seemed to want to know where she wanted to go with him. Like Tsunade-sama said, he's different from other guys. She looked at his face, searching for his whisker marks and studying them. She always focused on them to prevent herself checking him out like she does normally with any guy she meets before being dragged off to get Tsunade out of trouble. "Well, there is this nice dining place where I've eaten several times and would like to go to again. And please call me Shizune-chan, Naruto-kun. If we are going on a date, we'll have to address each other like we are close, which we are by the way. Don't you think so?" She unconsciously pushed her chest forwards quite a bit, giving him a small bit of a look of her cleavage. While she didn't have such huge S like Tsunade, she still held a big pair, and Naruto turned slightly red while Jiraiya grinned at the situation. Trying to set him up with dates with several young women. Are you Tsunade-chan? I just came to you to report that your interest had been revealed for what he is, the Kyuubi's carrier, and that none of his age would voluntarily talk to him anymore without sneering at him for just being himself. But still I wonder about the young girl that was with him a few days ago. Arigato, Shizune-chan. I'll pick you up around 7 and we'll go there. What's the address? He looked at her, noticing the rather flushed state of the woman and wondering if she either liked him or was running a fever. Shizune gave him the address, also including the advice to make sure that the whisker marks were covered up, as to make sure that no unfortunate things would happen by him being himself and recognized as the container of the demon. Naruto stood in front of his mirror, looking at his reflection as he applied a minor genjutsu on his face to hide the whisker marks which would tell anyone that he was the Kyuubi's container. He looked at his reflection, making some small changes to the nose, willing it to be somewhat smaller. Suddenly the reflection changed and his eyes turned red, a sign that he was slowly losing control once again about the beast sealed within him. He looked in his reflection's red eyes and said, "What do you want, Kyuubi?" A deep chuckle came from a place where he had been rather frequently, and a deep voice answered, "Centuries of madness and killing lusts within it. Why don't you just enact your revenge when you finally reach the upper limit of your patience? I can already feel your mind beginning to act more violent, more impulsive and feral. Don't get me wrong, I like the change, but you need to act a bit more aggressive, even though you don't want to act aggressive out of fear for massive riots on the streets, demanding your blood. The betrayal of those close to you was enough to almost push you over the edge, so conquer a few women and finally get some." Kyuubi was urging him to have. He didn't know anything about it, having had no such education while under the pervert who didn't really care much for his student and occasionally taught him some stuff. Well, he did care, but he still acted like he didn't care. Naruto could smell the fear about something bad having happened to him on the man when he had disappeared one time, and that had made him feel at ease that the man wouldn't scorn him for being him. "I will, even though I might ask someone to teach me the basics." With that he quit talking altogether and then made sure that there were some small touches to his hair, making him look mature while still looking like a young teenager. He dressed in his black clothes once again, having put them into the washer and dried them afterwards with some Kyuubi chakra, which did wonders for drying things up due to the raw ferocity of the chakra, which generated heat due to some insane mechanism which Kyuubi had tried to explain to him using some blue flames and some normal flames. He hadn't gotten it, but Kyuubi summoned it up in one sentence. "Just accept it like it is, Kit. It's hot and you can use it. That's it." The demon fox had gone back to sleep then, leaving him alone with his thoughts, and he began to experiment with it a bit, trying to make it so that it would be making a useful weapon. When he opened the door to go outside, he saw that there was someone waiting for him there, an old man who had a bit of trouble walking due to the casts that were on his body, which was something that was broken beyond recognition, then patched back together. "Naruto, I've got some news for you. Why don't you try to put the moves on Shizune-san while I watch? I'll give you special training if you do." "URK." A fist slammed into his head, making it go sideways, and the man looked at his young student who stood there, a look in his eyes which seemed to be a mix of determination and burning passion. Of the first thing Naruto probably was aware, but of the latter he wasn't, something which was evident within his stance. "Don't even try it, Ero Sennin. And don't insult Shizune-chan in my presence or I'll shove a Rasengan up your ass." "Getting possessive, Kit?" Kyuubi's voice within his mind echoed, and the teenager looked at Jiraiya with a stony look on his face and a twitching eye. "How dare you think I would go and do that to Shizune-chan, Ero Senninel? No wonder you're still a virgin if you make sure that you act like that all the time. You just can't attract any woman who likes you enough to even think about having with you. They're repulsed by your leering at other women and often shy away from you because you act so stupid. Arg, I should have listened to Kyuubi and flattened you by summoning Gamabunta on your skull to knock some sense in it." He was now raging at the man who was currently looking at him with something akin to terror as well as understanding within his eyes as he heard his student list everything that he found lacking in his sensei and knew it to be the truth. Suddenly he was reminded of a bet Tsunade made with him 35 years ago. "I'll date someone if you ever try to act gentlemanly and get a girlfriend." He grinned and said, "Get ready for your date now, Naruto. I won't bother you anymore. The old pervert was gone with a flash, limping away into the direction of the closest bar, on a mission to go and get a girlfriend or something like that. The author of Icha Icha Paradise should be able to get a girlfriend, no? Naruto was a bit anxious as he stood in front of Shizune's house, looking at it with some nervousness. He knocked once on the door, hoping that she was okay. A crash sounded and the door slid open, revealing Shizune standing there, looking pretty with her dress a bit rumpled, it being red and accentuating her S quite nicely. She had fallen over a few moments ago when she heard him knock on the door and in her hurry to get it had stumbled over a piece of furniture, anxious to go on the date. When she opened the door she could see the young man already standing there, looking at her with his normally cheerful face, which was looking rather serious at the moment as he looked at her with a critical eye, knowing that there wouldn't be much to see, in her humble opinion. She did have quite a bad image of herself, feeling ugly in comparison to her master due to the blonde woman having bigger assets and looking better even without the henge applied to make her appear young and youthful to everyone. She looked at him, his face still scrutinizing, hoping to pass the inspection with a good image and not like some bloated cow, which she knew she was. In one word she could be described, stunning. He looked at her and saw that she was absolutely gorgeous as she had applied some makeup to her face, making her look even better than normal in a different way the Kurenai and Tsunade had been. He could see that she was also one of the prettiest women in the village, going by the fact that there are several women who are literally untouchable and are supposed to be gay, not that he had paid much attention to the rumors lately. He just hoped to find out that there would be some small trick to dating but had instead gotten a mission assigned to take several women out on a date, Shizune being his third date in a week, including the one he had with Tsunade as one. "Shall we go, Shizune-chan?" She nodded and he took her hand, gently leading her towards where the restaurant was situated. She had told him how to get there and had even given a good description of the restaurant, making him think about something different in style. It was somewhat modern and seemed to have those weird dishes like something that looked like fried shrimps with some fried noodles. He looked at his date and grinned at her and said, "Shall we enter, my lady?" It was one of the lines he had gotten from Ero Sennin's newest Icha Icha Paradise book, something that he had read in a fit of boredom, excluding the erotic parts due to ickiness being generated by the damn thing due to its perverted nature. "Of course, Naruto-kun. Let's see what they have for us, shall we?" She looked at the doors, as if hoping he'd open them, and he did, a smile on his face. He looked like any regular teenager now, cheerful and happy and not depressed at all, but she knew it to be a facade to fool the villagers. If he didn't have the henge on, he'd be glared and spit on by the villagers. They sat down at a table, the waiter coming to them immediately. It wasn't a fancy place but it did have a waiter, due to it being a popular place to get dinner or a quick bite to eat. "How can I serve you, sir, madam?" The man looked at Shizune with his eyes zooming in on her S, making Naruto growl in some desire that came from within, making the man's attention snap to him, and Naruto ordered a glass of rice wine, having acquired a taste for it since he and Ero Sennin sometimes shared a few drinks of it to make sure that they kept their identity as shinobi a secret when staying in different villages. He had been made into the little brother of Jiraiya, the old man portraying as the eldest son, who was of legal age and who continuously tried to make his little brother get drunk, something which was common in most non-shinobi people to have your little brother get drunk before his 18th birthday. Only then you could make sure you weighed up to be a man. She was somewhat surprised but ordered some rice wine too. While training and living with the slug Sanin, one would have to get used to drinking it, and she had acquired a taste for it after her first 3 months under Tsunade's tutelage. The moment that the drinks arrived they both were wrapped up in a conversation about the Anbu. "I don't really see why they are so great, Shizune-chan. They look kinda stupid with those weird masks and they act all cold to me too, like the villagers do. They need to act that way because nobody needs to know their identity, like anyone could relay the information to another village and then have them assassinated. At your current power, with it aiding you, you could easily take on Hokage-sama if you tried." She looked at him, her eyes focused on the reaction. Now he's probably going to act all smug that he can beat Hokage-sama. He looked at her and said, "I have no desire to beat Tsunade Ban. I give her the position of Hokage since it's lost all appeal to me." She looked at him with surprise clearly showing on her face. "You've given up on becoming Hokage?" He nodded and sighed. "I guess they finally got what they wanted, it's only a matter of time until I snap, the pressure getting to me." He tapped his fingers on the table, a gesture that usually signified that he was irritated with something. The rest of the dinner was spent in silence with her looking at his face, trying to discern any emotion, since it had turned into a stony mask of coldness and devoid of emotions. When it was time to pay, he got out his wallet and then deposited the correct amount within the waiter's money pouch and said, "Let's be off." When they stood outside, he looked at her, his eyes slowly turning crimson. "What are you thinking, hearing my out about my life story? I don't need a shrink to know that I'm messed up, Shizune." He looked at her in anger for a few moments, then his eyes cast downwards and he said, "Gomen, Shizune-chan, I let myself go for a bit. I don't know what came over me." She looked at him, his face now clearly readable and emanating sorrow and sadness. She wrapped her arm around him and said, "Let's just go home, okay? We can talk there about how to solve this mess you've gotten yourself in, and about these mood swings you seem to have lately." They entered Shizune's apartment 10 minutes later, Naruto still looking sadly towards the ground, and he said, "I really don't need any help, Shizune-chan. I am a monster and I am beyond redemption." He made to leave, but she kept him there and forced him to sit on the couch, holding him down with her arms, applying a gentle pressure which she knew wouldn't hurt him. "Naruto-kun, please don't take this the wrong way, but I care for you, we all care for you. Tsunade-sensei, Iruka and me, we all care for you. Kurenai-san may also care for you." She looked at him, tears suddenly welling up within her eyes as she thought about him leaving. "Please Naruto-kun, don't leave the village or let the village get to you. Please let me help you. They have wronged you and for that they should pay. I saw you once as a little brother, but now you are something more. I didn't want to admit it to myself, but you've turned from a little brother into someone who could be my lover." She looked at him, noticing the shocked look on his face, and kissed him on the lips. Burning passion echoed within it for so long. "Please Naruto-kun, it's been so long that I don't even know how a man's touch feels like, please touch me." She grabbed his hands and placed them on her ass, making him blush as he felt the flesh under his hands, feeling the warmth of it against his hands. "Wow, Shizune-chan is really forward in this thing. I don't want to do this, even though my body says otherwise. I want to wait until I am ready, or at least know how to do it." He looked at Shizune's chest, sighing deeply. "I don't want to do this, Shizune-chan." He spoke with a sincerity and maturity in his voice that momentarily made her surprised at it, looking up to meet his eyes, which seemed to shine with something that is surely something like determination and finality. Her eyes widened as she looked into his, a sense of shame coming to her. "I almost asked him to do something without knowing he'd enjoy it. I almost raped him, going on my feelings for him entirely." She shrank back from him, tears welling up within her eyes, and she mumbled, "I'm so sorry, Naruto-kun. Is there any way I can do something to make it all right again?" He looked up to her and said, "What should you have done wrong, Shizune-chan?" He looked at her with such innocence that she couldn't bear it anymore and threw herself into his arms, wanting to have some comfort at least before making sure she was exiled from Konoha for almost raping a minor, something which still had some laws about it. He held the crying female and said, "Don't worry, Shizune-chan. I just didn't want to do that now, maybe on a later date, but I wouldn't want to do that on the first date." He looked her in her eyes and he gave her a reassuring smile and said, "Maybe next time, with someone more mature than me, you will be able to do the things you want." She looked at him, her eyes not really focused, and mumbled something about wanting Naruto instead of somebody else, which the Jinchuriki heard, and a blush resurfaced on his face. "She wants me instead of someone who is older and probably more handsome than me. Wow, I never thought that she would like me in that way." He gave an awkward cough and she looked up at him and said, "Yes? Is there anything I can help you with?" He scratched the back of his head with a sheepish look on his face and said, "I didn't mean to insult with my previous words, but I felt like it was a bit too soon. Still good friends?" He looked at her and she bowed and said, "Arigato for your trust, Naruto-kun." He gave her a grin and said, "No problem, Shizune-chan. I know that I'm so why that girls just want to touch me. Correction. Women just want to touch me, none of the girls my age want to have anything to do with me." His expression saddened and he hung his head, sighing deeply. "I guess I'll better go. Have a nice night, Shizune-chan." With that he pressed his lips against hers, kissing her for the last time that day. He gave her a look which was sad and then got up and said, "I'll see you later, Shizune-chan." With that he left. While he was busy with the running from Konoha, The people currently at his place were busy trying to make sure that Kurenai was comforted as best as they could. Guy was talking to the Anbu that the demon brat had nothing to do with this, while the Anbu were looking at him like he were the devil himself for defending that demon brat, as they liked to call Naruto. Kurenai was being cleaned up after Shizune had gotten some semen samples from her body and was currently awake, being held by Anko, who was whispering things about it all becoming alright once again after this, and that she'll pull through. They really have sunk so low as to do that to make Naruto-kun leave. First of all they raped Kurenai-chan, then they dump her here to incriminate him. If I knew who those motherfuckers were, I'd let my snakes feast on their flesh while I look how they scream in pain. Mitarashi Anko's thoughts were turning darker and darker as the moments progressed, her mind becoming more and more enraged as she could hear some of the medic nin sent to make sure that Kurenai was alright talk about giving the demon brat his just desserts for raping such a beautiful woman. Anko threw a kunai which nicked the specified medic nin's cheek and said, "Would you please keep your comments to yourself so that we don't have to hear them? I don't think Kurenai-chan would like to hear strange men talk about her and Naruto-kun." "You like that demon?" The question hung in the air and Anko gave the man a glare laced with killing intent. "For a certain extent, yes I like him. I like him like a little brother, or maybe something more given time. But you are not to question me further about it. Come, get Kurenai to the hospital and do it quickly or I'll lob off your testicles." Kurenai shivered as she felt the warm arms of Anko around her. When the two men had raped her, they had bound her arms and legs and some of the wire imprints could still be seen on her hands as well as her legs. "It was a pleasure studying under you, Kurenai-sensei. You taught me all that I needed to become Chunin, but I always loved you after that. The way your S used to move when you made those hand seals has always been fascinating me." Kurenai became unconscious before she could recall more of the memory, her mind exhausted by all the things that had happened to her on this day, needing rest to try and come to terms with what had happened. Naruto rammed his way through a tree which happened to be in the way at the moment and then jumped and found himself in familiar territory, knowing the place very well. The Valley of the End was there, lying tranquil at the moment. He could feel the power within his body to lash out as memories of his last time here came back to him. Flashback. He really wants to kill me. His mind was racing as he saw Sasuke charge towards him. Only thanks to Kyuubi's advanced healing was he able to keep going. He dodged a strike towards his head only to be punched in the gut by the Sharingan-wielding Uchiha. He doubled over and got a foot slammed into his face, sending him back onto the water to slide a few meters away. "Konoha hates you. Everybody hates you, only I like you like my own child. Embrace my power, call me father, and I shall do the rest." The evil voice spoke up within his mind. Naruto grasped his wits and spoke. "I won't fall for that, Kyuubi. I won't allow you to take over." A pause with the voice. A very long pause as he saw Sasuke power up a Chidori and slam it through his shoulder. "Without me you shall die and your name shall be forgotten to history. With me, you can become the greatest shinobi that has ever lived." "Well, if you put it that way. Arg, damn that hurts, then I accept, Atu-san." "Very well, you shall be the greatest, my son." A tremendous surge of demonic chakra began to surround Naruto as his body began to change, his canines lengthening to become fangs. 9 tails made of chakra grew from his tailbone and a huge silhouette from the Kyuubi became visible. "Now you taste our wrath, Uchiha boy." A rush of chakra exploded outwards from the figure, blowing the other boy back. Naruto and Kyuubi looked at the boy to see 3 Tomo activated within the Sharingan eye. Naruto summoned a Kage Bunshin and then made the Rasengan, and ran towards Sasuke with the intent to damage him. Sasuke had activated his cursed seal moments before, the 2 leathery wings stretching out of his back and a dark Chidori igniting in his hands. "Rasengan!" he shouted and thrust his arm. Sasuke looked at him and cried out, "Chidori!" The 2 attacks collided in the air and struggled for dominance, making a black dome of power appear as the attacks began to clash. The powers too great to let one give way. The attack was finished and Naruto felt his consciousness slipping away, feeling darkness overtake all his senses. When he awoke he was being carried by Kakashi back to Konoha with the news that Sasuke had escaped. End flashback. I will not fail again. They may see me as the Kyuubi itself, but I will not fail. I will destroy the village of Konohagakure. A deadly chakra began to surge around him, elemental powers beginning to awaken, and the waves of the water began to turn more and more violent as the infernal power of the Kyuubi began to control them, whipping them up to a frenzy while the rest of the landscape remained unaltered. The statues were bashed by the water being wild and all, but Naruto didn't care. He felt the raw anger at the fact that one of his precious people had been violated in a cruel and unnecessary way flow through him and bleed off into the environment. Come on, destroy them. Destroy that pathetic village that you call yours, and let yourself be gorged upon the destruction that you will unleash. I shall not take this longer. I rule my fate, my destiny, and nobody is going to change that. At the moment he proclaimed that, clouds came in the sky almost miraculously and it began to rain, soaking him to the skin. The chakra began to twist and turn until 9 tails were present, madly swirling, giving him the image of being the living embodiment of the great Kyuubi, while he was only the container. The dread that he generated was enough to make sure that the place would forever be tainted by it, nothing being able to grow there since the poisonous demonic chakra had flowed through the ground, which had been tainted by it. Tsunade looked towards the area where the massive surge of chakra came from and identified it immediately, knowing that only Naruto could generate such a huge amount of chakra at once, or that there was someone attempting to summon a Biju, something which she didn't think probable since there would be a lot of human sacrifices needed, and she knew that no town was that close to the village hidden in leaves. Kiba felt the dread strike him at the moment. He was busy trying to wash both himself of the scent of Kurenai, trying to clean it off so nobody would be able to discern that he was the one who did it. Even if she smelled slightly like him, he could attribute it to having met her before, trusting fully on Asuma to make sure that she didn't talk or wake up. Asuma was currently busy with making some small deals with the shinobi he called trusted. They all hated Naruto and thus would gladly incriminate them, if it made sure that the demon Gaki was dead. The shinobi would spread the word about the rape and Naruto would either have to face the council, or be executed for his crimes against Konoha. Naruto focused on his hatred and he called it up, his own chakra mixing with the demonic chakra. A purple streak crossed the massive swirls of chakra and Naruto's eyes began to widen in anticipation as he could expect something unusual to happen. A huge thunderbolt struck the spot where he was at, making him feel the pain and enraging him even further, beginning to fuel his hatred for Konoha even more as he began to sink into a trance which allowed him to gain more and more power so that he could do something about the problem he was facing. Kyuubi was watching as his container and also adopted son began to call upon the full never-ending power that he possessed. He gave more and more, not even beginning to get drained for a second as he felt the power refill immediately. Naruto would need to be immersed within his power before the destruction could occur. A bright gleam entered the blood-lusting eyes of the Kyuubi as he imagined the slaughter that Naruto would create. The blood that would flow would make sure that the streets were painted red for a long time. A pillar of water began to form, almost in the style of Suiryuden no Jutsu, but different as the pillar seemed to be splitting in multiple parts, which shot out to different directions, impaling themselves within the walls of the valley. Naruto felt like his body was on fire as the element of water became bound to his will, not needing seize, but a massive amount of chakra to be controlled. A growl came from his mouth as he thought about Kurenai who laid there, covered in the fluids of those that raped her, and a blizzard of demonic chakra sprung up around him with full intensity, shredding the landscape around him and alerting every single ninja to his presence for the next 20 miles. Anbu raced towards the spot where the demonic chakra was felt and looked at Naruto, standing there within the tornado of chakra, looking at the ground currently, bone snapping and popping, which was a sign that something was changing his bone structure. Uzumaki Naruto, cease with your summoning of that chakra. You're under arrest for the rape of one Yuhi Kurenai, and will be sentenced by the village council, and they shall decide your fate. The Anbu captain said with his voice shaking slightly as he felt extremely uneasy around Naruto. His team members were looking at him like he was mad for trying to get through to the Jinchuriki. I won't come with you. You shall not take me since I had nothing to do with the defilement of the mortal woman known as Yuhi Kurenai. The voice shocked them slightly, as they had all heard his voice be loud and would be able to recognize it instantly if they heard it, their memory having added it to the category of extremely annoying voices. Naruto had intruded upon an Anbu meeting once, shouting something about the villagers being mean again. It had made some Anbu who liked the kid chuckle as the kid casually addressed the Hokage as Jiken and demanded that he do something about it. The Hokage had tried to get him out of the meeting, but it was to no avail. Naruto simply gave him a glare and then stated that he wouldn't leave until Jiken did something about the glares he got every moment of the day. The Anbu captains gave a chuckle at the kid's persistence, being reminded of the departed Yondaime as he had a stubborn streak a mile wide. "He can stay, Hokage-sama. In a way I would doubt that he would ever betray our identities, and even if he did know us, it would be almost impossible to guess who we were thanks to our masks." The Anbu captain who had spoken was now receiving looks of incredulity from the rest of the Anbu. Hitaki Kakashi looked at them and pushed up his Hite-8 once again as the Sharingan was about to be revealed. "When we wear our masks, we won't be able to be recognized until we speak. And I don't even think he knows our names, so why bother?" The young captain gave a smile at Naruto, knowing the hardship that the kid was going through. "Alright, Naruto-kun, would you please take a seat near the back of the room? I have some business to discuss with these people." Quote, "Oyaji," was his small commentary on it, and the Hokage gave him a small smile and said, "This is just for grown-ups, Naruto-kun. A little boy like you should have no place here, but I'm letting you stay anyhow since I trust you won't reveal anything about the identities of these fine men and women." Naruto nodded, looking like an eager child, which he was. He took a seat next to an Anbu who looked to be a few years older than him and gave a beaming smile at the Anbu who simply gave a disinterested look at him. "Anbu-san? What rank are you?" The question took the Anbu off guard and he mumbled, "A captain rank Anbu, Uzumaki-san." Naruto looked at him with bright blue eyes and said, "Could you teach me some awesome ninja skills?" The Hokage watched the exchange between Uchiha Itachi and the young Naruto with a smile on his face. Hopefully this would thaw the young Anbu captain out of his icy shell, which had been made onto him by Danzo, the leader of the Anbu training facility, which had been shut down earlier that month due to inhumane ways of learning people to become Anbu. He knew that a few people within the Anbu were still loyal to that man, but the majority did as he had asked and had been transferred to a normal Anbu academy. "I don't think that would be appropriate, Uzumaki-san." The members of the Anbu looked at each other. "Teach the Kyuubi Gaki?" That was the thought that went through their heads, and they looked at the Hokage for any sort of order. "Only you would think to ask an Anbu captain to teach you jutsu, Naruto-kun." The Hokage was chuckling slightly and Itachi blushed a bit as he realized that he was the main focus of the Hokage's attention, and then nodded and said, "May I teach Uzumaki-san a few basic skills, like Henge no Jutsu and Kawarimi no Jutsu, for him to avoid civilians who might be after him for some sort of reason?" The Hokage gave a sign of approval and the meeting continued, making Naruto rather excited at learning jutsu from the Anbu captain. The rest of the meeting went silently, with the Hokage talking about unity between the Anbu and the other shinobis and that every matter should be investigated, even the ones that concerned a certain someone in this room. Who he meant was obvious, the child not understanding that it was about him, but paying attention anyhow. The Anbu looked at the youngster who was being surrounded by that infernal chakra when a team member spoke up. "Sir, he's manipulating the water." And indeed, a great wave came towards them, the youth not even seeming slightly afraid of it, and as the water hit his body with great force, nothing was felt by him as he controlled the water, and willed it not to hurt him, only to teach the Anbu the lesson not to mess with him. "This is merely a fragment of my power." His voice was heard even though the water had already seemingly swallowed him, and the Anbu watched as the water seemed to freeze after it had swallowed Naruto, then slowly watched as the water which had embedded itself within the canyon's walls began to join the big stream of water, and a miniature tornado made of water began to form around Naruto, before being sent at them with massive force behind it. "This is going to hurt," was the shared thought of the Anbu before the water hit them, making them all black out due to the force behind it. The Uzumaki kid seemed to be on a Sannin level, something which didn't bode well for the village if they angered him in any way. All the kid probably wanted was to be left alone, and we disturbed it, well, time to pay the price. Naruto looked at the unconscious Anbu team, and gave a small smile and said, "There is no repentance for those who have fallen, so I shall reap what the villagers have sown. When my exile has been made certain, Konoha shall die." The words were spoken and they weren't heard by anyone, but the vow still stood. When he was to be exiled, he would wreak havoc and eliminate the majority of Konoha's forces with his power. "You might want to try and get a girlfriend first," since girls would be rather cross with you if you killed their family and then asked them to go on a date with you with possible later things in store for the two of you. Kyuubi's voice rang through his head and he looked at the ground, which was shaking a bit due to the power release, the water making it all muddy and sludgy. Let's dance. He began to practice what he did best, doing high-level jutsu enhanced with his chakra, with the Kyuubi's additional chakra supporting it and letting him make more realistic things happen with his genjutsu, making his Kaiden jutsu destroy and burn more ground or targets, improve the force that he used on an unfortunate tree which served as taijutsu practice target, which slowly began to be cut down by the force of his blows and was good enough for firewood 3 minutes later. Awake at last, Anbu-san. The voice roused the Anbu captain, who groggily sat up and mumbled, "What the hell was that?" and then looked at the Kyuubi's container, taking note of the feral look which Naruto seemed to have gained, finally looking closer than the initial making contact had allowed. "Uzumaki Naruto-san, could you please come with us to Konoha? You beat us fair and square, using a Suiden jutsu to knock us out, but we are merely doing our job and I'll come with you to Konoha." The answer was short and to the point, making the Anbu captain look up towards the Jinchuriki. "Honto? Well then, after I've woken up most of the team, assuming they are still asleep and I wasn't the last to be awakened." He took a look around to see that the other Anbu were still knocked out, grinning as he saw that one of the Anbu had his hair all messed up, which was a bad thing for the guy because he absolutely cherished his hair, taking great care for it every time before they went on missions for Hokage-sama. "Wake up, men, we got a job to do." In a style which seemed reminiscent of a drill sergeant, he awoke all of his team members and then looked at them and said, "Alright, Uzumaki Naruto-san has agreed to go with us back to Konoha. Let's go." Naruto nodded and the Anbu team watched as he jumped into a tree, then going towards the direction Konoha was in. They followed suit, taking not much manners to disguise where they were since they didn't expect anyone to attack them, even thought they technically should be on the lookout for any enemy attack. They approached the gates of Konoha and Naruto paused, and smoke enveloped his form to disappear after a few seconds, giving him red hair and blood-red eyes. "Let them see the creation they have made with their hatred, let them see the anger which is me." He spoke and he began to advance upon the gates, going as far as to jump right in front of the Chunin guard and growl menacingly, letting the poor woman shriek like a banshee as a feral-looking man jumped from the woods to growl at her. The appearance of the Anbu team as well as the fact that Naruto had already disappeared, helped her calm down and hope that she wasn't going to be scared by more weirdos who felt like tormenting her. What a scared little girl. Well, I hope that there would be someone who could offer slight resistance to fear effects. "You call that slight?" That human woman almost jumped from her skin in fright when she saw your looks. Kyuubi's voice was calming him down from the anger which was flowing within him. He quelled the anger he felt and could sense that there were people who were interested in him, having gained gifts over the years, including a slight control over the elements. The element of water was fully under his command, being the easiest to master due to it being a fluid, and fluids tended to be very easily moved by the force of chakra. "It doesn't matter much, Tucson. Humans are so frightened of you that they would hurt me to get to you. I'll kill them before they will ever lay a hand upon you, not that they could with you sealed within me. By the way, how do you think I should try to help Kurenai-chan? I reserved my anger for the ones who did this to her and had the stupid idea to frame me for it." His mental dialogue was answered with a deep chuckle from the inhabitant that he now called father. "Healing the mind is a very difficult thing to do, my son, especially with a woman who has been violated as she has. Her mind will have had no time to cope with it all. A long time ago, before this world reverted into this primitive state, there were doctors of the mind which began to study rape victims and the like. The ways that were used to treat them may still be in use at this date, but I don't think they know of a way which can be used to heal one's mind after a rape. There was a famous doctor who had said something about an Oedipus complex or something like that. It's like killing your father and marrying your mother." The beast gave a pause and then stated, "I knew the Oedipus guy, and he didn't marry his mother at all. He did kill his father though, by just killing him when the guy refused to lend him some aid with killing a wild boar. I know a lot about those people who were renowned in your ancient history. If you really want to know who he married, then I'll tell you that it was his oldest sister. I was at the wedding, disguised as a man serving drinks to the people. It was funny until there were some trouble with the food and most servants were executed. Kyuubi gave a harsh laugh within Naruto's mind and a smile came upon Naruto's face as he entered the Hokage tower, hoping that this matter would be attended to swiftly. Hokage-sama, you can count on me and my dogs. We will get to the bottom of that terrible event. The voice was slightly boisterous, and seemed to belong to a female whose identity he couldn't identify. 3 seconds afterwards the door was opened and a young woman exited, and Naruto saw 2 red streaks on her face, signifying her as an Inuzuka, her dogs following her, being pretty large for their size, coming to around his waist, and he was considered to be tall. Tsunade-sama, why did you send that team of absolute numbskulling bastard undertakers to me? They bugged me while I was just beginning to release Kyuubi's power. He looked at the blonde woman as she looked at him with her right eye twitching slightly. They are called Anbu, and don't mock them because I could send them after your hide and you wouldn't be able to do anything against it since I am Hokage and you are not. I may love you but there are limits to my patience, Naruto. She was very irritated thanks to the fact that she had to provide the chakra needed for healing Yuhi Kurenai and had to deal with the irritating doctors who gave her the friendly advice to cast out that hell-spawned demon Gaki. That had almost made her lose her calm but she had gathered herself again and then had finished healing the external wounds, taking a note that Kurenai probably needed to talk to someone who she was familiar with, Anko volunteering to do it immediately. First of all, the scent pattern would have to be checked, as well as a genetic match to be found from the files of the Junin to Chunin level shinobi, and maybe even the Genin. This could not go unpunished as long as she was Hokage. It was an affront to all women to let one of their number get raped and all the blame to be shifted on some poor boy who didn't have anything to do with it. Did you rape Yuhi Kurenai, Naruto-kun? She looked him in the eyes, looking for any sign of guilt but found none. I.e., Tsunade-sama. I had nothing to do with the rape of Yuhi Kurenai, but intend to make sure that the people who did it will face their worst nightmare. A dark chuckle followed, making the air within the room slightly heavy, like there was something ominous brewing in the blonde youth. Will you agree to have your scent checked by Inuzuka Hana to check if you were anywhere near Yuhi-san during the time of the violation to her body? She watched as he nodded and remarked, did you know that my ability to smell scents is even greater than any dog? Kyuubi gracefully let me inherit the gift. After all, he wouldn't let his dear container suffer from any harm due to not being able to smell the enemy. Naruto looked at the woman who gave a curt nod and said, bring Inuzuka Hana in, UNBA captain. The man saluted the Hokage and the team poofed out of the room, looking for the dog user. Kurenai was still unconscious as she was put into a bed and then checked by the medical staff who all kept on muttering things like how that demon should die. Anko was less than pleased at it and just silenced one of the doctors by letting a snake wrap around the throat of the man, looking him in the eyes and said, Uzumaki Naruto was with me the entire time since I had to discuss something with him, which also can be confirmed by Shizune-san as well as the daughter of Ichiraku Tuchi. As for accusing him, I'd like it if you would keep silent while in her presence. She pointed at Kurenai and then continued. It seems like you may not learn all there is, Medic-san, so let me give you one warning, speak about Uzumaki Naruto in a way I don't like and you'll get your manhood chopped off and eaten by me, so unless you want me to do that, keep your mouth shut. She growled out, and looked at him, her eyes turning yellow for a brief moment, a small reminder of her sensei creeping through into her eyes, turning them like his own, when he was angry or feeling another strong emotion. You asked for me, Hokage-sama? The woman looked at the Hokage and her blonde guest and immediately there was a serious look on her face, where there had been a slightly carefree look moments ago. Hi, Inuzuka-san. I would like you to do a full investigation of Uzumaki Naruto's scent and if he has raped Yuhi Kurenai. Quote, the Hokage remained ice-cold throughout all this, hiding her feelings for Naruto as she knew that when Hana filed her report and that it didn't mention anything about Naruto being the one who had raped Yuhi Kurenai, then he'd be free of suspicion, and hopefully he might still stay in Konoha, or else there would be a Hokage going rogue and be labeled an S-rank Nukenin. She hadn't taught Sakura all that she knew, taking some jutsu for private use only, something which she considered her right, as she had been the one to invent them after all, and didn't think that Sakura was worthy enough to learn them. There were also some jutsu that were Junin rank and still couldn't be taught to Sakura because she had such low chakra levels. She on the other hand had greater chakra levels than most people in the village, excluding the other Sannin and the previous Hokage. Naruto was the only one who could easily surpass her with chakra levels that would rip apart the very earth around him if he released them. The fourth tail of the Kyuubi would make him more prone to go into a berserker mode and would not make sure that there would be no damage inflicted on him. Uzumaki-san, follow me to my house, and we'll do it there, and afterwards I would like to talk to you. The voice was serious, unlike her younger brother who had once joked around while in class. Naruto followed her without a shred of a doubt that she would subject him to a full investigation and just followed the flow. They walked through the village, the villagers and shinobi giving Naruto dirty looks who he returned with blood-red eyes and a snarl at sometimes. He could feel how the heartbeat of most people began to quicken the moment that he passed, and he could smell the fear thick within the area when he passed, knowing that they were all too scared to do much against him. Yes, scare them, make them feel pure terror before you rip out their throat. Kyuubi cheered within his mind and Naruto smiled a bit, a deep bloodlust within the smile, which made it look creepy on his face. He looked at the woman who was leading him towards her house and grinned, not really all that interested in facing a full examination by someone who used dogs. "Kasen, I'm home," she shouted when she approached her home, her blonde companion scowling slightly. A woman he recognized as Kiba's mother came out of the house, and looked at the pair with eyes which seemed to be looking for something. "Hi boy, how are you today?" It took him a few seconds to process that this woman was speaking to him and he answered. "I'm fine, at the moment Inuzuka-san. Your lovely daughter is about to subject me to a full-body search or something on the order of the Godem Hokage. Something I'm not too pleased about since I would be under constant fire from Tucson. I am not that bad, Naruto-kun. I just want to make sure you have some fun, and I heightened the pheromones your body produces slightly, allowing more and more females to like you in a way other than thinking you as a demon." Naruto groaned and said, "Tucson just told me that my pheromone production has raised slightly, with effects that he wouldn't clarify." He kept on mumbling something about maybe making sure that the thing was sealed for a month so he couldn't talk to it but still access Tucson's power. The Chunin and the Junin's eyes widened slightly as they beard that he referred to Kyuubi as father, and Sume had enough courage to ask, "You call Kyuubi your father?" Naruto nodded and said, "Hi, he's like a father to me, helping me out whenever I need it and offering advice about doing things." He blushed at the thought that was running through his mind, of a certain Hokage screaming his name as they lay between bed sheets, moaning and twisting and relishing in each other's presence. "Alright, enough daydreaming Uzumaki-san. I am going to need you to go into the house and then follow me." "Kasen, can I use that room?" she asked to her mother, who nodded and said, "Do you need to use my dogs too? I don't have any mission for the next 3 days so they are free if you want to take them, but only with their permission," Sume said, looking at her daughter with a slight smile on her face. Her daughter could be as rough as possible with her examination there without being disturbed. As the two entered the house, Hannah having rejected the offer of using her mother's dogs, favoring her own dogs over those, and they walked through the house, greeting some family members every now and then, with Naruto simply giving a small grunt in recognition, while Hannah greeted them. They came to a room which was labeled, "Torture Room." Naruto gave an uneasy glance at Hannah, who smiled slightly and said, "Don't mind the title, Uzumaki-san. You'll find out that the room is not a torture room at all, but merely a room in which most members of the household go to have some peace and quiet, but often, there is nobody within the room due to the fact that most of us are busy with missions and other stuff." She opened the door, to see an empty lounging room, and she ordered Naruto to stand on the free space in the middle, his legs spread slightly. When he had done so, he could feel the nose of a dog sniffing his left leg, and then he said, "Shall I go lie down? That way it would be easier." She nodded and he laid down, his eyes turned towards the ceiling. Immediately he could feel a dog smelling his left side, then continuing to his private parts, then suddenly felt the dog leave that part and start on his legs. He could feel the presence of a female close and knew that it would be Hannah. "Uzumaki-kun, allow me to strip you down to your underwear, or if possible entirely naked. It will allow me to smell your scent better, since my dogs aren't experienced with crimes like rape or murder and rape together, since they might confuse the scents with each other at times." He nodded and he sat up and began to fumble with his pants, finally getting them off after half a minute of making sure that the damn zipper opened. He slid his pants down and then lowered his underwear. He heard Hannah taking a deep sniff, then she said, "Uzumaki-kun, allow me for a few minutes while I check the samples." Please get dressed. She got the semen samples from a pocket, and opened the bags they were contained in, smelling no scent of Naruto on it. There were different categories in which it could be classified, and most of them seemed to be able to be identified by the scent of the semen, which carried a part of the genetic code and through a long and difficult explanation could be explained. You are not the one who did this, Uzumaki-san. She stated and shivered, as the powerful scent of him was still lingering within her nose, making her feel strangely wham, like a bitch in heat. She knew that the feelings must have been evoked by that pheromone thing that he was talking about, and Naruto said, "Good, will you check the rest of the people available to you for the scent? I'll go back to my house." She looked at him and then said, "Why don't you stay for dinner? I'm sure that you wouldn't want to go back there. It's burned down," she said, looking at him with her eyes slightly hopeful that he would accept. She would like to see different people at the table than her family, but they rarely received guests due to her family's rather unique behavior. "So the bastards burned down my home," he mumbled, and then looked at Hana and said, "Alright then, I'll eat with your family. Tu-san probably would agree with me." "That I do. She looks good enough to eat. Licking her womanhood would also be nice." Naruto blushed slightly and then sighed and said, "Willing to give me a tour of the house before dinner?" She gave him a smile and then said, "Hi, Uzumaki-san, follow me." He looked as the room began to fill with Inuzuka clan members, taking note that there was a special table set up for the dogs so they could feel. "It looks rather like they enjoy doing things with their dogs, don't they, Tucson? Want to touch?" A grin spread on her face, and then she said, "Serve him, dog biscuit, or I'll make sure you'll be neutered by dawn. I do have that license to neuter dogs. You know, humans are in that same category. It will only be messier than with dogs." She gave him a sweet smile which seemed to convey the message of a lot of pain for Kiba. Kiba grudgingly did as he was told, Naruto taking a great delight in being served by him as some sort of retribution. "So the dog obeys his elder. See, isn't that Kurenai's smell? Do you know you carry Kurenai's smell on you?" Kiba nodded slowly and said, "She wanted to have the team together once again, and me being the prime student that I am, I came to that meeting a few days ago." Naruto knew that that would be able to explain it all, but he looked at the rest of the family and grinned. "There are a lot of things which could have happened. The scent is still fresh on you, so you've met her some time ago." He turned to Hana and said, "Here is another test subject, Hana-san. Please do with him as you wish. I think you talked about neutering him, so if you just let me and I'll make sure he never reproduces." Naruto grinned and then heard a cough and saw Hana's mother having coughed, and she spoke the moment his head was turned to her. "Uzumaki-san, I'm glad you accepted Hana's invitation to dinner. She's such a polite girl instead of Kiba." She grumbled something about additional training in respect, something which Kiba lacked for her or something, and then continued. "Are you interested in my daughter?" The question took him off guard, and then he looked at the woman, then at Hana, and said, "I would like to check out what's for sale first. Surely I can't be satisfied with just one woman, or she'd die in the wedding night. Having something sealed within you that grants eternal stamina makes you very good in bed, with detrimental effects for the woman you are doing, of course." A laugh which sounded like a dog's bark was heard, and Inuzuka Sume grinned and said, "Seems like you got the right attitude, kid. I like you." She then returned to her food and a piece of chicken disappeared into her mouth. Naruto lifted his eyes to look at Hana and mumbled something into her ear. "I'll be going soon, Hana-chan. I want to visit Kurenai." Hana nodded and then looked at the young blonde man and said, "Want me to come with you?" she asked in a soft voice, hoping to not attract too much attention from the other people on the table. "She would be able to make sure you got there intact. The villagers wouldn't riot if they saw you escorted by a chunin known for her seriousness. However, she has a faint feeling of attraction for you, or someone else within this room, because I can felt how her temperature was beginning to rise slightly the moment we stepped in the house." Kyuubi's grin could be felt. "Tucson, please don't tell me that another woman could possibly be attracted to me. Tsunade probably is attracted to me because I look so much like her dead little brother. There is something more to that, my little kitling, a lot more. She cares for you a great deal. With warning you about the effort the mortals are making to kill you or expel you from the settlement we lived in for our entire life. Bed her, it will be fun." A mental image accompanied that, and it made him feel very much aware of the tight feeling in his pants, and he looked slightly uncomfortable at being in this position, until someone intervened. "Let's go, Naruto-kun. Let's visit before visiting hours are over." She got up, looking at the younger blonde who gave her a look and then rose also, looking at her the entire time. I bid everyone a good evening. I enjoyed the dinner. Arigato gozaimasu. He spoke in a way which conveyed no emotions and Hana thought that it was best for them to leave. I'll be back in about 3 hours, so Dog Biscuit will have to feed the dogs in my stead. See y'all later people. She disappeared with a poof of smoke, bringing Naruto with her. They appeared on the roof, taking a deep breath of the air, and then they were off. Naruto didn't really think she could match up with him, turning it into a little race, with the objective to getting to Kurenai as fast as possible. When they got to the hospital, Naruto put on a face which was colder than ice. A face which he had practiced for the occasion he would either need to fight seriously or that he might be able to make sure that there was a good amount of intimidation assured from that action. "How dare you come here, you bastard?" was muttered by a passing medic and Naruto's face looked with eerie eyes at the medic until he passed him by. He gave a rather dangerous look at the nurse who approached him and said, "Say anything and I'll make sure you will be silenced." The threat worked as the nurse paled and then slinked out of the way, looking at him with wide eyes, and he continued onwards, looking at the people in his path and mentally summoning up the will to go and talk to Kurenai. He was at a loss of what to do. Should he comfort her or try to offer reassurances that all would be fine again if she were awake at the moment? You could just allow yourself to be slipped into the mind of her and look around for the things which upset her a great deal. "I will make sure that nothing happens to your body, not until you are reunited with it." Naruto looked at the door and then opened it, taking a look inside to see the Junin lie in the bed, unconscious to the world. He gave a sad smile and then came into the room, Hana following her. He noticed Anko and then said, "She hasn't woken yet?" Anko was initially surprised that Naruto was there, but regained her composure immediately and said, No sign of her being awake, and I've been with her the entire time." Naruto looked at her and gave her an inquisitive look. "Were you in a relationship with Kurenai-chan?" Anko looked at him for a moment, somehow not following where the topic was leading to. "No, but we acted like we were in front of others just to make that hentai freak Ebisu's nose bleed. The damn guy kept looking at me the entire time, and while I like wearing these clothes, I don't like the kind of attention I receive." Naruto nodded and said, "Tucson has mentioned that there is a technique in which I could be able to make sure that Kurenai would be awake again to tell us all that has happened. It would require some close contact, due to the fact that there will be chakra and something else transferred to Kurenai-chan." He looked at Kurenai for a second before looking at Hana and said, "Get Tsunade-chan here. She should be able to make sure my body is in an alright state. Tell her that it's urgent for Kurenai's mental state and she'll come as soon as possible." Hana nodded and said, "I will be back shortly, Anko-san, Naruto-kun." With a small flicker she was gone, using it to mask her disappearance, still having some style as to not give away her manner of disappearing, which was still a prized secret by the Anbu and should never be handed out, or shown so casually. "Well, I guess we wait now. Naruto-kun, could you tell me how you are going to do that?" Anko asked, looking at him with her eyes looking at him with some small adoration within them. He grinned and said, "I won't be able to tell you what I will do, since Tucson is handling most of the technique. It will be something like the Yamanaka Jutsu, but then it would be performed by me, and a chain of sorts would be formed between Kurenai and I." "Is that a good explanation, Tucson?" he asked the Kyuubi, who sat there amused. "Indeed, it is somewhat correct, though you were slightly off on the chain thing. I won't be able to fully explain it to you, but it essentially links Kurenai's and your chakra together with mine, sending you in her mind, as well as allowing me to begin to heal the small mental damage she might have sustained in any matter, since I will be supporting her during the time you will be within her mind. Do you understand? Yes, I go into her mind, and you'll be the one supporting Kurenai's mental and physical health as well as mine. In a nutshell, that's it." Kyuubi's presence within his mind left and Naruto could feel the small amount of power which increased with a massive surge of the demon chakra of the Kyuubi flowing through his coils and veins. The power saturated his blood, making him feel like the veins of his body were on fire, the heart pumping the blood through his body faster and faster as the demon worked its magic. Anko watched as Naruto's face turned redder and redder while he seemed to be in a meditative state, and then she watched as bright lines of red appeared, giving her the impression of fire snaking its way through his veins, making her back down slightly, feeling very uncomfortable around Naruto. She watched as the whisker marks on his face seemed to glow an eerie red color, just like the veins had been before he opened his eyes and said in a voice not his own. Finally, I have control. Now to make sure that Kurenai-san is stable, I'll need to make sure that there won't be any foreign chakra sources affecting her. He turned his head towards Anko and then said, Has she been in contact with anyone exposing chakra to her and pushing it into her body, centered on the mind especially? The question must have been a hard one because he had to wait for an answer. But Kyubi was patient, and knew that the girl who he already considered to be his daughter-in-law. I don't think anyone has put chakra into her body ever since she was put into that bed. The unconsciousness probably is caused by something else. Might I ask why you possessed Naruto-kun, Kyubi-sama? She knew that it would be beneficent to her health and the health of the people around her if she remained courteous to Kyubi and not appease its anger, for she knew that she was no match should the Kyubi decide that she would be a nice meal. He might be in a human body, but even then it was a stamina freak with increased healing powers. Imagine Kyubi taking possession of it and then ruining the entire town by simply using the full strength available to him. She had once heard Hokage-sama remark that if Naruto got perfect chakra control, that he'd be able to be thrice as powerful with his punches as she had been in her prime, and that was enough to destroy a mountain with a tap of a finger. Why I possessed my son? Well, he wanted me to help Kurenai-san, so I agreed to help him with it. Their minds will be linked and I will be left to take care of his body, essentially Bane his guardian. If only the brat could shut down his stupid comments within the mind, then I'd be able to have some peace and quiet for once. Kyubi sighed. Naruto was raging at the fox within his mind. Oyaji, how dare you tell me to be quiet? I haven't even started on the next plan of action yet. All of this was shouted and perceived within the mind, thus causing Kyubi a headache the size of the Hokage monument. A bit of movement made Kyubi's eyes dart towards the place where the movement had been made, and he looked directly at the Hokage's face, which was looking slightly anxious. You said you have found a way to make sure that she's awake again, Naruto-kun? Make sure that she is awake again is one of the things I can do, Hokage-chan. But I'm not Naruto, just call me Kyubi and be done with it. I'll be here to stabilize the things on the material plane since his spirit and mind is diving within her mind, thus being able to revive her thanks to the link I will establish. Once he has found her, he must comfort her in a way she would deem appropriate, like some sort of quest he needs to fulfill, and she will awake soon after, Naruto's mind returning to his body. Any questions? Kyubi looked at the new arrivals. Seeing that Tsunade was thinking about something, he said, Yes, he loves you too. With a grin on his face, he watched as Tsunade turned red for a moment and he could hear Naruto speaking within his head. I can't believe you told her that. It was supposed to be a secret from everyone. How can someone like me love someone who is 40 years older than me? And let's not forget that she is the Hokage, and easily the strongest woman in the entire Fire Country, hell, the whole world. Naruto's protests went unheard by the massive fox as Naruto's eyes widened and Kyubi grinned and said, Kukakuku, I can't believe he'd actually admit that he liked you. Congratulations, Hokage-chan, for most probably becoming one of his mates. Kyubi looked at the bed with Kurenai in it and then spoke, a solemn tone in his voice. Alas, it is not to be, since he might lose his mind with this technique. And I wasn't that correct in my explanation of his feelings. Seems that he wants to make you happy instead of loving you. Please set another bed next to Kurenai-san's bed and I will begin with the technique. Don't be afraid if the room gets lit up by my chakra, because it will be probably some that will get transferred to Kurenai-san to accelerate the technique. Problem is that I don't know exactly how much her body can handle, due to never having channeled my chakra into any other body than Naruto's. Tsunade immediately went to action and came back with a bed half a minute later, looking not even exhausted as she set it down, the springs slightly creaking. All I could find within the shortest time span. Kyubi nodded and then laid himself on the bed, which was positioned close to Kurenai's, and he began to focus on the technique which would send Naruto into Kurenai's mind. With a murmur of a name, a flash of brilliant and brutal red chakra, all was still, Kyubi's red eyes beginning to glaze over as the mind technique was beginning. Good luck, Kit. May you heal her and restore her to her beautiful form. It was an old saying that Kyubi had quoted when it had heard about the mental techniques employed by the Freud guy. He had thought it up himself, making sure that it was appropriate in this situation. With a bright flash, he knew nothing. Naruto on the other hand looked around in the area where he was, looking for anything which would make sense. He was in Konoha, but it didn't feel like Konoha. He looked around to see that there were words on some of the walls, while there were pictures on other walls. He looked at the sky and saw that it was a void, wherein lightning was discharged with a weird feel towards it. He looked at it as the void seemed to want to draw him inside, and he quickly turned away, looking at one of the walls instead. Filth. That word was the only word on the wall, and he looked at it for a while, hoping to decipher what it meant, and what exactly the meaning behind it was. He touched the wall with his hands, feeling a strange emotion of loathing well up within him, so foreign that the emotion must be Kurenai's. Naruto looked at the other walls and saw that there were other things that were written on them. Slut, whore, bitch. He went to each of the walls and touched them, feeling the feelings associated with them. He looked at the walls and then touched the one with the word whore on it. He could feel a faint flicker of something on the edge of his conscious, a voice crying out something. Please no, he couldn't hear it anymore, but the voice had seemed like Kurenai's. He looked around and then went to one of the pictures, looking at them and then touching them too. He felt something within him being pulled forwards and he watched the memory. Kurenai was 3 years old at that point in time and she was happily playing with a man who must have been her father or something like that, because the man had red eyes too, although they looked rather duller than her vibrant red ones. He watched as the man instructed her on how to hold a kunai. He watched as she was focused and tried to hit the target with the kunai, only to have it miss by a few centimeters off the target's edge. Her father smiled at her and told her that it was okay for her to miss since she was still young. Kurenai got a determined look on her face and she hit the target the next time she threw, being excited about the fact that she had hit the target. Her father was proud of her too that his daughter was able to hit the target, and decided to hold a small celebration of sorts. Naruto pulled from the memory, feeling that he should no longer disturb it with his presence. He wandered through Konoha, taking note of the walls and the things they said. There was one named Love, and when he touched it he could hear his own voice, as well as someone else talking to Kurenai and her giving an answer, something which he couldn't hear. He looked around for any sign of the woman, and could hear some sound coming from somewhere where in the real Konoha her house would be. He walked towards the sounds, looking at the walls to see that there were words popping up and changing before his eyes. The thoughts took a turn for the worse as they turned into curses and words which shouldn't be associated with such a lovely woman like Kurenai. He looked around a wall and saw that the door to her house was open and that the sounds were coming from there. He walked towards the house, hearing the woman sobbing something about not wanting to experience it again and that they please stop. Guy walked into the room where Kurenai and the rest of the main people in this story were gathered and looked at the bed which contained Kyuubi, Naruto, and then placed the small bouquet of flowers on the stand next to Kurenai's bed, and he went to the Hokage to ask her what was happening. Said woman was sitting next to Kyuubi, Naruto's body, and looked at the pulse of the young man and looked up when Guy coughed and said, "How is Kurenai-san?" She sighed deeply and said, "Currently she is in a coma of sorts, her mind having shut down due to the stress it had while her body was being raped. Naruto-kun is now trying to make sure she gets out of her coma so she can tell us who had done this to her and make sure they are put to justice." Tsunade's eyes took on a hard glint as she began to imagine taking one guy's family jewels and making sure they were crushed like nuts exposed to a nutcracker. She grinned in a disturbing fashion. Next to Anko, whose face also was split by a grin which was even more threatening than the Hokage's grin due to the fact that she had the reputation of being totally insane and unstable even for someone as young as her. Guy looked as Naruto's body started to glow and Kyuubi's eyes snapped open as the demon looked straight at Guy and said, "He trusts you, green beast. You may reside here without harm befalling you. Others I would have eradicated on the spot." A grin split the maniacal beast's face, making it look all the more demonic to Guy's eyes. Naruto looked at Kurenai and said, "Kurenai-chan? It's Naruto." His voice was different here, probably because he was in someone's mind and this must be his mind voice. He looked at her naked body which was covered with fluids and saw her look up at him, a broken look in her eyes as she cringed at the sound of his voice and hugged her frame in some sort of protection gesture. "Come on, don't be afraid of me, I'm just Naruto and I'm not going to hurt you." He reached out to touch her, but the moment he touched her she let out a shriek which sounded like "get away." And she backed into a corner of the room. Naruto looked at her with a great amount of pity in his eyes and said, "Kurenai, please, I like you for the woman you are and my heart is breaking to see you like this. Please allow me to comfort you." All is going to be alright again. Kurenai felt so dirty at the moment that when the hand touched her she backed away, screaming that the person shouldn't touch her. She backed into a corner, hoping that the person would leave her alone. She felt violated, her virginity taken from her in a way which was the most brutal, by the people who she had once considered to be trusted by her. To have it taken away by Kiba had made her so weary of it all that she didn't want to wake up and see all the pitying stares by the villagers. She watched as the person approached once more, reaching out for her, probably to take her and press her against the floor again to rape her again. She allowed it, giving up, and would just wait for the pain to come again. Internally she cursed her weakness, but her body didn't want to feel even more pain. Naruto watched as Kurenai backed into a corner and he reached out to touch her. He watched as she shivered, and then seemed to lose whatever life she had. He took her hand silently, looking at her the entire time, and then gently dragged her to the middle of the room, on a soft spot of the carpet, and then sat down. With her in his lap, carefully held by him so that she would be able to feel his warmth. The feeling of strong arms around her was odd, and she didn't know what to do in this situation. She looked at the face of the person, but couldn't recall who he was. "Yondaime-sama?" she asked, hoping that it was him to relieve her of this dreadful existence. She watched as the young man's face looked at her in surprise, then softened somewhat and she heard him speak for the first time. "Kurenai-chan, you've been through a lot, haven't you?" Naruto heard her voice and looked her in the eyes, his blue eyes meeting her crimson ones, and he heard her speak. "Yondaime-sama?" He looked her deeply within the eyes, and cradled her even tighter, feeling her slightly slick body against his. "Kurenai-chan, you've been through a lot, haven't you?" Quote. He watched as she reacted, shivering enough for him to wrap his arms around her, and he whispered into her ear. "I'll make sure that it will never happen to you again as long as I live." She shivered as he spoke that sentence and then felt his arms cradle her protectively, and he moved his head towards her ear and whispered into it. "I'll make sure that it will never happen to you again as long as I live." She felt secure in his arms, and then she began to cry like she had never done before. The wall of emotions burst from her, and between her sobs she said, "It was so awful, they held my arms so that I couldn't move, and then they raped me. I can still feel their hands all over my body, touching me, and I can still feel their presence close to me. Yondaime-sama, please help me." Naruto looked at the woman and he could feel a slight wetness at his cheek, a sign that he was crying at this moment, feeling the emotions she was feeling in the same manner as she was feeling them. A connection between them formed as he began to stroke her cheek and said, "It will all be alright, Kurenai. I will protect you, like I have said once before. I love you and nobody is ever going to make sure that I will stop loving you." She felt comforted by his words and she looked him in the eyes, looking deep into the blue which was within them. She could feel hope and love welling up within her, and then brought her lips to his, and kissed him fiercely. "Then show me your love," she whispered as their lips parted. She looked at him expectantly, and smiled slightly as he colored a bit, knowing what she probably wanted. The moment that she kissed him made him freeze. He wasn't expecting to get kissed by a woman who thought he was the Yondaime Hokage. He looked at Kurenai and then said, "I am not the Yondaime, Kurenai-chan. I'm Uzumaki Naruto, the one who has gone out with you a few days ago." He looked at her face and saw his words sink in, and he heard her say, "It doesn't matter, Naruto-kun, I'll love you anyways. I need to feel it just this once, the pleasure of a man and a woman together locked in love and bodies." She looked at him with her eyes pleading him to do it. He could not help but give in. She wanted to feel him inside her, feel how this kind young man would be able to pleasure her and not cause her pain like before. "I am not the Yondaime, Kurenai-chan. I'm Uzumaki Naruto, the one who has gone out with you a few days ago." She heard him speak those words and immediately looked at him and noticed the subtle differences between the Yondaime and the one who called himself Naruto. He looked cute and she said, "It doesn't matter, Naruto-kun, I'll love you anyways. I need to feel it just this once, the pleasure of a man and a woman together locked in love and bodies." She didn't know why, but she felt connected to him, like he had felt a similar pain, but different. She could feel loneliness coming off him, like a small aura of it had been manifested around him for some time. She looked up to him pleadingly and then she touched his face and said, "You are the same like me, you felt the same pain, haven't you?" She spoke in an understanding manner, didn't even know why she was doing this. His presence was making her focus on him instead of the thing which had made her so messed up. He looked her in the eyes and then felt her hand touch his cheek, and she spoke to him, her voice somehow sounding softer and more seductive than he could ever have imagined. "You are the same like me, you felt the same pain, haven't you?" He could only nod, and she laid her head against his chest, smiling at him. "The pain is gone, Naruto-kun. I felt pain and felt violated, but now it's gone. I feel the love you had for me, to come here wherever we are." She viewed him in a new light, not the stranger who had comforted her, but as someone to love. She remembered the date they had, and knew that he was just a kid who had been cursed with the Kyuubi being sealed within him. He looked so cute when he looked at her the moment she was thinking about him, and knew that she loved him, no matter that she was a 30-year-old woman and that he was 15 years younger than her. Her lips found his once again, and the kiss was full of her passion, of the need to be loved by someone. She had no feelings about the rape, knowing that he'd probably tear the guys a new asshole. Kiba would pay for doing that to her, as would Asuma. She felt comforted in the knowledge that he would kill to protect her, having proclaimed the liking for him, know the love she felt, and wanting more. She looked at him with her red eyes brimming with lust, to cleanse the taint the men had done with her body and the real world from her spiritual awareness. "Take me, Naruto-kun, make me feel good, instead of those hurtful things they did to me." Naruto could only watch as the naked woman pressed herself against his body and then began to trail her finger against his chest, looking at him and licking her lips. She gave him a seductive smirk and then said, "Let's do it, Naruto-sama." She began to undress him with her hands slowly gliding over her body, making him feel her arms, and he knew that there wouldn't be much to do against it. His shirt was on the floor within moments, and he looked as the woman slid her hand over it, the fluids disappearing from her body as he could feel the surge of infernal chakra seep into her body, being channeled through his spirit, and possibly giving Kyuubi a look at the thing they were about to do. Outside of Naruto's body, Kyuubi had just finished transferring some of its chakra into Kurenai's body to help with the recovery. The effects of the small transfer of minds had already been seen by the ancient demon, who chuckled at his son's fortunate situation, and was glad that the neural paths didn't seem fried by the demonic chakra. There had been a small problem with the hormonal production within the brains, but the moment that Kyuubi realized that there were no hormones released which would be harmful to Kurenai, he stimulated the pleasure and the happiness hormones, allowing them to make her feel happy, even though she should be a nervous wreck on the inside. Naruto didn't exactly know why the hell he was doing this with this woman in her mind, where she had been so down before, but he knew that it felt better than anything that he had ever felt. To feel their bodies against each other, linked in one of the most intimate ways. He could feel her mind reaching out to him in some way, and he grasped it instinctively, feeling them merge in a way, feeling the feelings she had at the moment. She could feel something within her mind, giving her feelings she knew she had never experienced before. She could see some flickering images go through her mind and could hear a deep voice speak within her mind with a manner of speaking which made her obey. "Follow my son, follow his every whim, help him achieve his goal of the destruction of this village, and you shall be rewarded with eternal life on his side." She nodded and then could feel herself climaxing, followed by a surge of pleasure coming from the other side of the link as she screamed her answer. Yes, Naruto could feel her talking with his Atu-san, but didn't know what was being said. He heard her scream yes loudly, and then he received such a flood of feelings which overloaded his normal thought patterns, keeping him from ejaculating, and he came, the feeling being tripled with his own. They lay there panting, the room still looking as pristine as it had been the moment Naruto entered. He looked at her and saw that she was clearly looking gorgeous at this moment, and looked to be getting even more beautiful in the world that was her mind. When he felt a pull, he knew he would be pulled back into his body, and hoped that all had gone well. He focused his eyes to look at the blank hospital ceiling, and he slowly let it slide sideward, feeling extremely exhausted, as the chakra had been raging rampant through his body, the demonic chakra ripping apart his coils, needing them to heal before he could move well. He looked at Kurenai's face as she opened her eyes slowly, and he noticed that she looked somewhat different than before, something being off around her. She was now exuding a subtle aura of power, and he could hear his Atu-san laugh within his mind. "Why are you laughing, Atu-san?" he asked, and then got no reply except that there was something tugging on his sheets. He looked to see the people all looking at him and Kurenai with hopeful expressions on their faces. "I'm back in my own body," he whispered, and then coughed, and tried to get up, only to find that it was futile. He grinned and then said, It must have been a success since she is already waking up, and I'm not going to do that ever again. It felt so odd that I don't want to feel like that ever again. The vocal bit was said out loud and he looked at the woman who was just awakening and heard her mumble something. Master? He blinked twice and then just kept on staring as the woman sat up somewhat groggily, and then looked at him and licked her lips and said, Master, I love you. Naruto's eyes widened as the implications what Kyuubi had done sunk into him, feeling a twitch through the bond. Don't address me as master. I'm not worthy of being called that just yet. Plus it would seem odd that you were calling me master. The voice within her head was slightly confusing her at the first time it had spoken, and she couldn't help but obey the command he gave her. Naruto-sama, can we do it again? Her question was out of her mouth before she had really thought about it, and she colored, feeling the love that he had for her and the rest of the women in the room. She watched as he blushed and said out loud, I think you'd better tell Tsunade-chan who's raped you. Try to remain calm. He watched as she suddenly seemed to grow depressed once again and felt a wave of emotions wash over him, feeling the pain she had endured once again, and he heard her speak. Hokage-sama, I'll give you the names of the men who raped me. Just promise me one thing. As Kurenai finished, Tsunade said, Yes, if it is within my power, I shall do the thing you ask of me. Tsunade was being formal with the younger woman, since she felt like she should be responsible for once and not be someone who got the reputation that she had collected over the years. Naruto got an almost demonic smile on his face because he knew the answer which would come out of her mouth before she had spoken it. He wanted to carry it out, and do even more so that it would be a monument that one does not cross Uzumaki Naruto that easily and gets away with it. Hurt them as much as possible for the things they did to me. Make sure they feel the pain thrice as much as I have felt it. Naruto looked over at the three Junin, studying them in a calm and collected manner. His face frozen in an impassive stoic mask. He had heard Kakashi's question and nodded. All at once or one at a time? Naruto asked, his voice now monotone. Kakashi cringed slightly. The scroll hadn't exaggerated. He really did turn into a different person when fighting. One at a time, Kurenai answered. I was asked to test your skill with genjutsu. Guy will test your taijutsu and Kakashi will test both ninjutsu and kenjutsu. I will go first. The world around Naruto suddenly shimmered and was replaced by a dark twisted world with boiling pools of blood, rivers of lava, corpses littering the ground, and horrible howls and roars sounding off from all around him. If Naruto had to make a guess, this was the Hell's Nightmare genjutsu. Zombified corpses shuffled their way towards him as grotesque demons and monsters began to appear. Geez. I have worse nightmares than this. Hell, I've read worse horror novels and seen worse horror movies. Naruto thought dryly. Though it would work on a weaker-minded person. The perks of having a damn demon sealed in me, I guess. To everyone else nothing had changed. Kurenai was holding her hands in the dragon seal and concentrating very hard after she had called out Hell's Nightmare Jutsu. Most of the people there cringed knowing how horrible that particular genjutsu could be. It wasn't the worst, but it was still bad. What shocked them was the fact that Naruto had not reacted. Jiraiya let out a chuckle. You know, the brat suffers from chronic night terrors and nightmares on almost a nightly basis due to his unique circumstances and childhood. As such, he's grown to be quite resistant if not immune to scare tactics. He hasn't woken up from one of his nightmares in a cold sweat or shuddering for almost 2 years now. Jiraiya said. Naruto suffered from the memories of beatings and abuses when he was too young to defend himself from mobs of villagers. He was forced to relive the experiences every night. Sometimes they were so real he could feel the pain from the beatings. Other ones came from Kyuubi as a last-ditch effort to make its container suffer before all its power was drained by Naruto. It was spiteful, yes, but it was a demon fox after all. Tsunade felt bad for Naruto. That was not the way to harden oneself. Kakashi cringed again at the thought of having nightmares so much to the point that it killed your normal fear factors. Guy just frowned and the others gathered had a sad and worried look on their faces. Sure, they knew he had a rough life. But to suffer from chronic night terrors or nightmares, that was harsh. Naruto lazily lifted up his hand and snapped his fingers. Release. He muttered calmly and let out a large shockwave of chakra, effectively destroying the genjutsu. Kurenai stopped trying to hold the genjutsu and stood up with a frown. Naruto had an unnatural lack of fear, but she figured that was partially due to having a demon sealed within him. She was only partially right. Kakashi knew the rest of the story. All the beatings, attempted assassinations and near-death experiences he experienced as a little kid. He finally dropped the blocks on those horrible memories and used them to literally beat fear itself. Naruto let out a mirthless chuckle. It served to cool the air about 30 degrees. Nice try, Kurenai-san, but if there is one thing I've learned is that the only thing that I ever need fear is myself. Kurenai shuddered slightly at the tone of his voice and the truth laced in his words. Test 1. Genjutsu pass, she said and swiftly left the field. Guy then stepped up and released his weights and assumed a Guken stance. Naruto assumed a stance that gave the impression of a predator hunting its prey, just waiting to strike. It was known as the Ryuken or Dragon Fist style, a very powerful taijutsu that needed precise timing and accuracy to accommodate insane amounts of speed, stamina and strength. Your flames of youth burn brightly, Naruto-kun. Let us start our youthful match. Guy bellowed. Naruto gave a curt nod, blurred and vanished from sight, leaving only a slight after-image. Holy shit, that's fast, was the thought that ran through everyone's minds. Guy also vanished. The thunderous sounds of fists and feet meeting flesh rang out through the area as each blow caused minor shockwaves. Both were moving at such high speed and using such force that the only one there that was really able to see everything was Kakashi. To the others they were blurs. Neji and Hinata were barely able to keep up. Leaf Whirlwind, Guy called out and nailed Naruto with the attack, sending him back a few feet. Naruto righted himself in mid-air and reared back his fist, the muscles on his arm bulging slightly. Jiraiya winced. He knew what was coming next. Naruto's variation of one of Tsunade's favorite moves. Dragon Tremor. Naruto snapped and rammed his fist into the ground. A massive shockwave tore up the ground as large chunks of earth were ripped up and a fissure was torn up into the earth as it headed for Guy, who looked particularly stunned but not enough to get the hell out of Dodge. Tsunade had to collect her jaw off the ground along with Sakura. They had to use chakra to enhance their strength to that level. Naruto wasn't. It was all natural. Naruto shot towards Guy before he could steady himself and shot up, nailing the older man in the jaw with a bone-shattering uppercut. Raising Fang. Naruto barked. Guy shot up into the air only to have Naruto appear above him, elbow poised to nail his now defenseless form. Sundering Dragon Strike. Naruto snapped. Guy was met with a harsh blow to the solar plexus and rammed back down into the unforgiving earth below, causing it to crater beneath him and Naruto. He spat up some blood. Even his battle-hardened body, he couldn't handle another blow like that and hope to live. I forfeit. Guy winced. Naruto held out his hand and helped the older man up as Asuma came and helped the battered taijutsu master off the field. Kakashi at this point was sweating bullets and thanking Kami that he didn't have to test Naruto in taijutsu. That would have killed him. Rock Lee was for the first time ever stunned speechless. His master, the best taijutsu master in Fire Country, had just gotten his ass handed to him. By Naruto no less. Neji shuddered slightly. If this had been 4 years ago, he'd be paced on the arena floor. Kiba was thinking of like mind. That was a good match, Guy-san. Perhaps you and Lee could join me in some spars. We could improve each other's skills, I'm sure. Naruto said modestly. Guy gave him a weak grin and a thumbs up at the offer, one he would not pass up. Kakashi walked up and pushed back his apprehension. Ninjutsu and Kenjutsu. Think we can skip the Kenjutsu? He asked. Huh, why? Naruto asked, not showing his surprise. According to your information scroll, you are a master of mystical beast style. I am a moderate level with the flowing crescent moon style at best. I wouldn't be able to properly test you. Kakashi answered. Naruto fought back the urge to grimace. His style was a lost art he had gained from absorbing some of the bastard fox's memories. That was also how he learned Ryuken. It didn't help that he customized both arts to fit his own tastes either. The flowing crescent moon style was good, but nowhere near the mystical beast style. Agreed, Naruto said, seemingly relaxing his stance. Kakashi saw this and threw several shuriken and formed a familiar cross seal. Shadow Clone Shuriken. Naruto smirked and ran through several seals. Wood Release, Wood Wall Jutsu. Naruto countered. A large wall of trees seemingly stuck together grew out of the ground, causing everyone to gasp in shock. The last person known to be able to use wood element jutsu to this effect was the first Hokage. Sarutobi had been able to do a few, and so did a man named Yamoto. Kakashi flashed through a few more seals. Fire release, dragon fire bullet jutsu. Several balls of fire shot towards the wood wall and set it ablaze. Naruto rolled out of the way and did a few seals. Wind release, drilling air bullet jutsu. 6 softball-sized twisting balls of air shot at Kakashi faster than he could dodge. He vanished in a puff of smoke as the air bullets shredded a log in his place. Kakashi was catching his breath from behind the tree line. A thought crossed through his mind. It would be a low blow. A very low blow, but he wondered. Making 3 shadow clones, he then made them henge into Sasuke, Orochimaru and Kabuto. He sent them out to confront Naruto so he could come up with a plan to try to beat him. Test or not, Kakashi wasn't going to give up unless forced to. Sasuke, Orochimaru and Kabuto suddenly appeared from out of the woods. Though Sasuke appeared a bit older, he was still dressed in his usual outfit, and so were the snake and 4 eyes. Naruto stiffened slightly, his eyes narrowing dangerously. He didn't smell snake or sense tainted chakra, so he knew they were fakes, but it still pissed him off that his sensei would stoop to that level to try to get a rise out of him. Jiraiya blanched. Tsunade Haim. We need to get the hell out of here, now. Tsunade started and looked at her former teammate and noticed he looked afraid. Why? Because Hitaki just poked the wrong button, he said with a slight gulp. Hello Dobi, so nice to see you again, Sasuke said. Naruto's eyebrow twitched. Kukakuku. What's wrong, Naruto-kun, not happy to see an old friend? Orochimaru asked silkily. Naruto's muscles bulged slightly as his chakra levels began to rise rapidly. We were never friends, he was just a useless dobi that could never hope to be at my level. Sasuke scoffed. Surprising the hell out of everyone, Sakura suddenly shouted in anger. Kick his ass, Naruto. A feral grin crossed Naruto's features as his eyes went from piercing blue to baleful red with slit pupils. Kakashi-sensei. Your ass is mine when I find you. Naruto snarled, causing said copy ninja to gulp. Perhaps this was not the best idea he could have had. The 3 clones under the henge cringed. Chakra began swirling around Naruto's hands, a powerful orb of spiraling energy forming in each hand, each looking like a miniature typhoon. The clone of Sasuke began doing a Chidori in hopes of countering the Rasengan. Naruto slowly pushed both Rasengan together, making one very large basketball-sized Rasengan. The raw power whipping up around Naruto was staggering enough to force some of the others to their knees. The power, it was inhuman almost. Chidori, the Sasuke clone cried out and dashed at Naruto. Odama Rasengan. Naruto growled and shot towards his opponents. The massive spiraling sphere shredded through the clone of Sasuke, the Chidori glancing off it and discharging in the clone's hand. Before the other 2 clones could even move, Naruto had arrived and slammed the large Rasengan into the ground and released it, letting out a massive explosion that tore up nearly half of the training ground. Dust and chunks of earth were kicked up ruthlessly and scattered about as a small mushroom cloud rose from the impact zone. Naruto was nowhere to be seen. Kakashi nervously made his way back into the grounds only to suddenly be trapped in a large cage of ice. Naruto walked slowly out of the smoldering crater he had made with his Odama Rasengan, his eyes blue once more but giving off an eerie glow. The copy ninja gulped as Naruto walked up to the cage, reached through and grabbed the front of his vest and jerked him towards the icy cold constructs keeping him imprisoned. If you ever pull something like that again, sensei or not, I will kick your ass so hard your grandmother will feel it, and I will personally burn every perverted book in Fire Country. Naruto growled. I do not like to be reminded of how foolish I once was or how I lost my friend to the darkness. Are we clear? Crossing crystal. Kakashi gulped. Good, Naruto said, letting him go and touching the ice prison, turning it into water, releasing Kakashi. So, do I pass? Naruto asked, his kind smile and features once again in place, showing there really weren't any hard feelings. Scare tactics were fun when they worked. Kakashi gave his usual eye smile and nodded. Yeah, you pass. You've grown up a lot, Naruto, I'm proud of you. Naruto chuckled, all tension gone now. Thanks, sensei, I had to grow up sometime though and I have people I still wish to protect. He said, glancing at his friends. Glancing about the training ground, it was easy to see that nearly all of the area had been destroyed. There were even a few trees uprooted. The truly sad part was, Naruto had only used a quarter of his full power and nowhere near the total amount of skills or jutsu he had. Simply put, anyone below cage level wasn't much of a challenge to him unless they had an extraordinary gift. Not that he wasn't omnipotent or anything. Demons gave him a hell of a time and anything above a six-tailed demon would probably wipe the floor with him. And all of the Akatsuki and Orochimaru were cage-level missing ninja. None of them would go down easily. Naruto walked up to the stunned group of friends. He noted that while they didn't seem afraid of him, they were shocked. He had no idea he had made a few of them feel more than a little inadequate with his power. Naruto grabbed his jacket and scarf and placed them back on. How the hell did you get so powerful? Kiba suddenly asked. Lots of specialized training and several bouts with enough physical pain that one of Ibiki's torture sessions would seem like a spa treatment. Naruto said dryly. That caused a wave of cringes to sweep through the group. Upon a closer look at Naruto, faint scars could be seen littering his upper body, even the large ones made from Chidori. Okay, I'll give you that. But it still doesn't explain how the hell you got so much chakra. It was inhuman. Kiba complained. An odd look crossed Naruto's eyes for but a second but was replaced by his now usual look. I've always had abnormally large amounts of chakra. It was one of the reasons I had so many problems with control as a kid. My parents were also known for their unusually high levels of chakra, so it kinda runs in the family. Naruto said by way of half-truth. He wasn't ready to give out that secret yet. So you found out who your parents were? Shikamaru asked. He had a hunch, but Tsunade answered for them both as she presented Naruto with his new Chunin vest and his clan scroll that had been waiting for him here in Konoha. Naruto is the son of Kushina Uzumaki, last heiress of Whirlpool's Uzumaki clan, and his father is Minato Namikaze, the Yellow Flash and our late fourth Hokage of Konoha. Also the last of the Namikaze clan. She said. Shikamaru smirked. Figured a much. He mused. Now if I could only figure out why the fourth would seal a demon into his own son, then the puzzle would be complete. Troublesome. But Naruto won't be giving out information like that anytime soon. Oh well. Perhaps that explains Naruto-kun's changes. He has ignited his flames of youth to burn brighter to honor his father. Lee exclaimed. Naruto's sweat dropped. Not quite, Lee, he said dryly. Neji frowned. He had looked Naruto over with his Byakugan. Naruto's chakra coils were 3 times the size a normal person's should be. His core had grown exponentially. There was a second chakra core attached to the original and they were so damn bright it was blinding to look at them. Neji was positive that Naruto's power had grown far beyond what he had shown, meaning he had acquired at the less elite Junin level skills considering the ease he had in dispatching Guy, Kurenai and Kakashi. Still, it didn't answer one question. It is true that you have become more powerful and obviously more skilled, Naruto-san, but your personality has also changed drastically from how you used to be. To be honest, we did not expect such a drastic change. Neji stated. Naruto sighed. He knew he would eventually have to let them in on his secrets, but now wasn't the time, so he would tell them part of the story. I had some particularly bad memories from my childhood that I didn't want to remember, so my mind locked them away. Severe mental trauma does strange things to a person, and when those memories were locked away, so were certain aspects of my personality. The result was the simple-minded, hyperactive knucklehead you all knew. The incident also severely screwed up my ability to have proper thought processes without total concentration and gave me a rather short attention span for the most part. Naruto said, an odd look crossing his face. A cross between looking as if he had bitten something sour and a pained look. I guess I had thought that so long as I remained a kid then nothing really bad could happen to me. Unlike most of you guys, I never had a family, nor did I know what having a family was like. I have lived on my own since I was 4 years old, since the orphanage I was in kicked me out. I have been hated and despised for things beyond my control since I was born that led to various bad things happening in my life. Still, I survived. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger, right? Because of this hate though, I never had anyone that was willing to properly teach me anything. The only two people willing to in the beginning were very busy and I didn't want to add to their burdens, so I tried my best to learn things on my own. Obviously I didn't do a very good job, but it was enough to survive. My extreme like for ramen was born from the fact that it was the only food I could afford. The reason I wore those damn orange jumpsuits were because it was the only things the shops would sell me at triple the cost value, and it at least gave me some attention, something as a child I had craved. My tools. I scrounged them from the needed to be fixed or needed to be tossed bins behind ninja tool shops. Everyone had gone dead silent as Naruto began explaining some of his life to them. None of them knew it had been that bad. Though he might be exaggerating, the sad and shamed looks on the adults told them otherwise. The looks told them he was severely sugar-coating the story. That little fact hit each of them in the gut like a lead weight. I've never had an easy life. I never wanted one either. Though it would have been nice to have things a little more pleasant than they were and still will be. After my experience with Uchiha, I began to recall the memories my mind locked away, hence my problem with nightmares and such. I had to take a good, long and hard look at my life and make a choice. I could remain the idiot buffoon that wallowed in ignorance, or I could bite the kunai, act like myself and throw myself into my training to earn and gain the power and skills I needed to keep my promises as well as my nindo. To answer your current question and a past one, Neji, even someone like me has to grow up sometime. Childish dreams, playtime and games are fun and all, but they get you nowhere in the real world or in real life. Naruto said and began removing his wrapping around his stomach. As the last of the wrapping fell, they were all treated to the sight of an angry glowing crimson seal that seemed to sear into his flesh and pulse with a sick blood-red glow. Neji. When you said I could have no idea what it was like to be marked by something against my will, you, my friend, were quite wrong. I have had this seal since I was a newborn. I will have it until its purpose is finished. It is the reason I am hated, it is the reason I am more powerful than I should be. It is my gift and my curse. My burden that I carry alone, a cross that only I can bear. Naruto said and swiftly began rewrapping his bandages. Perhaps in time I will tell you all the true meaning of this seal. But once you know the truth, none of you will ever be able to look at me in the same light again. Naruto turned to the adults and noticed Tsunade looked like she was forcing back tears. He sighed once more. Tsunade-sama, if you deem them worthy of the secret, I give you and only you the permission to tell them. If you do decide to tell them, then have Jiraiya and Kakashi help fill in some of the blanks. Now, I've got some things to attend to at home. I will come by in the morning to be reinstated into active shinobi duty. Naruto stated, turned and walked a few feet before vanished in a swirl of fire. Sakura was shivering as she remembered the cursed heaven seal that Sasuke had. Naruto's seal didn't look like a cursed heaven seal, but it was obviously not anything good. The only consolation she could find was that it didn't seem to affect him personally too much. Maybe it wasn't something she should worry too much about, yet. Neji had gone silent. So, Naruto was truly cursed just as he was. Yet, Naruto fought against fate and made his own destiny. Neji had been trying to do so himself, but he found it hard at times. Perhaps he too needed to try harder. Tsunade decided to speak up before questions started flying. I am sorry, but if any of you want to know about the truth behind the seal on Naruto, you will not only need his express trust by mine as well, plus his permission and presence when the information is given. It is considered a sulfur monosulfide class secret, and we will leave it at that. Now, you may all return to what you were doing. I have some work to do at the office. Good day to you all. Tsunade stated before vanishing in a swirl of leaves. Jiraiya and the other adults followed suit, leaving a very confused and curious group of teens. Naruto stood silently upon the head carving of his father on the Hokage monument. Unlike earlier, he wasn't bothering to hide his 6 long golden blonde and silver-tipped furry tails. His ears now resembling that of a fox and up higher on his head. His eyes still the same icy sapphire blue but with slit pupils. It was dusk, and he watched as the clouds in the sky swirled with various pinks, blues and purples as the sun began to set in the distance. The lights of the village began lighting up as the nighttime stars began littering the sky. It was truly a beautiful sight to behold. Though his mind was on other matters at the moment. I shouldn't have said what I did earlier. I've just guaranteed that they will all learn about the damn fox now. Sigh. I knew it would have to happen eventually though. Perhaps better sooner than later. It will make the pain of their rejections hurt less. Sakura-chan. She sure grew into a beautiful young woman. So did Hinata, Ino, Tenten and Tamari for that matter. Hey, it's not like it really matters in my case. I never had a chance with any of them as a human. As a Hanyu it will be a cold day in hell. All that time I spent trying to learn about how to be a gentleman was probably wasted. Still, at least I won't look like an ignorant moron in public anymore, so that's a plus. I wonder how long I will be able to stay here when the truth gets out. Will they exile me or try to have me executed? Eros Sennin seems to think that things will work out, but I think he's being a bit over-optimistic. Granted, I prefer to look at things in a positive light, but one still needs to see things realistically as well. Naruto glanced down at his pocket where his clan scroll was sitting. He had yet to read its contents. It was likely just a letter from his father and some information of what would be expected of him as a namikaze. He'd read it later, perhaps with Tsunade in private so she could answer any questions he might have. I wonder, Dad, would you be proud of me? What about Mom? Would either of you despise me for becoming part demon? I know I was chosen for the ceiling because you didn't have the heart to do that to another person's child. You knew, didn't you, Dad? You knew what would happen, but you knew I would be strong enough to handle it, didn't you? Hey. Sometimes I question your wisdom and judgment on that, Pops. There are times that I still want to just either curl up and die or just vanish off the face of the earth. But that would be giving up, and I'll be damned if I just gave up. Just not my nature, I guess. I still have much to do, many precious people to protect and promises to keep. Perhaps once that is all taken care of, I can find a place to belong. A place where I can just be a normal person. Considering my damn lifespan, so long as I'm not killed, it shouldn't be too hard. A few centuries and I'll be all but forgotten, and then I could have a fresh start. I'll do that if becoming Hokage really just turns out to be a fruitless dream. I should also try to keep an arm's distance from my friends. Even if they do accept me, I doubt any of them will be at ease around me. Hell, even Eros Sennin gets nervous around me sometimes. Guess my decision on giving up on Sakura-chan was the smart choice after all. Besides, she's always going to love Sasuke Teme. I've always known that. It just hurts to admit it. Such is the life of a Jinchuriki. We are a living sacrifice. Our purpose is to sacrifice all that we are for the sake of others until either we die or we are forgotten in the passing of time. Though, I wonder if any other Jinchuriki have become Hanyu? Probably not. Hanyu are beyond rare. Naruto's introspection was cut off by a faint sound and the scent of books and dogs. He remained silent and continued to watch the sunset. Yo, thought I might find you up here. Kakashi said, walking up. How you doing, Naruto? I'm fine. Did Tsunade or Eros Sennin send you to find me? He answered with a slight chuckle. Kakashi frowned behind his mask. It seemed old habits did indeed die hard. Naruto still put on masks to hide his feelings and what he was thinking. It was obvious that the young man was dealing with some rather deep internal turmoil. Something he, Kakashi, was all too familiar with. He too still dealt with his inner demons daily, though not in the literate sense like Naruto does. Neither sent me. I just wanted to see if you wanted to talk about it. Might make you feel better. Kakashi offered. Naruto arched an eyebrow. You've never really offered this kind of help before, Kakashi-sensei. What's the change for? Kakashi sighed. I made a lot of mistakes when acting as your sensei for Team 7. I am trying to correct them as best as I can now. Sasuke was perhaps always out of reach and I shouldn't have shown such favoritism, something I will always regret. But I still need to try and help where I can. If it's any consolation, I know some of what you're feeling. Naruto nodded. There was no deception in his words or hidden agenda. He also knew that Kakashi had indeed had a pretty harsh life, not in the same sense that he had growing up, but still hard nonetheless, with the loss of his best friend Obito and the disappearance of Rin, the first girl he had loved. As for past mistakes, who was he to judge? He wasn't perfect either. I'm surprised the ears and tails haven't freaked you out yet. Naruto suddenly spoke. Kakashi shrugged. Should they? I read over the report scroll that Jiraiya-sama made of your trip. I'm aware that you became a Hanyu. And that while you hate hiding it, you also fear other people's reactions. So long as you remain true to yourself and remember who you are, then physical and outer changes don't matter. That's true, but I doubt that the vast majority of the village would agree with you. I am after all a living, walking, talking reminder of the horror of that day Kyuubi attacked and the losses that were suffered. As a Jinchuriki, it really doesn't matter what I want or feel. So long as I fulfill my purpose as the sacrifice. Naruto stated and Kakashi frowned. Still, just because I have to sacrifice all that I am as a Jinchuriki, it doesn't mean that I don't fight it. I still live as best as I can and use my power to protect my precious people. So don't worry about me pulling an Itachi or a Sasuke. I just learned that whether I like it or not, there were just some things I had to accept. I can still try to change those things and will continue to try, but if they never change, then that is just how it has to be. Naruto said. What? Are you getting it, Naruto? Kakashi asked, a sinking feeling in his stomach. Well, remember how my dream was to become Hokage? Do you honestly think a village that refuses to see me as anything more than the monster that I imprison will allow me to become Hokage? Do you think they would handle it any better once they find out I am a Hanyu? Or that when I turn 18 that I will become the next Kyuubi? That is what I meant by my gift and my curse. My gift is the power to protect those I care for. My curse is to be first the sacrifice and then a demon. I will be able to retain my humanity in heart and soul, but my body will forever be changed. Even now, if I so choose to, I can take the form of a six-tailed fox. Dreams are nice and they are worth fighting for, but the reality is that we all have to grow up sometime and accept certain facts. None of the villagers see me as Naruto, they still see me as the Kyuubi incarnate. Sadly, that is now a fact and not just ignorant ramblings of prejudiced villagers. The day the seal was placed on me, my entire existence was cursed. Though I have been able to overcome some of it, I can only do so much alone. I cannot make people see me as I want to be seen, that is up to them. Despite all that I've done for Konoha, all that I've tried to prove, I am still sneered at, spat at and hated by the general masses. That is part of the reason I showed my seal today. It would have only been a matter of time before the secret got out one way or another. Now it is up to them. Either they accept me, or persecute me. Either way, I still have my duty and my promises to fulfill, even if I must do so alone. Naruto said, a small sad smile gracing his features. Kakashi felt sick. What Naruto had said was the truth. You can only do just so much to show who you are through actions and deeds. If people were unwilling to change their own minds, then things will only remain the same. The truly sad part. Naruto had accepted this, was still going to fight a seemingly losing battle until either he died or was forgotten, but those he promised to protect. Does this mean you are giving up on becoming Hokage? Kakashi asked. Nope, not a chance in hell. I still want to become Hokage, and there is always a chance, no matter how slight it might be. But I do expect the council to try and either exile or execute me before I ever get the chance. I know for a fact that only a small handful of people on the council even respect old man Sarutobi's and my father's wishes concerning me. Naruto said, I'm just contemplating on how close I should allow my friends to get should some of them accept me as I am now. You sound like you expect them to be like the damn villagers. Kakashi said, crossing his arms. Well, it wouldn't be a first. The young Hanyu replied dryly. Surely you don't think that Sakura would act like that? I thought that you were, well? Kakashi asked. Naruto let out a sigh. Sensei. I gave up on Sakura-chan about 3 years ago. Her heart belongs to Uchiha. It always has and probably always will. She's a good friend, but I don't think she'd like the fact I'm half fox demon. It was hard to finally realize that, and it hurt. But the simple fact remains, she is a human. I am not, no matter how much I act like one. I will always be her friend, even if she end up hating me. Naruto said, shrugging. Damn, you have changed a lot. But don't you think you're being a little too down on this? I mean, surely you have a chance at happiness somewhere. Kakashi said. Maybe someday. In a few centuries, when my name only appears in text and not memory. To be honest, I really don't know how people will handle the truth about me now. I hope that I am wrong, I really do, but I'm not going to get my hopes up only to have everything crash back in my face. Naruto said, frowned and turned slightly to gaze into the dark forest behind him. He didn't notice Kakashi begin to sweat slightly. Naruto shrugged it off. There had been a slight scent, but it had been muffled. He could sense a few genjutsu, like the ones Anbu used to conceal themselves. Figuring that was what it was, since the Anbu were always prowling about, he let it go. Well, Kakashi-sensei, I'm going to head home, get a bit of dinner and go to sleep. I'll see ya around, Naruto said and leapt off the monument and vanished from sight. Kakashi turned around. He had known someone had followed him, but he wasn't sure just who it was since they actually hid themselves pretty good. though he was nearly certain one of the presences was Sakura. You guys are lucky he passed you off as something else. And Boo most likely, now come on out. Kakashi set his hand near his kunai pouch just in case. Sakura was the first one to walk out. The others that followed surprised the hell out of Kakashi. Following her out was Ino, Tenten, Hinata and Temari. Each of them had a pensive and slightly sad look on their face. Kakashi relaxed a bit and sighed, so much for secrets. You ladies do realize that what you saw and heard must never be repeated. If you do, it could mean your deaths. He said in his usual lazy tone. They nodded. Sensei, was it really all true? Sakura asked nervously. Kakashi narrowed his visible eye. Do you intend to treat him like those ignorant bastards in the village do? He almost growled. No. Sakura yelled, a disgusted look on her face. I want to help him, damn it. Nonplussed, Kakashi asked. Oh, and why is that? Is it because you're his friend or is it something else? I used to treat him horribly, she said, looking down ashamed. I had no idea his life was so bad. Not that. That is a worthy excuse, but I want to help him now. He's always risked so much for me and never asked for anything in return. I just want him to see that he is accepted. Even if he does have foxtails and ears. It's not like he asked for what happened to him, is it? No, he didn't. Kakashi sighed. I assume the rest of you ladies feel the same? He asked the other girls. Yes, if it hadn't been for Naruto, my little brother would never have regained his humanity and found a reason to live. Temari said. Ino nodded as well. Naruto risked his life to protect me more than once when we were younger and went on a mission with Anko-sensei. I have never forgotten that. He helped my friend Neji see that he didn't have to bow to fate, that he could make his own destiny. Tenten said. Naruto-kun gave me strength. He helped me to grow strong and believed in me when no one else did. Hinata said. Interesting. So, Naruto has touched each of these girls' lives in some way or another. Helping them without ever expecting anything in return. Perhaps. Maybe they could help him heal the wounds on his soul now. It will take time. But maybe Naruto doesn't have it as bad off as he thinks he does. Kakashi thought. That is good to hear. Naruto needs friends like you five to be there for him. I think the burdens of his life have finally started to weigh him down too much. But don't rush into anything. It will take time and patience for him to heal from all the bad things that have happened. Just be there for him. Let him know he is wanted and that none of you care about what he is. It is who he is that counts. I'll let all of you think it over for a while. Just remember to keep things quiet and good luck. Kakashi said and vanished in a swirl of leaves. Perhaps some talks with Tsunade would help things along as well. 5 girls either walked or sunshined away deep in thought. This had been a day for big revelations and they each needed to sort things out in their heads before they tried to help out their favorite blonde foxboy. Each also secretly making plans on getting Naruto to warm up to them, in hopes of not only gaining his friendship but love as well. Naruto sneezed 5 times as he washed his dinner dishes and felt a couple of odd sensations run up and down his spine. What the hell was that all about? He wondered as he continued to wash dishes. A sudden sneaking feeling told him that things were going to change soon. Be they for better or worse, only time would tell. After leaving the 5 girls to their own devices, Kakashi decided that a little report to Tsunade and Jiraiya was in order, though he knew they had watched the whole thing via the Hokage's crystal viewing orb. Kakashi walked into the office and sure enough Tsunade was at her desk with the crystal orb in front of her and her usual bottle of sake to the side. Jiraiya was a few feet away, leaning against the wall, and Shizune was sitting next to Tsunade with Tun next to her sleeping. I take it you all saw that? Kakashi asked nonchalant. They nodded and Jiraiya sighed. I knew the brat was still having some problems, but he's so damn good at hiding his emotions at times it's hard to tell what the hell he is thinking. He was like this in training sometimes, pushing himself beyond his limits. Jiraiya said, looking thoughtful and beginning an explanation. Flashback. Jiraiya shielded himself from the massive explosion caused by another one of Naruto's newly created jutsus, a variation of the Rasengan he called the Rasen Shuriken. It made a Rasengan and then Naruto would manipulate the chakra into a massive spiraling 4-bladed shuriken of pure chakra. The problem with the attack was that 1. It tore his arm to shreds and 2. He hadn't figured out how to throw it yet since it didn't act like his bullet Rasengan. Damn it. Naruto panted and dropped to his knees, his teeth gritted in immense pain. Three tails weakly moving behind him. Jiraiya ran up, cringed and winced at the same time. Naruto's entire right arm was shredded, in some places the bone was clearly visible. Most of the flesh on Naruto's hand had been ripped off, leaving only a few nerve endings, bone and shredded tissue. Naruto, are you trying to fucking kill yourself? Jiraiya raged. Shakily Naruto raised his maimed hand and arm as crimson chakra leaked out. Slowly tissue, muscle, veins, arteries and nerves began growing back. Naruto's face was twisted in a scowl of pain as the chakra also caused a searing burning sensation to rip through his arm as it repaired him. A spurt of blood from behind the teen hit the ground as a fourth tail grew from his spine. Sorry, Ero Sennin, but I must do this. I have to get stronger so I can protect my precious people and keep my promise. I was too weak to bring Sasuke back the first time. I was too damn foolish and ignorant to realize that I needed to grow up and stop being a kid. To take responsibility for my actions. Naruto ground out through gritted teeth. Naruto. I know how you feel. When Orochimaru defected from Konoha, I blamed myself. I always thought, what if I had been a better friend? What if I could have prevented it? What if this, what if that? But the truth was, Orochimaru chose his own path of his own twisted free will, and there wasn't anything I or anyone else could have done to stop him. Uchiha is the same. Granted, the cursed seal corrodes the mind, but he didn't have it long enough or use it enough to do that type of damage. It was his own darkness, his own thirst for power that let him make the decision to become a traitor. Had he truly cared, he wouldn't have betrayed all of you for selfish ambitions and delusions of grandeur and power. Jiraiya said, placing a hand on Naruto's shoulder. You don't think I don't already know that? Naruto asked in a quiet monotone. Childish ignorance allowed me to believe that he was my friend, my brother if you want. But the damn reality is I was nothing more than a rival first and a stepping stone to the Meginkyo second. A dark scowl crossed Naruto's features. I was arrogant and stupid. And then, in a childish hope of making the girl I liked happy, I tossed my own desires to the wind and made a promise to bring the bastard back to her. I realize now that was just another one of my childish mistakes, but it would be dishonorable to break a promise, even if it shouldn't have been made. So I will return the bastard to her, beaten to within an inch of his pampered and spoiled life if I must. Then there is the Akatsuki. They want to rule the damn world using the power of the Biju. Damn foolhardy bastards don't realize that if they try to do things like that, they will open a Pandora's box that they won't be able to close. Those are two of the main reasons I work so damn hard. I can't let that happen, and I will not let them hurt my friends, so a little pain means nothing. Naruto stated as he watched skin start to form on his hand, the healing nearly finished. Jiraiya sighed. But do you have to nearly kill yourself? And who the hell said anything about having to toss your own happiness away? If you like that Sakura girl, then you should tell her, the Uchiha be damned. Naruto gave a bitter chuckle. If only it were that easy. She could never love me, especially now that I truly am a demon. Jiraiya resisted an urge to bop him upside the head for that remark. She will always be in love with Sasuke because she has yet to grow up, and out of foolish obsession, she might never get over that. Besides, I am a Jinchuriki. It is my job, my duty and my curse to always sacrifice everything that I am for the benefit of others. Granted, I fight against it, but sometimes, I just grow tired of it all. Naruto closed his eyes. Even I have my emotional limits. He then passed out from chakra exhaustion and pain. Jiraiya frowned. Ever since he tinkered with the seal and Naruto began absorbing the demon fox at an accelerated rate and the demon stopped messing with his mind and thought processes, Naruto had become much smarter. But with that came many painful truths, memories of the past and nasty realizations that no person his age should have to deal with. Granted, the abuses and tortures he suffered as a child didn't help, but the realization of a Jinchuriki's role, basically karma's way of kicking you in the nuts. More than once, dangling something you desire in front of you and then delivering another kick whenever you try to obtain it. End flashback. And that's pretty much how it went. Jiraiya said tiredly. The kid has had a damn rough life with one boot to the ass after another. Anything he has gained has only come from sacrifice. Every day he sacrifices something, be it happiness, physical or mental health, or even power at times, just to ensure that everyone else remains in their own blissful little worlds. Sometimes I wonder if it wouldn't have been better if he had just remained the happy-go-lucky knucklehead he was before I messed with the seal and stopped that damn fox from messing with his mind. At least he was happier when he was dim-witted. But, it's not like he doesn't have happy moments now, right? Shizune asked, a bit upset for her little brother. He does sometimes, but he hates pity, so he puts on a smile so people don't worry about him. He may have gotten rid of the facade of the fool, but he still wears a facade, always smiling. Just not in the ignorant or arrogant manner he used to. Jiraiya shrugged a bit. By nature he is a very kind, gentle and giving person. But he has a darker nature as well, born from all the hate and pain he has received. It doesn't control him, thankfully, but sometimes it does get out, especially if he loses himself to anger or rage. The damn fox can't take him over anymore, but the kid's own rage is nearly as bad and brings out a bloodthirst comparable to Kyuubi's. Tsunade frowned. Do you think that could become a problem? I don't think so. I've yet to see him attack an innocent, but when he's like that I still can't get through to him. I learned to just wait it out until he either cools off or kills what pissed him off. Jiraiya answered. I wonder if your Jewel or Tanzo's special abilities could suppress his power when he's like that to cool him off. Kakashi wondered. It would if he was an actual Biju or if he was using Kyuubi's tainted chakra when he gets like that. Jiraiya mused. Tainted chakra? Shizune and Tsunade asked in unison. Jiraiya nodded. When the seal was adjusted and the extra seal that Shinigami placed on him was revealed, I discovered that it purified the evil from Kyuubi's chakra. It was still left as demonic chakra and too powerful for humans to handle in large amounts, but it no longer held the taint of evil and malice that Kyuubi's influence put into it. That also led to the birth of a third type of chakra. A purple-colored chakra that Naruto calls Chaos Chakra. It's a perfect fusion of human and demon chakras but is fueled solely on emotions. Thankfully it doesn't seem that it can be tainted. But depending on Naruto's emotions at the time depends on how it can work, and since it is a fusion of human and demon chakra, it's much stronger, requires less control than demon chakra but more than human, but if used in large amounts it leaves his body more stressed and weak when he stops using it. Kind of like a trump card if you will. He can use it for any type of jutsu, medical included, but if used for prolonged periods of time or for long battles it can put him into a stasis coma afterwards, until its reserves replenish and his body recovers. The old pervert explained. That could be problematic. Kakashi frowned. The others nodded. Chaos Chakra also slows his healing and regeneration factors, but since he's a Hanyu it's not too bad. Though it will leave him with slower healing abilities than usual and won't stop scars from appearing. If he were human it would kill him. I guess it's a double-edged sword, especially if he's in one of those stasis comas. Those leave him weak, low healing factors and very vulnerable to attack or assassination or poisons. So he tries not to use that power unless he has to. Jiraiya added. Kakashi sighed. Well, back to the reason I came here. What do you think we should do about the girls? They found out his secret and I don't think he knows that they were there, but he did suspect someone was despite all the concealing jutsu they used. Personally I think they would be good for him. He could use a bit of brightness in his life. I agree, but I don't want him to turn into a bigamist or a playboy either. Tsunade stated. Jiraiya snorted. Good luck with that. He may have gotten a bit better at reading and knowing what women want, but that only goes just so far. He is still painfully innocent with women. Did any of you know he's never even kissed a girl before, and the only female he's ever really hugged was Tsunade? Maybe that Sakura girl, but I don't really know. Beyond the more simple factors of a relationship he is completely oblivious and innocent and more than a little shy. I tried to work some of that out of him, but he got pissed at me because it was taking time out of his training. He read a few romance novels to get an idea of things, but they only helped him a little. He seems to think that no woman in their right mind would want him, so he's pretty much brushed aside and abandoned all notion of dating or romance. He'll treat a girl like a princess because that's his nature. But if a girl wants his attention they'll practically have to beat it out of him, especially if they want affection beyond that of good friendship. Shizune arched an eyebrow. Surely he isn't that dense. He is a male after all. She said, you don't really know Naruto, as well as the rest of us do. Kakashi droned. The Hyuga heiress has had a crush on him for years, even before he left on the training trip, and he never once picked up on it. He might pick up on it now, but given the way he thinks, he'll just see it as her trying to be nicer to him than most people and will likely not pursue anything because of either some kind of fear of rejection or simply because he is a Jinchuriki. Other than what he's read in books, he has no knowledge or experience with relationships or women. Jiraiya added, anything beyond the simpler emotions will confuse him. He's adaptable enough to learn how to deal with them quickly, but given his past, I'm not sure just how he will deal with things like that. He might choose to avoid relationships altogether just to avoid any trouble it might cause, especially since the villagers still hate him with a passion. He will likely refuse any romantic advances if for nothing more than to protect any girl interested in him from those small-minded bastards. That might piss the council off as well. Tsunade mused. Because of his omni-element Kekkei Genkei, some of them will likely want him to, for lack of better words, become a breeding tool. They would have enforced the Clan Restoration Act on the Uchiha had he not defected and become labeled as a missing ninja. They might or might not try to enforce that on Naruto. Hard to say with how prejudiced some of them are. Still, would it be so bad if Naruto-kun had more than one wife? I may be a bit of a prude at times, but he's like a little brother to me and I know he could use the happiness. Besides, from what Jiraiya-sama said, he's not a pervert and he's well known for how well he's treated women in the past. Shizune offered. Tsunade smirked. You almost sound interested. No, I'm not. He is cute, I'll admit, but I'm already dating Iruka and you know that. I just want him to be happy and you should too. You would have adopted him had those bastards on the council not refused. Shizune said with a huff. I know. Tsunade sighed. I also want him to be happy, but like Jiraiya said, he might try to avoid relationships because of all the crap that happened in his past. Jiraiya let a slight smirk cross his features. Well then, first we deal with the council. Since he is the last of the Namikaze, the council can't execute him. It's forbidden to do so unless he has committed a crime and there is undeniable proof. Exile is also out of the question for the same reason added to the fact he has a Kekkei Genkei. Sarutobi-sensei thought that something like this might happen, so when Naruto became a shinobi he made a scroll containing a law that we can use. He never passed it since he wanted it to be used as a last resort. The law simply states that as the last heir of both Uzumaki and Namikaze clans that Naruto cannot be executed or exiled unless he has committed horrible criminal acts. The clause is that in order for him to be prosecuted there must be a large account of undeniable evidence against him. His signature and stamp is already on the scroll along with mine as a witness. All it needs is the current Hokage's signature and stamp and the law can be passed. Jiraiya grinned, pulling out the scroll Sarutobi had given him to keep safe. Tsunade grabbed the scroll, read it over and then quickly signed and stamped it in her own blood. That takes care of that problem. The civilians might stop being so harsh towards Naruto too once they discover he is Minato-sensei's son. I know it won't stop all of them, but it might stop some of the more sensible ones from being so cruel. Kakashi stated. The romance problem will have to wait for a while though. I'm sure those girls, especially my apprentice, will try to get Naruto to warm up towards them and we will help when we can. If by chance he does fall for more than one, then we can go from there. So long as he doesn't end up being like Jiraiya, I won't have any problems. Tsunade said, rolling up the law scroll. Jiraiya pouted a bit, Kakashi snickered and Shizune nodded. If they all planned carefully enough, then good things would be in store for their favorite blonde shinobi's future. The next day found Naruto walking towards the Hokage Tower after doing his usual morning training exercises, cleaned up and had a light breakfast. He was glad once again that he could hide his ears and tail by turning into his full human form. Putting his face into an impassive, stoic mask, he continued his trek to the tower. Still, you would have thought 4 years would change some things, but it was still the same. The angry whispers, the foul looks and glares, the sneers from shop owners. Naruto was beginning to wonder if the only way to make these bastards happy was for him to drop off the face of the earth. Not like he'd give them the pleasure though. A particularly rowdy drunk caught sight of him and began bellowing about demons and brats. Naruto just tuned him out. Not happy about being ignored, the drunk began chucking empty sake bottles at Naruto. Naruto caught the first two, but the third followed right behind the second and he didn't see it until it was too late. The bottle hit his upper forehead and shattered, digging a couple of deep gashes into his head. Naruto shot the man a glare that could melt lead but otherwise remained quiet and tossed the bottles into a nearby bin. Had the man not been drunk, he'd be passing glass for a month. Sick of the bullshit, he just ported the rest of the way, vanishing in a swirl of leaves. Tsunade nearly jumped out of her skin when Naruto appeared suddenly in front of her desk with several large gashes on his head and blood flowing down onto his torso. With several quiet curses and some irritated grumbling, the teen Hanyu began pulling shards of glass out of his scalp and forehead. "Wah! What the hell happened?" Tsunade asked. "Drunken old bastard, several sake bottles and the usual bullshit. Simple enough, or do I need to make a detailed report?" he snapped irritably. Tsunade cringed a bit. She didn't blame him for being pissed, but he didn't need to take it out on her. Pulling the last shard out, he sighed as his healing finished up the last wound. He then sighed and began wiping off the blood with his handkerchief. "Sorry about biting your head off, Mom, but I'm getting sick of the crap the villagers keep pulling. I swear if that old bastard hadn't been drunk, I would have made him eat those bottles after I finished ramming one up his ass for good measure." Tsunade sighed. "It's okay, kiddo, hopefully after the announcement of your lineage they will cool down or knock it off. Anyway, are you here to reinstate yourself for active duty or is it something else? I've already added you back into the active roster. I figured you might. I just came here to read my clan scroll in case I had some questions. Besides, I figured you might like to spend some time with me considering you haven't seen me in 4 years." Naruto set his smile once again in place, and thankfully not the fake one. "I'd like that, but I have so much damn paperwork to do I might not be much company," she said with a slight grumble. Naruto chuckled. "You know there is an easier way to do paperwork." "Huh, how?" she asked, her eyes practically begging. Naruto smirked. "There's a lot to be said about the versatility of the shadow clone. Whatever they experience you learn when they are dismissed or destroyed. Quite useful for learning chakra control, jutsus or reading scrolls while you're training physically, so who says you can't have a shadow clone or two do your paperwork for you, since you will learn what they did when they've finished and you've dismissed them." Tsunade's jaw dropped. How? Damn. She muttered and made the familiar seal. Shadow clone jutsu. 3 clones poofed into existence and the original grinned. "Alright you 3, get this paperwork finished up," she ordered. They nodded obediently and started to work. Naruto chuckled as he began reading through the scroll. Tsunade giddily opened a bottle of sake and offered Naruto a drink. To her surprise, he accepted. "A downside to being a Hanyu. It will take about 30 of those bottles just to give me a slight buzz, but the taste is good so I make do." Naruto answered the unasked question. "Sucks to be you, kid." Tsunade muttered and downed another gulp as Naruto bit his thumb and swiped some blood across the bloodline seal on the clan scroll. The clan scroll was pretty simple. The head of the clan, being him as he is the last, is to assume a place in the council once the heir or head is old enough, being 15 years of age or is Junin ranked. Naruto wasn't too thrilled with the idea, but the law was the law, and by law he was required to be on the shinobi council as last scion of the Namikaze. The second part was the duties required of him, such as handling the clan's financial affairs, any civilian businesses owned by the clan, or any other matters pertaining therein to other clan members. Being the last, his only real duty was to handle the financial affairs, since the last of the clan's civilian business, a shinobi tool shop and a small diner, were shut down when the owners died during the last war and then destroyed during the Kyuubi attack. The rest was about the laws and services he was expected to abide by and do for the village. These were simple since he was an acting shinobi. Next came the marriage rituals, laws and customs. Naruto frowned. What the hell is polygamy? I know I've heard Ero Sennin say that word before, he asked with a confused look on his face. Tsunade promptly spat her sake out after choking on it, and her clones giggled. One of them rather perversely. What does the scroll say? Tsunade asked after she stopped hacking. Let's see. It's here under the part for marriage rituals, rites, customs and laws. Naruto began. Here. As the Namikaze clan predates the founding of Konoha, it is still under some old laws and practices. One of which is polygamy. In the event that there are few to no clan members left, the heir or clan head is within his or her right to practice polygamy to ensure the continued existence of the Namikaze. If the last scion is female, then all children born to her must carry the Namikaze surname by law. The rest is smudged. I can't read it. Naruto still looked confused. Tsunade looked at him for a moment. 3, 2, 1. And busted out laughing to the point tears began streaming down her face. For once fortune has smiled on her, and this could be just what they needed to ensure Naruto gained some happiness in his life. All she had to do was play her cards right. A little manipulating here and there. Heh, heh, heh. What the hell is so funny? Naruto asked, slightly annoyed. Tsunade calmed herself slightly and regained most of her composure. Naruto-kun, polygamy is the practice of having multiple spouses. She answered with a snicker at his dumbstruck expression. Huh, was his rather intelligent reply. She snickered again. It means that you, as last member of your clan and heir to the Namikaze name, can marry more than one woman and will be encouraged to ensure the next generation and growth of your clan. She smiled lightly but was holding back a smirk. This is perfect. Not only would it really piss off those bastards on the council, but if we can get Naruto to warm up a bit, some or all of those girls might just have a chance with him. Then they can work on healing all the pain he holds in. That, and I want grandbabies. Naruto felt a sudden headache coming on, sighed and rolled the scroll back up. He should have known there would be something like this in the scroll. The Teme would have been in the same predicament if he had remained loyal. Then again, he did always wonder if the prick wasn't batting for the other team. After all, who in their right mind would pass up girls like Sakura and Ino? Well, he would, but he actually had valid reasons, such as keeping them safe and the fact he doubted they would even give him the time of day once they found out what he was. Sasuke, on the other hand, he had no real reasons. That whole "I am an Avenger" crap was a load. Hell, he even tried the wide jutsu on him once. Not so much as a twitch. Though he could swear that he caught Sasuke checking Kakashi's ass out once. Kami, if his sensei knew that, he'd have flipped his gears. Maybe that was part of the reason he went to the pedophile hubby Teme. Naruto let out a slight shudder at the thought. Well, at any rate, I'm fine with taking a place on the council as head of the Namikaze. Sort of. I'll do it, but only because it's the law. The whole marriage thing. I'll have to think about it. I had planned on never getting married, and I doubt that opinion will change anytime soon. Naruto commented. Tsunade frowned. Jiraiya and Kakashi were right. This could be troublesome. Naruto-kun, she started gently. I am sure you can meet a nice girl that won't care about your unique circumstances. That isn't what I worry about. He lied. The last thing I want is for some girl to be labeled the village's demon whore, and you know as well as I do that will happen. She would be in near constant danger of beatings, abuse, and probably rape, and I'll be damned if I am the cause of that kind of treatment. Don't you want kids someday? Tsunade asked a bit sadly. The truth in his words stung all the more hearing them coming from his own mouth. Yes, I'd love to have children someday. One of my biggest dreams was to have a large family. But unless some miracle happens and I'm suddenly accepted by everyone, I will not pursue any kind of relationship further than friendship with any woman. Naruto shrugged. It's not like I'd know what the hell I was doing anyways. I didn't even get the talk until I went on the trip with Ero Sennin, and I tuned most of that out because he was being a bit too perverted for my tastes. But if the village became more accepting of you, then you would consider it? I just want you to be happy, Naruto-kun. Everyone deserves to have some happiness in their life, and I don't want you to end up like me. Well, that is if you could actually age. Damn. Sigh, I just don't want you to feel lonely anymore. You might be able to hide it from most, but I can tell, and so can Jiraiya and Kakashi. We all know that kind of pain. Tsunade said softly. Naruto closed his eyes for a moment and massaged the bridge of his nose for a moment to ward off any possible headaches. If I was shown some acceptance, I might be inclined to consider dating, and thank you for your concern, Mom, it is appreciated. But until that time I have promises to keep and a people to protect. The Akatsuki and Orochimaru are dangerous. I need to keep my focus on them and whatever other tasks I might have in the village or what missions you might give me. Naruto said. Well, at least he isn't completely against the idea. Tsunade mused. Was there anything you needed me for today? Naruto asked. There is a council meeting. She checked the clock. In about 5 minutes. Damn, I lost track of time again. I suggest you attend since we will be revealing your heritage. The fact that you opened the blood seal on the scroll and the birth certificate that was found with it will be all the proof needed. I'm not going to be able to hide the fact I'm part demon anymore, am I? Naruto said, more than asked. Unfortunately, no. It will only be a matter of time before someone figures it out. To be honest, some already know of your secret. One of them is Shikamaru. He figured it out on his own. Your friends aren't kids anymore, they are ninja. It will be impossible to keep this a secret from them forever, and as Hokage I was duty-bound to add all the details concerning you into the reports for the Shinobi Council and to affect the Elder and Civilian Councils. I'm sorry. I didn't want to add it into the reports, but it's better done sooner than later. Tsunade apologized. Shit. This could cause a lot of problems. Naruto muttered as his mind raced through possible scenarios. Don't worry too much, kiddo. Sarutobi-sensei made a law for just such an occasion and had Jiraiya hold onto the scroll for him should it ever be needed. I signed the scroll last night and it has been added to the information given to the council. So unless you are caught with undeniable proof doing some sort of horrible crime or betrayal, the council can't execute or exile you. Tsunade smirked and held up the scroll. Naruto chuckled. Good old Ji-chan, always thinking ahead. Well then. This should make things a bit easier. Since I will likely have missions and such to deal with, would you mind if I nominated you as the acting Namikaze representative should I be out of the village? Sure, since I have to attend all the meetings anyways, it shouldn't be a problem. Tsunade agreed. Let's go then. Naruto smirked. Tsunade returned the smirk. Now, all I have to do is get him a girlfriend or two. Get him promoted to Junin once he has the proper amount of missions under his belt, and then I can name him my successor as Hokage and retire in peace. Naruto and Tsunade walked into the massive council chambers, a large circular room with rows of climbing stands and small desktops much like those he saw in the academy's lecture halls. On the lowest levels of the seats were the civilian council members. To his surprise, he saw Tsuchi Ichiraku amongst them, as well as an attractive pink-haired woman that looked a lot like Sakura. Just behind them were the Shinobi Council seats. Amongst them were the Hyuga, Aburame, Nara, Akamichi, Yamanaka and Inuzuka clan heads, as well as the leader of Root Anbu, Danzo, an old war horse that has a habit of making his troops into emotionless weapons subservient to him. And finally, behind them at the topmost seats there were the three elders' seats. One was still empty due to Sarutobi's death. His teammates Homura Mitokado and Kaharu Utatane were the only ones there. Hokage-sama, why have you brought that demon here? A pudgy-looking merchant from the civilian council asked. Naruto arched an eyebrow. Half-demon actually, and I would have thought as a member of the council you would show a bit more tact and finesse, especially when dealing with someone who has enough power to end your existence at the snap of a finger. Naruto said in monotone, his face masked in his usual stoic and impassive look. The rotund man began sputtering and turned a nice shade of puce. Homura looked down at the teen Hanyu. Is that a threat, Uzumaki-san? Homura asked. I'd prefer Namikaze, and no, it was not a threat. I was merely trying to put a point across. My point being is that while I do have the power and ability to raze this entire village to the ground, I will not. As much as many deserve it, I will damn the innocents for the crimes of the ignorant. I will continue my duties here in Konoha as a shinobi, but know this. I am loyal to only Tsunade Harem and those I deem worthy of my loyalty. If I am attacked in any way, I will defend myself as it is my right to do so. Naruto said, leveling a diamond-hard glare at the entire council. I know that many of you do not like me, the feeling is mutual. That aside, I still desire a peaceful coexistence with the others living in this village and to take up my duties as the Namikaze clan head. As long as I am granted my peace, and if you could kindly see to it that I'm not scowled at, sneered at or hated wherever I go and be allowed to do business with local establishments, I will give you my word on my honor and my clan's honor that I will do all in my power to protect Konoha and her people so long as they do not attack me. Naruto droned. The Shinobi Council looked sufficiently impressed. The offer was a good one. Konoha would be safe with an up-and-coming demon lord acting as its protector. Naruto noticed a slight gleam in Danzo's visible eye. Naruto let out his true form, causing many to let out gasps as 6 golden blonde furred tails swayed about behind him. Naruto leveled his gaze with Danzo, the two sizing each other up. Naruto's piercing gaze never wavered against Danzo's hungry and calculating one. Know this as well. I will not be controlled or toyed with. I am not Konoha's person weapon, I am a guardian. If one of you tries to control or manipulate me through my precious people or threats. A massive wave of killing intent washed over the area, creating a pressure that made it feel as if the gravity had increased by 10 times the usual. Then not even hell itself will hide or spare you my wraith. Danzo of Root, this applies especially to you. If you harm or threaten anyone I care for, I will rip your entrails out an inch at a time and hang you with them at the village gates as an example. Traitors, corruption and the like will not be tolerated by me. Am I understood? Now Danzo was many things. Corrupt and cunning were just two of them, but he was far from stupid. So until he found a way to gain some measure of control over the demon spawn or kill it, he would play his part. At least he could make use of the demon should certain missions or tasks come up. Yes, Naruto Dono, I understand. I would rather we be allies than enemies. He lied smoothly. Naruto still caught the lie but gave a curt nod. Tsunade had a smirk on her face. With Naruto around, some much-needed trash pickup could happen. Tucci nodded at him with a smile. Naruto returned the smile and gave a slight wave. The Shinobi Council looked both impressed and weary of him. He sighed. I do not wish for any of you to fear me. Though I am a Hanyu, I still just want to be a normal person. I want to have as normal a life as I can and protect people that are precious to me. The demon that attacked this village 16 years ago is gone. Once I have finished absorbing and purifying the last of its power, Shinigami will claim its soul and I will take its place as the nine-tailed lord. At present I am at 6 of the damnable beast's tails and the other 3 will be absorbed sometime between now and my 18th birthday. I am also currently stronger than Kyuubi was when he attacked. Due to the face my own human chakra remains. As such I hold more than one source of chakra. I have a natural affinity for all the elements including 3 sub-elements. Should I have children, and yes, they will be quarter demon by blood, they will inherit my element Kekkei Genkei as well as other facets of my power. Inhuman stamina, strength and speed and large chakra capacities that will rival Akage's or Asanin's. Naruto said. He really didn't want to play this card, but it was a minor manipulation considering how Konoha favored its bloodline limits. Tsunade was surprised as well, but she knew he was doing this as a measure of gaining favor from the council. She could also use this to her advantage sometime later if she needed to. Naruto himself was mildly surprised to see that he was easily gaining the support of the shinobi clans. In fact, they had all. Even the stuck-up Hyuga had seemed to show him, dare he say it, respect since he had entered the chamber. Perhaps things wouldn't be as bad as he first thought, though he still needed to keep an eye out for bastards like Danzo. Namikaze-san, might that be your true form? Kaharu asked curiously. Actually, my base form is what I came in with. I was human to start off with after all. But I can assume the form of a 6-tailed fox in various sizes. Naruto said and shifted his form again. After a large puff of black smoke faded, there stood a horse-sized 6-tailed fox. However, where Kyuubi's form was frightful and instilled fear with its blood-red fur and eyes, Naruto's form did not. Naruto had the same golden blonde-colored fur as he had hair in his human form, and he a set of softly glowing icy sapphire blue eyes. Where Kyuubi's aura had given off a feeling of malice, rage and hatred, Naruto's gave off a feeling of warmth, safety and protection. I can currently increase my size to be about 3/4 of what Kyuubi's original size was. Once I finished absorbing its tails I will be able to grow a bit larger than that. Naruto stated and shifted back to his base human form. I trust that is enough to satisfy your curiosity? Various heads nodded, some looking at him in awe while others, mainly his previous abusers, looked on in utter fear. Naruto sighed. I noticed that some of you still fear me. He shook his head. Please do not. I have not given you any reason to fear me. If it is my taking revenge against any of you for past abuses you are worried about, then don't. I may not be able to forget, but I will readily forgive. I was and still am a living, walking and talking reminder of the horror you all suffered when Kyuubi attacked. You all seem to forget though that I too was a victim that day. I lost both of my parents because of that damn fox Teme and was then forced against my will to carry my parents and many innocents' murderer around inside of me while I suffered for its crimes. I sacrificed my entire childhood. I am a Jinchuriki, the living embodiment of sacrifice, the jailer and eventual executioner of the nine-tailed Lord Kyuubi. Once the fox is gone, my job as a Jinchuriki will be finished, but not my duty as a shinobi or a guardian. I still don't expect many of you to like me, nor do I ask for anything more than some simple acceptance so that we may all move on with our lives. Naruto said, looking around the room. Tsunade was impressed. She hadn't expected Naruto to change the meeting around as he had done, but he wasn't the #1 most surprising and unpredictable shinobi for nothing. It was time. Honored members of the council, Naruto Namikaze, has now spoken his piece and intentions for the future thus far. I now ask for a vote. Will you accept him as the clan heir of the Namikaze, allow him to take his rightful place as a member of the council? Me being his speaker when he is not present, and accept his offers for protection in return for his own well-deserved peace and acceptance? Tsunade asked. To vote yay. Raise your hands now. Every member of the Shinobi Council, and surprisingly the two elders, raised their hands, followed by about half of the civilian council. When the call for nay came up, only a few civilian council members raised their hands, and even then it was half-heartedly due to the fact they knew they were beaten. Naruto bowed to the council. I thank you for the chance you have given me. I will do what I can to ensure that none of you are disappointed. Good. Now then, later today, Naruto will be publicly announced as the heir to the Namikaze clan. However, the third's law still stands. As such, only Naruto can tell those he wishes about his Hanyu status and the Kyuubi. I know he has planned on telling some of his friends in the near future anyway, so do not concern yourselves with minor details. Now, we all have much to do, so as of now this meeting is dismissed. Tsunade said. Both Naruto and Tsunade turned and walked out of the chambers. Some rather deep revelations had been made this day, but be they for better or worse, no one was sure. The only thing they did know was that things would definitely be different from this day forward. About 2 weeks had passed since Naruto's return from his training trip with Jiraiya. The whole thing with the council and the slight uproar it caused afterwards lasted for a few days. Naruto was announced as the Namikaze heir the next day, and while it did set a decent number of the villagers straight and made a few feel guilty for being so cruel to their savior's son, a large amount still hated Naruto. A mob of irate civilians did try to attack him 2 days after his meeting with the council. Try being the key word. They were all now in Konoha General Hospital recovering from broken bones and in one case severe head trauma. After they were healthy enough to leave, they each had a nice little jail cell waiting for them, to which they didn't really mind at this point. Better than being out in public where Naruto could find them again. It was a tense peace between him and the villagers, one that would not likely last if they let their ignorance get the better of their judgment. Tsunade, Shizune and Kakashi also set to work on their own little plans for our favorite blonde Hanyu. Shizune let Naruto's clan status as last heir and his ability to have more than one wife due to the Namikaze practicing polygamy leak out. Tsunade, since she knew that Temari was interested, contacted Gaara. The young Cage was very much for the idea and if need be would tender an arranged marriage proposal under the pretense of strengthening bonds between Sand and Leaf. Gaara never did much like Shikamaru due to the boy's laziness. Kakashi kept Naruto busy with some training and simple inter-village D and C ranked missions since things were quiet. In the past Naruto would have complained a lot about doing such easy low-ranked missions, but during his training trip, in order to gain more travel money when missions from Tsunade were sparse, Naruto had to gain a number of non-shinobi skills due to Jiraiya's rich tastes and tendency to waste money on women and booze. As such, Naruto learned carpentry, smithing, landscaping and construction. He used these as a form of physical training while his shadow clones covered things like chakra control, reading books and scrolls and jutsu training. In the end, due to the large mass of shadow clones Naruto could use, he ended up with roughly 400 years worth of training in just 4 years, since he made 100 clones per day when he wasn't training by himself. The inner village missions were quite simple given his amount of skills. Gardening had always been one of his hobbies, and the Yamanaka flower shop occasionally needed some extra help in the greenhouses, so Naruto was assigned or rather hired as a part-timer. Much to Ino's delight. Cooking was another thing that Naruto had become good at, especially baking. So Yuki Haruno, knowing her daughter liked Naruto, often requested his assistance at Haruno Bakery. Tenten owned her own weaponsmith and shop, left to her by her parents, and had asked Naruto to help her out every now and then since he was good with a forge. Hinata and Temari worked mostly at the Hokage Tower when not on missions or training, since Hinata was getting medical training along with Ino and Sakura, and Temari had paperwork and such to deal with due to her position as ambassador. Naruto had limited medical skills, so he occasionally sat in on Tsunade's and Shizune's lessons. He also helped Tamari with her work on various trade agreements between Leaf and Sand, figuring it would be good practice should he ever achieve his dream. It turned out he was quite good with finding flaws in trade agreements and contracts. Naruto had no idea that Tsunade, Kakashi and Shizune had set up all these odd jobs or C.D. ranks just to get him closer to the girls. He never would either, due to being oblivious to the fact that it wasn't anything more than a simple assignment that he was lucky enough to be doing with friends. He did still get the occasional B or A rank though, so as to not raise his suspicions. Hence why he wasn't present in the village at the moment. He was on a B rank escort and delivery mission. He was to escort a rich nobleman back to wine country and deliver a large shipment scroll full of fine wines back to Konoha. Sure, it wasn't to high class, but the man was the target of several missing ninja, so it would work and satisfy Naruto's need for a bit of excitement. More than he would have thought. Naruto had been walking back to Konoha at a leisurely pace. He had already sent the shipment ahead with one of his summoned toads, a large blue one named Gamatachi. He had only just passed Fire Country's borders 3 hours ago when he was ambushed by a familiar face and a group of not-so-familiar faces. Mizuki had somehow escaped from prison and joined Sound, probably during the Sand Sound attack. It didn't help that the bastard had a level 2 cursed seal that made him look like some sort of demented weretiger, nor did it help that he could smell that the Auto Hunter ninja had weapons laced with a deadly poison called Demon's Bane. It was a supposedly holy herb that was made to kill demons, meaning he was in for a world of pain if he was hit. Naruto drew ebony and ivory from their sheaths and twirled them once before settling into a stance, Ebony's blade resting on his shoulder. Ah, a reunion party, just for me? You shouldn't have Mizuki Teme. Naruto smirked. The cursed seal-enhanced Mizuki glowered at Naruto, his glowing putrid yellow eyes narrowing as horribly tainted purple chakra surrounded him. Naruto knew what kind of chakra this was. It was amongst the worst there was. It was devil chakra. The cursed seals seemed to draw upon it as an energy source. He and Jiraiya had discovered that Orochimaru created the seal from the cells and chemicals within a man who had somehow been tainted and genetically altered by some sort of devil. The seal holds a good portion of the tainted devil chakra in it, and once it is placed it siphons and taints the holder's chakra and in turn their genetics, turning them into a part devil. Devil chakra was much like demon chakra. The only difference was that not all demonic chakra was tainted, and when it was, it could be purified. Devil energy was evil incarnate. Vile and sickening evil in its purest form. It cannot be purified. Also, whereas demons tended to be more bestial, devils were more humanoid in looks and natures. They also tended to try to subjugate demonkind such as the Biju and dire beasts aka summons. Hence, demons and devils did not get along. Silence, you nine-tailed freak. Mizuki snarled. Finally, after nearly 5 years I can have my revenge. You will die, demon. He roared out the last part. Naruto shot the enraged man a rather deadpanned look. Says the baka that sold his soul to a devil. Naruto let out a yawn. Seriously though, it's the same old song and dance everywhere I go. You shall die, demon, or kill the demon brat. Come on. Can't you morons think of something more original than that after all this time? Mizuki's clawed hands twitched as he snarled. How dare you, demon, it is because of you that my life has been ruined. It's all your fault. Naruto snorted. Cry me a fucking river. You betrayed Konoha. You screwed up and I kicked your ass. Ready for round 2 yet, dipshit, or do I have to start things off? They must be big. One of the sound ninjas said in the background. Huh, what? His partner said. The size of that guy's brass balls. Who'd be stupid enough to challenge Mizuki Dono? The ninja shuddered. Mizuki let out a roar and flung 2 large Fuma shuriken at Naruto. Naruto dodged them easily, but the scent of the demon's bane on it was strong. If he were to get hit with one of these weapons, there was a good chance he might die from the poison. He'd have to hope his human side would be enough to protect him. Damn it. Maybe I shouldn't have screwed around with the bastard and just killed him instead. Naruto grumbled silently as the group of sound ninja surrounded him, each armed with various weapons, all covered with the deadly poison. Mizuki-sama. Remember, we must bring Uzumaki back alive. Sasuke-sama wishes to deliver the final blow and obtain his Megenkyo. One of the sound ninja near Mizuki said. Why am I not surprised? I wonder, is Sasuke Teme, Even realizes that the only reason Itachi left him alive and screwed with his mind so much was so that he could steal his Meginkyo when the time came and could gain Madara's damn immortality and perfected Sharingan. Pitiful if you think about it. The sad little Avenger is still nothing more than a pawn. Naruto thought sarcastically. Mizuki growled, grabbed the ninja's head and smashed it in his massive clawed hands. I don't care what the little brat wants. I will have my revenge. Mizuki then hurled the corpse at Naruto, who in turn cleaved it in two. With the distraction set, Mizuki gave the signal and his troops all began throwing countless shuriken and kunai laced with the deadly poison on it at Naruto. Naruto grunted in pain as he felt numerous kunai and shuriken embed themselves into his flesh along with the acidic burning from the demon's bane poison. The effect was near instant, his healing factor slowed to a near halt. His demon chakra flow weakened and he could feel his body getting weaker. He had been hit by a lethal dose, but it seemed that his human genetics were slowing the effects, but not stopping them. His only hope was to finish this quickly and get the hell back to Tsunade and hope she can purge the toxin. Does it hurt, demon brat? Mizuki taunted. I've had worse, Naruto admitted, but not enough to save your sorry asses. Naruto let a feral grin cross his features. I've got to end this quick and without using too much of my demonic powers or I'll just speed up the toxin. Naruto thought as he shot towards a random sound ninja and cleaved him in two. 3 others behind him also fell in severed pieces from the force of the strike. Come on guys, this in no time to fall to pieces on me, really takes the fun out of it. Naruto taunted. The remaining 8 ninja, except Mizuki, lunged at Naruto at the same time. Naruto let out a growl and spun with his blades out, catching all of his attackers, though one did manage to impale Naruto's lower torso with a wakizashi. Blood and body parts flew in all directions as Naruto dropped back into his stance to face Mizuki, a lone head rolling over to rest at his foe's feet. Mizuki stomped on it, making it splatter across the ground. Sweat was beading on Naruto's forehead and his breathing was slightly labored due to the poison. He silently cursed himself for not being more observant. Had he really been paying attention with all his senses, the ambush would have failed. Whoever made up the bull about half-demons being all-powerful and omnipotent needed to have a kunai-enhanced explosive tag shoved up their ass. Hanyu are powerful and extremely difficult to kill unless you know what to do. Using a poison like Demon's Bane or venom from a creature like a manticore could be deadly to even Kyuubi. Thankfully both were rare. It was just his damn luck that a psycho like Mizuki happened to get some of the crap. Mizuki let out another enraged roar and flung several more Fuma shuriken at Naruto. Naruto dodged 2 and smacked the other aside with his sword before darting at Mizuki. Mizuki now lost to his madness as the cursed seal has taken out what little humanity he had left, blindly lunged at Naruto and began slashing with his claws recklessly. Naruto cursed. The damned cursed seal made the Teme much faster and stronger, and he was at a bit of a handicap at the moment. Naruto did manage to dodge most of the blows, though he did get raked diagonally across the face once and his chest got cut up pretty good in the process. Mizuki however lost his left clawed hand due to a deft swipe of ivory. Mizuki let out a howl of pain and grabbed the bleeding stub. Naruto didn't hesitate. Ebony raised up and came down in a fast arc while Ivory's blade came from the other side. The strike ended with Naruto's arms crossing in front of him as Mizuki's corpse fell at his feet in 3 separate hunks of flesh and blood. Thankfully during the fight several of the kunai and shuriken had fallen out. He opted to leave the sword in him to help stem the bleeding until he could get the toxin out of him. With another swipe of his sword he severed Mizuki's head and quickly placed it in an Enbu sealing scroll meant for such occasions. He'd collect the bounty later. Damn. Konoha is about 30 miles from here. If I try to element port I'll speed up the damn poison. But if I run, I might be able to make it in about 2 hours. Damn Mizuki Teme. Naruto grunted and took off in a dead run towards Konoha. As skilled as he was, not even he could get out of every fight without a scratch. To think otherwise would be utter foolishness. It was true that he could defeat Jiraiya and that he was better than most Junin in Konoha, but even Jiraiya could still knock him around a bit. Hell, the only reason he did so well on the test they gave him was due to Kakashi, Guy and Kurenai severely underestimating him. 2.5 hours later, Naruto walked through the gates, not even bothering to stop to talk to the guards. who shot him concerned looks. His body was a mass of pain at the moment. The burning from the poison was steadily climbing. His healing factor had shut down completely and wouldn't restart until the poison was purged. He was leaving a small trail of blood as he walked and his strength was beginning to fail him. Granted, the ambush had caught him slightly off guard, but that still hadn't been any excuse for taking the damage he did. Poison or not. Simple truth was he had made a slight lapse in judgment and it had cost him. Next time they wouldn't be so damn lucky. Naruto silently cursed. While he had discovered that the poison wouldn't kill him because he was still part human, it did weaken him substantially. Thankfully, the damnable herb was so rare that it was likely that they had used up most if not all of the poison made from it in the ambush. Ignoring the pain and glad once again for his unusual high tolerance for it. One of the few useful things gained from the damn villagers, he turned and walked the short distance to the hospital. As luck would have it, depending on how you looked at the situation, Sakura, Ino and Hinata were all working at the hospital that day. Though Ino and Hinata were there mainly for lessons, Sakura worked there part-time as an intern with Shizune as her boss. It was a pretty slow day for the girls, all things considered. Hinata and Ino had just finished learning the mystical palm jutsu from Shizune and Sakura was on break, so the three decided to take a rest in the front lobby and drink some tea. Of course, the subject of their girl talk was a certain blonde-haired Namikaze. So imagine their horror when he walked through the doors with a wakizashi jutting out of his gut, several kunai and shuriken still stuck in him and a small trail of blood droplets following him. Not to mention the 4 scratches going diagonally across his face. Naruto. Ino yelped. What the hell happened to you? Hinata and Sakura whirled around, their eyes widening in shock. Hinata had to stifle a scream and Sakura looked like she wanted to cry. She was always rather emotional. Naruto grunted. Sound ambush. Mizuki Teme must have joined them after he escaped. He had a level 2 cursed seal. Their weapons were laced with a deadly poison. It's halted my healing powers, so could one of you get Tsunade, or do you know the purging jutsu, Sakura? He asked. Sakura just nodded and then snapped to. This was no time to let her emotions get the better of her. Ino and Hinata rushed out of the room and came back a few seconds later with a stretcher bed, wheeling it over to him. Thanks. Naruto grunted and sat down on the bed as he began removing the kunai and shuriken. He nearly fell over when the girls began rushing him back to the Shizune saw what was going on, blanched and followed hastily behind them. Once in the Ino and Hinata began removing the kunai and shuriken that were out of Naruto's reach. Sakura began cleaning his wounds and Shizune began running a diagnostic jutsu and winced. You've received what should be a lethal dose of Demon's Bane and some deadly nightshade poison. If you had been a full-blooded demon, you'd be dead. I doubt even Kyuubi could have lived from a dose that concentrated. Thankfully you're only half. Shizune said worriedly. Naruto shot her a slight glare. Don't you think you should be more quiet in mixed company? He said, a bit annoyed. So much for secrets. Naruto, we already know. Ino said from behind him. Naruto's eyes widened slightly as he stiffened. When and how? He asked. Not angrily but stern and slightly confused. Sakura looked him in the eye and touched the sword in his stomach. He gave a curt nod and she pulled it out with a gout of blood. The only indication of pain on his face was a twitch of his eyebrows and lips. Sakura then sighed as she began cleaning the wound. We've known since the first night you got back. We were worried about you, so we thought we'd come to talk to you. Well, I did, and the other girls followed me. Anyways, when we saw you talking to Kakashi, in your other form, we decided to listen and not interrupt. I'm sorry if you're mad, but we didn't mean any harm, we just want to help. She said. Naruto let out a sigh. Don't worry about it, I had planned on telling you all sooner or later anyways. It's not like I could really keep it a secret for too long anyways. Shizune began going through several hand seals, stopping on the boar seal. Medical arts, purification purge jutsu, she said, causing her hands to be covered in a dark green light. Now hold still, Naruto-kun, this will take a bit of time. Ino, Hinata and Sakura. Could you 3 tend to his other wounds with mystical palm? The 3 girls answered in the affirmative and began going to work as Naruto shucked off his destroyed trench coat. Thankfully he had several others just like it. Naruto could feel the poison slowly get purged from his system. His healing factor began to kick back in after about 10 minutes and went to work flushing the deadly nightshade poison from his system. Shizune found it a bit difficult to flush out the demon's bane since it wasn't a poison to humans. To them it was a harmless herb. To someone like Naruto it worked like some of the special poisons developed by ninja to stop chakra usage and other abilities. It would weaken him, and as time passed, if left unchecked or uncured it could kill him, slowly. Sakura, give me a hand in purging this poison. There is more in his system than I thought. Shizune said, concentrating. Sakura nodded and performed the necessary jutsu. Hinata and Ino finished healing the wounds on his back and eased him to lie down. Naruto closed his eyes while the two girls ran the healing jutsu over his face to heal the cuts there, while Shizune and Sakura worked on purging the toxins. It was a bit lucky that he had bled a lot of the toxin out, and now that his healing factor had kicked back in they could use it to boost the purge. Naruto fell asleep during the treatment. To Shizune's surprise, some of the trace amounts of Demon's Bane left in his system had slightly altered his immune system. His healing factor, rather than completely flushing the toxin, began building immunity to it. Large doses would still weaken and harm him, but it was likely that they would no longer be lethal anymore, considering that his healing ability finished up for them and all traces of the toxin had vanished. It was also lucky that the rest of his wounds, including the ones on his face, had healed up without leaving any noticeable scars. Shizune gathered up the weapons that had been laced with the poison and placed them in cold storage, intent on creating an antidote for Demon's Bane. She also drew 4 vials of Naruto's blood to help with the testing. The 3 girls transported Naruto to a vacant room to rest. His system was still recovering from the toxin's effects, and it would take a day or so before he was back to full strength. Naruto woke as they placed him in a more comfortable bed. Thanks for the help, ladies. Naruto yawned a bit. I'm a bit ashamed I got caught off guard so easily. He was still sore and a bit tired from draining the poison, but he could feel his strength and powers returning to him steadily. By morning he'd be at his peak once again. Naruto sat up from his bed and prepared to get out of it. He had to go give his report and debriefing from Tsunade. And just where do you think you're going? Sakura asked, crossing her arms below her chest, causing her girls to raise a bit. Naruto swallowed and averted his attention elsewhere while Sakura smirked. Need to go make my report. Naruto said, turning his head only to get an eyeful of Ino, who, he just noticed, was wearing a low V-cut purple muscle shirt that also bared her midriff as well as showed a good amount of cleavage. What the hell? Okay, I'll just look the other direction and, crap. Naruto's sweat dropped, his eyebrow ticking a bit. Hinata, to cool herself off a bit from so much blushing, had removed her coat. This would have been fine normally, but she was wearing a skin-tight black tank top that showed off just how much she had really grown during Naruto's absence. What Naruto didn't realize was all 3 of the girls, even shy Hinata, were teasing him. Though Hinata was very embarrassed, there was no way in hell she was going to let the other 2 girls outdo her. She could blush and faint into unconsciousness later. Ino mimicked Sakura in crossing her arms, causing even more cleavage to come into view as she looked Naruto in the eye. You can make your report later after you have rested up. That toxin took a lot out of you, she said in a professional manner while leaning forward a bit and giving Naruto a better view. How the hell did I suddenly get into this mess? Naruto wondered. I'm fine, honest. And no, Naruto-kun, you need some rest, Hinata said shyly. Besides, I think you owe me or us an explanation, Sakura said, tapping her foot and putting on a stern look. Why didn't you tell me? It's about the Kyuubi. We're your friends and we know you're not some kind of evil demon or something. Naruto sighed and shifted into his Hanyu form. It was more comfortable to actually let his tails and ears out, since if kept hidden for too long the tail began to cramp and the ears began to ache. His fangs grew longer, hands became clawed, round pupils became slit, and his whisker marks turned darker and wider as his 6 tails swayed lazily behind him. His fox-like ears twitched when Hinata let out a quiet giggle. What the hell was that about? And you mean to tell me that this doesn't freak any of you out? Naruto asked, his eyebrow arched in disbelief. Well, it is a bit weird, Sakura said, tilting her head slightly. But I have to admit, the look suits you. Ino smirked and eyed him up with a rather smoldering gaze, causing Naruto to squirm slightly. She was looking at him like he used to look at ramen. It was freaking him out. I have to admit, the whole feral thing is kinda why. Ino winked. I think, it's cute. Hinata said shyly. What the hell is going on here? They are supposed to be terrified of me. Not looking like they want to eat me alive. Well, Ino looks like that. This makes no damn sense. None whatsoever. Naruto's mind screamed at him. Don't you ladies understand what I am? I'm no longer human. Or at least not completely. Because of the seal, assimilating the fox to me's power and his chakra, I became half demon, a Hanyu. The bastard is still sealed in me, but that's only until I finished absorbing his powers and abilities. Hell, I can even take on the form of a six-tailed fox. How the hell are you three not terrified of me? I'm going to be the next Kyuubi. Naruto ranted in confusion. Sakura shook her head. Do you plan on destroying the village then? She asked. What? Not a chance in hell. Naruto exclaimed, losing some of his composure. Where the hell did that come from? Naruto. We know all of what you and Kakashi talked about. We even talked to Tsunade-sama. She and Jiraiya-sama explained many things to us. You horrible childhood, the hatred you had to deal with and the responsibility of the power you now have. Ino said, being serious for once. We don't hate you, and Naruto-kun, we just want tea to help you, and, Hinata trailed off, blushing deeper. We want to show you that we care. Ino and I weren't the best of people to you when you were younger, and Kami knows I was a terrible friend and teammate, but like you, we grew up. We won't judge you just because you're different. Gaara is just like you and he's the case cage now, and look how he used to be before he met you. If he deserves a second chance and happiness, then you deserve it that much more. Sakura said with a small smile. Now Naruto had grown much smarter over the years and for the most part could control his emotions quite well unless under heavy stress. But right now his mind was riddled with confusion. He had been sure that the girls, Ino and Sakura especially, would freak out once they learned the truth. His confusion was quite obvious due to the fact it shone in his eyes. They are right, you know. Tsunade said, walking into the room with Shizune. I don't understand. Naruto frowned. If the villagers had Tsunade interrupted him. We are not those small-minded fools. Even they do not have the right to act as they do, since I know for a fact that you have never given them reason to. She let out a sigh. Don't you think it's time you let go of the past? I was able to let go of my past pains because of you. Why can't you do the same for yourself? That's easier said than done. I have to relive those moments each night when I am asleep. The mobs trying to kill me, the assassination attempts, the beatings. It never ends. Then to top it off, the bastard fox as a last measure of revenge makes me dream about the night it attacked with me in its place. Naruto closed his eyes. The scary part is, sometimes I enjoy being the fox. I enjoy the destruction and the taste of blood. Hearing the screams sometimes even gives me a thrill. It's disgusting. He spat out the last part with a scowl. But you would never do any of those things. Shizune protested. No, I wouldn't. Naruto sighed. I know it's just the furball's last-ditch effort to try and corrupt me. To be honest, it's more annoying now than anything. It's why I don't fear genjutsu when cast on me. They don't really compare to those dreams or memories. Is there a reason you came here, Mom? Naruto asked, pushing his earlier confusion to the back of his mind. Yes, I wanted to check up on you and see if you were being nice to the girls and not trying to push them away with your insecurities. Tsunade smirked. Crap, busted. Naruto groaned mentally. Okay, I get it. Not like I enjoy the whole angsty bit anyways. A few things then clicked into place and Naruto shot Tsunade a rather deadpanned look. You are trying to set me up, aren't you? And if I am? She asked. Naruto's sweat dropped. Does this have to do with my clan scroll? Well, it looks like you really did get smarter. Tsunade quipped. Why complain? The girls like you and it's not like you're being told to marry them or anything. I just want you to give them a chance. All three of them? Are you going senile? Sakura is in love with Sasuke Teme. Clunk. Naruto was cut off by a metal bedpan to the face from Tsunade. I'm not senile and you forgot about Tenten and Tamari, they seem to like you as well. Tsunade said, crossing her arms. But, she's right, Naruto, we aren't asking for anything big right now. Just get to know us. Ino said with a grin. But, I would like T to be Naruto-kun's girlfriend. Hinata said shyly. But, no buts, Naruto-kun. Did you honestly think I wouldn't have gotten over Sasuke after all this time? Sakura added. Just give it a shot, get to know them, go on a few dates or something. They can help you get over your past, we all can, but you need to let us in. Shizune stated. Besides, you've been brooding for nearly 2 weeks now and brooding doesn't suit you. I was beginning to think you were going to turn into a Uchiha. Tsunade jabbed. That should do the trick. I haven't been that bad. Naruto trailed off at the 3 glares leveled at him from Tsunade, Shizune and Sakura. Okay, maybe I have. Sorry, I've just had a lot on my mind. I'll stop brooding so much and mellow out a bit. Naruto then looked at the 3 girls. Now for your 3. I am very flattered and in Sakura-chan's case surprised, but I will need time to adjust to this and think it over. I would suggest you ladies do the same, don't let your hormones make decisions for you or make a hasty choice. You also need to consider your families. I'm pretty sure they won't like the idea that their little girls have suddenly gotten a crush on the village half-demon. They will probably think I did something to you. Just think on it for a while. I will do the same, but until then, let's just be friends. Naruto said. The 3 were a bit disappointed but nodded. When can I leave, Tsunade? Naruto asked. In the morning once you're back to full strength, otherwise I want you to rest, and no arguments. She answered. Alright, I'll take it easy. Naruto grumbled. I hate hospitals. Demons spawn, die, suffer as we have, fox brat. Destroy, kill them, destroy them all. No, feast upon their flesh, drink of their blood. Savor the marrow of their bones. Bring about beautiful destruction. Kill, kill, kill. Gut the little bastard before we get caught. Stop, total annihilation. Is but one broken will away. You will complete what I once started. Ha 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 ha. Naruto's eyes shot open, a thin sheen of sweat covered his form, his breathing slightly labored. It was that dream again. The dream where he loses control and becomes a black Kyuubi. He could feel his muscles stiffen and relax as he calmed himself, the early morning sunlight filtering in through the window. Damn it. When will I be free of these damn dreams? They are really beginning to get on my nerves. To think the Baka Fox still thinks it can break my will. Oh well. In a few more years he will cease to exist and I will finally be able to wash my claws of the bastard. Naruto thought. Naruto then felt a slight stirring on his stomach. Huh, what's that? Looking down he saw a mop of bubblegum pink hair resting on his stomach. Glancing over a bit he noticed that Sakura was half sitting on a chair, her upper half resting on him and her hand holding his own. He let out a small sigh. He must have been making noises in his sleep again. Jiraiya said he sometimes made noises during some of his worst nightmares. She must have heard him and tried to offer some comfort. A small smile crossed his lips. 4 years ago he would have sold his soul to be in this position. Even now he wasn't about to complain, but it was an odd feeling. He really didn't know what to make of the girls knowing his secret or the fact that not only Tsunade wanted him to date them but they seemed to want to try it out too. It's not like he was against the idea. Only a damn fool would turn down a group of beautiful women and a fool he was not. It kind of weirded him out that none of them seemed to care that he was supposed to practice polygamy. Perhaps women just looked at things differently. Though he would have thought, given their strong personalities, that they would not be so willing to even consider the thought of sharing. Once again it must be how they perceived the situation. Though one thing was for sure, if he did agree to this, things would be taken slowly. He, himself, had to get used to the idea and, if he was honest with himself, he needed to learn how to open up more. He was aware that he always tried to shoulder all the burdens by himself. He had been since he was a child and was fairly used to it. But he recalled something Jiraiya had told him his father had once said. Even a hero needs heroes of their own or the fires in their heart will flicker and burn out. And without that fire, love will fade with it and then all that remains is emptiness. Jiraiya had also told him once that it was his love that was the source of his power and strength. Naruto had been confused at that since, while he had loved others, he had never really felt love. Could such an emotion truly boost his power like the old pervert had suggested? Was that emotion truly the reason he could become so strong? It never really crossed his mind that when the ones he loved were in danger and his body was broken and his power nearly gone, that was when he somehow could rise up, more powerful than ever before. He did it against Shukaku, Kabuto and even Kyuubi when it tried to control him to harm his precious people. Naruto was powerful, that was certain. But within him lay a great potential fueled by an emotion. If he were to ever discover and harness that potential, then he would gain power that could even surpass the gods. All it would need is a trigger. Pushing back his jumbled thoughts, Naruto raised a clawed hand and gently pushed back a few pink locks from Sakura's face. He wasn't sure just why, but watching her like this seemed to ease his mind and give him a sense of inner peace. Sakura's eyes fluttered open. She had woken from a pleasant dream about her and a certain blonde fox boy and a gentle touch. She looked up and blushed. Naruto was looking at her with the most kind and gentle look she had ever seen on his features. His lips were slightly turned up in a smile. His eyes, though still piercing, seemed to radiate warmth and gentleness. They were even giving off a faint glow. She had come in to check on him last night and had found him in the middle of a nightmare. She had tried to wake him up, but she couldn't. He was whimpering slightly and occasionally letting out growls. He had been so tense and his body beaded with sweat. She felt so bad for him, so she tried to comfort him as best she could. When she grabbed his hand, he seemed to calm a little. Eventually she must have fallen asleep. "Good morning, Sakura-chan," Naruto said, his voice a bit softer than usual. "Morning, Naruto-kun," she replied a bit shyly and sat up with a small yawn. "Are you feeling better now?" Naruto nodded and frowned slightly. The sudden loss of warmth suddenly bothered him. And she was still using the kun suffix. That was going to take some getting used to. "I'm back to full strength, thanks to you and the others." "Thank you for the help," Naruto said with a slight bow to show his gratitude. Sakura smiled. "No problem, I'm just glad we could help." Naruto sat up and stretched a bit, his 6 tails stretching out behind him as he worked the kinks out of his bones. Sakura enjoyed the little show as he flexed his muscles and twitched his ears in a cute fox-like manner. How he managed to pull off Y and cute at the same time she didn't know, but she wasn't about to complain a bit. "Tenten and Tamari stopped by last night while you were asleep and brought you some fresh clothes," Sakura said as Naruto stood. She blushed a bit. He was only in a pair of black boxers. "Why don't you go ahead and get cleaned up? I'll go get you some breakfast. Anything you want in particular?" she asked. "Some tea, a bowl of rice and an apple sounds nice if that's not too much of a hassle," Naruto responded. "None at all. You go ahead and shower, I'll be back in about 10 minutes. She said, her cheeks still twinged pink, and hurried out the door. "Wonder what's got her so worked up?" Naruto wondered and looked down. "Oh, I see." He was in nothing but his boxers, thankfully not suffering from morning wood, but the boxers were a bit on the snug side, so they did nothing to hide the sizable lump in front. It wasn't his fault that he was built a bit above average, for all he knew it ran in the family. Slightly embarrassed, he quickly dismissed his Hanyu form and went to shower. He'd apologize to Sakura later. What he didn't know was that said pink-haired medic ninja was on the other side of the door, hastily stuffing some tissue up her nose to stem off the nosebleed she had gotten. Once that was under control, she scurried off to get them both some breakfast. Naruto wiped his brow of sweat and settled back into his stance. He was currently in his favorite training spot in the woods behind the Hokage monument, a simple clearing with a small river and spring-fed lake in the center of the clearing. Around the small lake were various flowers, medicinal herbs, and even a few berry bushes. At one side of the lake was a large sakura tree that he liked to take naps in when he could. It was his secret place where he could come to be one with nature and relax. Though he was sure that someone else would one day find this place, he would protect it. It was his haven. At the moment he was standing out in the middle of the lake going through various kata for his mystical beast-style kenjutsu. He had stopped because a blue bird had flown down and perched on his sword, looking at him innocently. He smiled and watched the little creature as it hopped up and down his blade. On the other side of the lake he could see a small family of deer drinking from the lake. There was even a small family of foxes here. None of the wildlife in the area had ever feared Naruto, and he had for years, even before he became a ninja, had acted as their protector from hunters and such. This haven was as much theirs as his. The bluebird, its curiosity satisfied, flew off to get some food near one of the berry bushes. Naruto continued to go through his kata as he manipulated the water and wind around him. Swirls, spirals and arcs of water danced about his shirtless form and blades, his 6 tails flailing behind him as the winds blew through his hair and fur. Naruto's eyes began giving off a brilliant icy blue glow as he channeled more of his power, creating pillars of water on the lake. He began jumping between them as he continued his kata. He was determined to make sure that no more accidents like the one he had with Mizuki would happen again. He had been careless and hadn't even tapped into a quarter of his power or skill. Though that was partially due to the power-draining anti-demon poison he had been inflicted with, but the point was that he was more than skilled enough that it shouldn't have happened. He had been berating himself for nearly a week now. Of course, just because Naruto thought he was alone didn't mean he really was. The show was being enjoyed by quite a few people. Tsunade, Shizune, Sakura, Ino and Kakashi were watching from the Hokage's office via the viewing crystal. Hinata, who had perfected stalking Naruto to an art, was also watching from the tree line along with Tenten, both in different positions and using a much better form of concealment jutsu. Temari had returned to Suna several days ago for her tri-monthly reports. With an expert twirl, Naruto sheathed his twin swords and then began going through taijutsu kata. Further channeling his control of water and wind, he turned the pillars of water into a large sphere and used the wind to hold it in place. He then trained his ability to fight underwater and use his affinity to breathe the water. He then tied on a blindfold intent on training his blind fighting. Finishing his taijutsu kata, his body began glowing bright blue as the massive sphere of water was broken apart and turned into countless small orbs of water, all circling around Naruto. The orbs then shot at him as if to attack. Naruto's form blurred as he used his inhuman speed to attack or block the orbs of water. The people watching were stunned to see such a show of not only skill but raw power. Naruto was hitting and blocking each orb of water that came at him using both his arms and his 6 tails. The truly frightening part was that he wasn't even tapping into his demonic powers, it was all his human powers. As the last sphere of water flew at Naruto, he held his hand out to halt it. He gestured with his hand and grabbed it as it writhed and took the form of a double-edged long sword and froze into ice. He then melted it back into water and began experimenting with shapes, shuriken, kunai, swords, a spear, a club and finally, oddest of all, a rose. He turned the ice into a rose and then charged it with chakra, causing it to gain a prism-like glow to it. Naruto then dismissed the ice rose and let it turn back into water. His ears twitched slightly and a smell drifted through the air. He could smell clover oil, metal, medicinal herbs, lavender and cinnamon rolls. He mentally chuckled. It seems as if Tenten was trying to follow Hinata's example in her favorite pastime of Naruto-kun stalking. He didn't really mind. He knew the Hyuga heiress meant no harm and was very fond of him. If he was honest with himself, he'd admit that he was flattered. Tenten hadn't really surprised him much either, considering she made it a habit to watch him train his kenjutsu whenever possible. Besides, it's not like he was trying to hide anything anymore, so he'd let them have their fun for now while he worked out his own problems. Sakura and Ino had gone through great lengths to be nicer to him now, and he could tell it was genuine. You can't fool a fox. At least not for a prolonged period of time. He still had some rather deep trust issues with both though. They had treated him like shit when he was younger. Well, not quite so bad towards the end, just before Sasuke betrayed them and he left to train. But many previous years of abuse and insults just didn't go away, even if it was the stupidity of children. He didn't hate either one of them, not by a long shot. He had always had some sort of feelings for Sakura, though not as strong as they used to be, and he did find Ino to be both very attractive and amusing to be around, when she wasn't tearing into Shikamaru for being lazy or Kiba for being a pervert. Tenten and Temari were a lot alike. Tenten was a bit of a tomboy and Temari was the rough and tough kunoichi, though both had their softer sides. It seemed both had an odd need for physical contact, such as cuddling or holding hands. Perhaps it was to offset their otherwise strong personalities. Both girls also had explosive tempers as well, with Tenten's favorite thing to do being turning the source of her ire into a living target for various sharp and pointy objects. Temari would either blast away with wind jutsu or wield her battle fan like a war mace. Thankfully, he hadn't been on the receiving end of any of the girls' ire thus far. Hinata was pretty much the same she used to be. Still quiet, shy and has a habit of either doing cute things with her fingers or fainting when under too much mental stress. She still blushed a lot, and more than once Naruto had caught her getting a nosebleed. It's always the quiet ones. Her Juken skills had vastly improved and her medical skills were nearly on par with Sakura's thanks to Hinata's perfected chakra control and Byakugan. Naruto remembered how he used to think she was weird and a bit creepy. He didn't think so anymore. Like the others, she had grown into a very beautiful young woman. As Naruto approached the shore, his training done for now, he felt Tenten's and Hinata's presences leave. Shrugging it off, he wiped some sweat off with a wet towel and began reapplying his bandages that covered his seal. His scarf and trench coat sitting only a few feet away. Just as he finished wrapping his lower torso, a small messenger slug appeared in front of him in a puff of smoke, put down a scroll and vanished. Naruto picked up the small scroll. It was from Tsunade, requesting his presence in her office ASAP. Hiding his tails and fox ears quickly, he picked up his coat and scarf, placing them on hastily before bounding into the tree line in a dead run towards the Hokage Tower. All conversation in the Hokage's office came to a halt as Naruto burst through the doors. The people within the room consisted of Tsunade, Jiraiya, Kakashi, Sakura, Ino, Tenten, Hinata and Tun-Tun, who was sleeping in the corner. The group turned to look at the Namikaze heir, and he could tell by the grim looks on the two Sannin that this was not a mere social call. "You called, Tsunade-sama?" Naruto asked in full mission mode. The blonde female Hokage sighed and took a swig of sake. "Yes, there have been some developments that have come about." Jiraiya stepped up. "First, Sasuke Uchiha attacked Orochimaru 3 days ago and seemingly killed him, but not before Orochimaru was able to perform the body switch jutsu. Part of him is now in Uchiha and the rest is recovering with Kabuto Yakushi. Uchiha seems to have control of Orochimaru's personality. For now. But he is being hailed as a hero by various members of the council. Mostly civilian and those against you. He has fled Oto with 3 of Orochimaru's best, Karen, Jugo and Suigetsu. They and a large number of other Oto nin are loyal to the Uchiha. Also he has put a bounty out on you, Naruto. He wants you to be brought in alive so that he can kill you and obtain his Meigenkyo Sharingan. He will likely be seeking you out along with Itachi." Sakura and Ino looked horrified. The boy they had once had a crush on wanted to murder his best friend just to gain more power. It was bad enough that he became a traitor, but now this? Tenten and Hinata also looked upset, but they were more angry than anything. Naruto was just impassive. "I suspected as much," Naruto replied. "The only reason Itachi left the little bastard alive was and warped his mind was so that he would gain the Meigenkyo and then Itachi could harvest them and gain the immortality and true powers gained from taking a sibling's Meigenkyo Sharingan. Just like Madara did. That was the precise reason Orochimaru wanted Sasuke Teme. With him he could gain the immortality he desires so much." Naruto sighs and shakes his head. "In the end, you have to pity Sasuke. He is and has always been nothing but a pawn, his quest destroying his own soul and making it easier for those desiring his power to use him." "Is that really true, Tsunade-sensei?" Sakura asked, looking a bit ill. Sure, she wasn't in love with the boy anymore, but she still did want him back as a friend. "I'm afraid so, Sakura," Tsunade answered. "Madara, the founder of the Uchiha clan, gained great power and immortality but at a nasty price. You see, in order to gain the Meigenkyo level of Sharingan you must murder your best friend in cold blood. No matter how cold-hearted you are, there will always be a twinge of guilt over the death you caused. This awakens the ultimate form of the Sharingan. The other price of this is a disease that comes with the power. It slowly eats away at the eyes and chakra centers within the eyes, causing the holder of the Meigenkyo to eventually go completely blind. However, if you have a sibling who also has a Meigenkyo level Sharingan and you steal that sibling's eyes to replace your own, it not only stops the disease completely but it grants a horrible level of tainted power and immortality to the one who did this. Madara was the first to discover it and we believe that he trained Itachi so that he could join him. Sasuke also knows of this and is seeking to take his brother's eyes since Itachi has not experienced any problems from the Meigenkyo disease yet. But he can't gain this power until he has his own Meigenkyo. That is why Naruto is his other target." Tsunade explained. "Does this have something to do with that cursed seal thing that Orochimaru put on him 4 years ago?" Ino asked. "Not completely," Jiraiya said. "The cursed seal of heaven uses an odd combination of tainted devil chakra and cells extracted from one of Orochimaru's experiments. It does eventually corrupt the mind, but only with the person's own dark emotions and thoughts. It doesn't create what is already there." The cells cause corruption but only take hold if the person is liable to be corrupt in the first place. The seal cannot make the inflicted person do anything other than what they would already be slightly inclined to do. It removes their inhibitions on their darker personality aspects, so to speak. When that happens, the evil chakra, the seal, draws power from further taints the person and alters them on a genetic level. It makes them into a type of Hanyu like Naruto, but by using a power and being far more evil and tainted than even Kyuubi was. Devils, Naruto said. Devilkind is the foulest and most evil of entities out there, literally evil incarnate. Even the lowest level of devil is on par with a four-tailed demon. The difference between the two is that demons are initially beasts of various tails. Some are smart and others are completely primal. Some of the tailed even act as protectors of certain areas. Gobi the five-tailed wolf is a master of elements and illusions and acts as a guardian of forests and mountains. Nibi the necromanta, the two-tailed cat, is another that isn't evil. She is a master of hellfire and necromancy. She is one of the smartest of the Biju and an acquaintance of mine, as is her former container, who with mine and Jiraiya's help merged with the girl she was sealed in to become a Hanyu, yet retained both personalities so she could lend aid when needed. Devils though work on a different level though. Demons usually represent elements and animals. Occasionally one can take on a semi-human form. A devil though is a humanoid creature of evil in its purest forms. They have elemental capabilities like demons do, but they represent sins and dark emotions such as rage, hate and envy. They thrive and live off of the suffering and anguish of other beings, demons included. It gives them a great boost in power. They also have an insatiable taste for blood and flesh, especially that of human virgins. The most powerful is some sort of dark god known as the Lord of Anarchy and Destruction. No one knows what its name is though. The ones you really have to be careful of are the Sin Lords. They are very powerful, easily matching Kyuubi, and usually are backed by armies of lesser devils, enslaved demons and nightbreeds like ghouls, vampires, zombies and the like. Naruto explained. Have you ever fought one of those devil things? Tenten asked. Naruto nodded. Once, a famine devil. It was causing mass destruction of crops in far wheat country. Its favorite thing to do was suck the life force from anything it came in contact with. Damn thing nearly killed me the first time I fought it. If I hadn't awakened my sixth tail fighting it, I probably would have died. The others in the room winced. No one liked the idea of something powerful enough that could kill someone as powerful as Naruto. Jiraiya remembered that fight all too well. It was when Naruto discovered the secrets behind the two swords his father left for him. It was also during that time that Jiraiya saw another power slowly beginning to awaken within Naruto, one that was still locked away. It was beyond any power he had ever seen, but for some reason, Naruto couldn't unlock it. An elder sage they had visited in their travels had told him that Naruto couldn't unlock the power without first obtaining the key, which he called the sacred element. It still gave the old pervert a headache trying to figure out the ancient sage's true meaning. There is something else too, Tsunade said, getting everyone back to the subject. Naruto, I have a mission for you, Kakashi and whoever else you see fit to take with you. We told you about the Uchiha first because there is a chance you might run into him on this mission. This will be your first Chunin mission and I am placing you in charge. She paused for a moment and then continued. The case cage of Suna has been kidnapped by the Akatsuki. She said. Gaara, when the hell did this happen? Naruto asked, slightly surprised. Temari had told him about Gaara becoming the new case cage about a week ago. Naruto had been happy for his friend since Gaara's reasons were to gain more precious people and protect them. Temari-san sent a messenger bird here about a half hour ago. Two members of the Akatsuki named Sasori and Deidra attacked Suna a few days ago just before she got there. Her brother Kankuro was badly injured in the fight. She and a healer named Chiyo requested our help to get him back. Also, Itachi has been seen in the area as well. Once you get to Suna, Temari and Chiyo will guide you to where the Akatsuki have taken Gaara to extract Shukaku. It should take them about 2 to 3 days to do so. Tsunade said, but it'll take that long to get there. Suna is a 3-day journey from here, even for a Junin. Sakura said worriedly. Naruto had gone silent, his eyes closed and his arms crossed as he went into deep thought. This was a problem. Asuma, Choji and Shikamaru were out on a mission to Spring Country, solidifying trade agreements. Guy, Lee, Neji and Kiba were also out on a mission in water country. He wasn't sure of the details. Only that they were in Kiri, the village hidden in the mists. Kurenai was out on maternity leave, having discovered her pregnancy 6 days ago. Anko was also out doing an assassination mission in grass country. The only people he could take were in the room with him. "Alright," Naruto said, opening his eyes. "I can get us all there in about a day and a half. Maybe less if we don't run into problems. Kakashi-sensei will be my co-leader for this mission. If I am not around, then he is in charge. I want Sakura, Ino, Tenten and Hinata to come as well. Sakura will be our main medic, Ino our interrogator, Hinata can act as a scout and Tenten's ranged kenjutsu skills will help. Arrow Senin, I want you to stay here and help mom keep things safe here." Jiraiya nodded, taking pride in how quickly and efficiently Naruto was taking hold of the situation, though he really wished the teen would stop using that damned nickname. Kakashi and Tsunade were also quite impressed. The girls were just glad to be helping their crush. "We will leave in exactly 30 minutes, gather all you will need for a 2-week-long mission and meet me at the East Gate," Naruto said to the group. "But how will we get there so quickly, Naruto-kun?" Hinata asked. Naruto gave her a lopsided smile. "You'll see soon enough, Hinata-chan, now let's go," he said, and flame ported out of the office. The others looked at each other, nodded and vanished in either puffs of smoke or swirls of leaves. "Will they be all right, Jiraiya?" Tsunade asked, feeling a bit worried. The pervert, for once trying to be comforting, placed a hand on her shoulder. "There isn't much out there that can actually kill Naruto anymore, and trying to extract the Kyuubi is impossible now that Naruto is a Hanyu. The Akatsuki is strong, but it would take almost all of them to take down Naruto in a fight if he releases his full power. Many would think that being half-demon is what gives him an edge, when in truth it is his half-human side that gives him the edge he will need. Have faith in him, Tsunade-heim. He has grown much, not only in power but heart as well. He will protect them all and bring them back home safely," Jiraiya said confidently. "I hope you're right," Tsunade said in but a whisper. 30 minutes later, Sakura, Tenten, Ino and Hinata ran up to the East Gate, followed by Kakashi, who had appeared from a puff of smoke. They could see Naruto waiting a short ways outside of the gate. He was leaning against a tree, eyes closed and seemingly unaware of his surroundings. However, before the group could get within earshot of him, he stood up to his full height and opened his eyes. "Okay, we're here, Naruto. How do you plan on getting us to Suna so quickly?" Kakashi asked curiously. Naruto just smiled and walked a bit of distance from them. "Like this," he said simply. Naruto's chakra spiked harshly, causing him to be surrounded by a sapphire and ruby spiral of energy. There was a sudden mass of black smoke that filled the area. A large golden furred tail with a silver tip swept out from the smoke as it began to clear. The breeze picked up and the smoke was carried off. The group could only stare in shock. Standing before them was a 6-tailed demon fox, a little larger than a small house and with fur the same color as Naruto's hair. Its eyes gave off a gentle icy sapphire blue glow and held a familiar piercing nature about them. The fox looked like a 6-tailed version of Kyuubi, but the fur color, eye color and overall feeling around it was the complete opposite of what was expected with the 9-tailed demon. There was no bloodlust, killing intent or malicious feelings, just a strong feeling of safeness and security. Naruto padded up to them a bit and then lay down, lowering his massive head to look at his friends' stunned faces as his longer than usual fox ears twitched slightly as various sounds filtered into them. A slightly amused glint could be seen in his glowing blue eyes. "This is my full demon form, though it is not as large as I can grow," Naruto said in a soft demonic voice. Naruto-kun, is that really you?" Sakura asked in awe as she shyly touched his furry muzzle. Despite its stiff and spiky look, the fur was soft and silky to the touch, much like some of the fine silks and satins that were imported from Kiri. "Yes, Sakura-chan, it's me. I'm pretty fast, so I'll be carrying all of you to Suna." This was the fastest and most efficient method I could come up with, Naruto replied, secretly enjoying the pink-haired girl's petting of his fur. Tenten, Ino and Hinata were each looking at him with big eyes. The word cute was flashing through their mind. Kakashi's sweat dropped. Leave it to these girls to see Naruto's full demon form as nothing more than an overgrown puppy or stuffed toy. though part of him was impressed with Naruto's line of thought. At his size and speed they could cover a lot of ground. Are you sure you can handle running for that long? Kakashi asked. Yes, I had loads of stamina before, but now it is near infinite. Naruto answered. The four girls flushed slightly as they thought of other very fun uses for such monstrous stamina. Kakashi noticed and stifled a perverted giggle. Alright, ladies, sensei, climb on, Naruto said. The four girls happily climbed onto Naruto, each secretly enjoying the feeling of his soft fur and pleasantly warm body. Kakashi chuckled a bit and hopped up and sat down towards the middle of his back. Each of them had the presence of mind to start using a bit of chakra to ensure that they could cling to Naruto's massive form, since it was likely that traveling at high speeds they would fall off otherwise. Hold on tight, here we go. Naruto warned and got up, turned and began bounding off in the direction of Suna. Naruto created a small wind barrier around them so that the roaring of the wind wouldn't cut out conversation or sudden noises that they would need to hear. It also kept them from getting blown off. Kakashi and the girls marveled at how fast they were going as trees flashed by in blurs. Naruto had even bounded over a small village that was in the travel path, scaring the shit out of the commoners. Kakashi laughed when a drunk looked at his sake bottle, scowled and tossed it aside as they passed. This is so awesome, Ino whooped out excitedly. Sure beats riding horses. Tenten agreed. This fur is so soft. Hinata said blushing. If Naruto-kun ever gets tired of being a shinobi, he would make a great taxi service. Sakura said as she relaxed into the large fox's neck. Ino suddenly got a lecherous grin on her features. I wonder what the other girls in Konoha would think if we told them that we got to ride Naruto-kun. She wondered. Oh, now things just got interesting. Kakashi thought with a quiet perverted giggle as the other three blushed. Hinata nearly fainting in the process. Ino, that's so naughty. Tenten giggled. True, Ino giggled, but I bet with his stamina he could keep all four of us entertained for quite a while. Hell, even Tamari could join in on that and he'd probably still wear us out. Ino, Sakura chided while wiping some blood trickling out of her nose. Tenten and Hinata weren't doing much better as they got mental pictures. Even Ino got a slight nosebleed from her own thoughts. I wonder if I should let them know that I can hear every word they say? Though I'd never pegged Ino as a pervert. And what the hell is that smell coming from them? Oh. Well. Damn. That's unexpected. Hope they brought some changes of clothes. Naruto silently mused with a sweat drop. Now, Naruto was actually quite flattered that the girls found him so attractive, but he wanted more than the physical when it came to a relationship. That is, if he actually chose to pursue one. He knew the girls were aware of his circumstances and had on several occasions held discussions about him. According to Tsunade, the first two talks nearly ended in a five-way brawl between the girls since none of them really wanted to share. But from the sounds of it they had worked out most of that problem. Naruto fought back the urge to sigh. Why couldn't his life get easier just for once? It had been a little over half a day since the team's departure from Konoha and Naruto's large form was still running at full tilt towards Suna. They were actually making better time than previously thought. They had already passed the halfway point. Naruto's glowing blue eyes suddenly narrowed as his danger senses triggered. There was an odd scent in the air, a mixture of clay, blood and ash from explosives. Looking up he saw a very large bird made of clay coming at them. A flock of smaller birds fanning out in front of it. Shit! Hold on back there, we're under attack. Naruto roared out and erected a dome of crimson chakra over them. The smaller birds impacted with the shield and blew up in multiple and quite loud explosions. Naruto lay down and his passengers quickly got off of him. Naruto shifted into his Hanyu form as the large bird landed in front of them. A feminine-looking man with blonde hair smirked at them. Behind him was the familiar form of Itachi Uchiha. Art is a blast, yeah? The man said. The name's Deidara, formerly of Iwa. Now hand over that tailed beast you guys were riding on, yeah. Like I'd go anywhere with you two ass goblins. Naruto grumbled irritably. Kakashi snickered at the barb as Deidara took offense. Kakashi-sensei, you up for handling Weasel Teme while I handle Goldilocks here? I should be able to handle him, Kakashi said confidently. Good, just in case though, take Sakura, Hinata and Ino as backup. In case he tries Tsukiyomi again. Tenten, I want you to cover me from a safe distance while I handle our gender-challenged friend here." Naruto said, getting an affirmative from the others. "Oi, I'm a guy, dammit," Deidara shouted indignantly. "And for that matter, I thought the six-tailed was a lizard, yeah." Naruto released his shield and leveled a death glare at the two as his killing intent filled the air. Glowing blue eyes turned glowing red, his six tails flailing behind him like cobras waiting to strike. "I am not the six tails. I am Naruto Namikaze Uzumaki, Kitsune Hanyu and soon-to-be nine-tailed lord. Sorry to burst your bubbles, but the Kyuubi will soon cease to exist. I will take his place, but as a Hanyu, though please do try to capture and seal me. I need the entertainment." Naruto purred the last part sinisterly. Deidara scowled at the blonde Hanyu as Kakashi and his group shot off after Itachi. Tenten backed off a safe distance and began preparing her throwing weapons. Another flock of clay birds shot out at Naruto, this time from all directions, each bird turning into a shuriken. Naruto drew his blades as his body blurred, his arms going so fast that they became invisible to even a well-trained eye. The sounds of loud clangs filled the air as hundreds of clay shuriken were either blocked or destroyed. Some did manage to get past Naruto's defenses, though leaving him with quite a few new wounds. Not that it was a worry. These weren't laced with a deadly poison, so his healing factor kicked in quickly. Naruto stopped and faced his enemy once again. He could tell that Kakashi and the others were having some trouble against Itachi. Seeing as how this was the Akatsuki and he was in a hurry, the time for play was over. Tenten gasped as Naruto settled into a stance as a mixture of purple, red and blue chakras swirled around him in an angry torrent. This stance, she had heard of it in ancient Kenjutsu legends. It was said that a warrior of legend once walked ancient Earth in a time before the first great human apocalypse. He had two blades, one of pure light and the other of pure dark. His skills and power was unmatched by any mortal and many immortal beings. He was the last of the great demon, devil hunters. Arashi Kazama, master of the mystical beast style. But he passed on millennia ago, and with him it was thought his style and blades were lost. "Naruto-kun. Just who are you really?" Tenten whispered. Deidara blanched when Naruto glared at him. The kid's killing intent was as bad, if not worse, than the Kyuubi's had been in its prime. And his eyes. Those baleful, crimson glowing eyes. Those eyes that now seemed to have flames burning within them. The power he was radiating. It was scorching and ripping up the ground beneath him, and the dam level continued to rise. The feminine Akatsuki member knew he stood no chance against this thing unless he had better help. Frantically he created a clay clone and prepared to do a substitution to make his escape. He needed to get back to Sasori to help with the extraction of Shukaku. Their leader wasn't going to like this turn of events. It meant that the Kyuubi would likely be out of their reach, and he had been pissed off for months about losing the Nibi to its host. The chakra around Naruto switched to a mixture of red and white hot fire, oddly not harming him but making him look all the more fierce. A piercing trill thundered through the air as the flames began taking a form around the young Hanyu. The form of a large bird of fire. RRRAAAWWWKK. The fire bird screeched once more as Naruto crouched down and two flaming wings spread out. Mystic Arts. Blazing Phoenix Rush. Naruto snapped, followed by another thundering trill. Naruto's form inkized within the massive firebird shot forward, scorching and tearing up the earth beneath him. Deidara cringed. The kid was too damn fast. The feminine Mons form was blasted straight up into the air with Naruto's flaming form right behind him. The flaming bird containing Naruto flashed by Deidara at breakneck speed and stopped 50 feet above him and hovered there. Naruto looked down at his prey. Time to finish this. Mystic Fire Release, Phoenix Flare Inferno. Deidara's eyes widened as his eyebrows rose up into his hairline. Hanyu Naruto had thrust his blades in a down slash motion and caused the flaming firebird surrounding him to shoot towards him. Below the spectacle, Tenten let out a strangled eep and got the hell out of the blast zone area. That thing was going to hit and hit very hard. At this point she was beginning to wonder, who was more deadly, her crush or the damn idiots after him? She let out another uncharacteristic eep when Naruto suddenly appeared in front of her, wrapped his arms and tails around her and erected a glowing red barrier. She flushed bright pink at the feel of his muscles pressed against her body, but her eyes could not be peeled from the sight before her. The massive fire bird had hit its target and struck the ground, causing a minor quake. The ground at the impact zone was ripped up, scorched and incinerated all at the same time as a small mushroom cloud rose from the crater. Deidara, burned and bruised, managed to get out of the way at the last moment using a substitution. Naruto's eyes narrowed as he flew off at high speed on the back of one of his giant clay birds, cursing Naruto the entire time. Naruto looked down at the girl he had shielded from the blast. Her hands had, be it consciously or subconsciously, started traveling up and down his muscular torso. Tenten's eyes had glazed over as she felt Naruto's rippling muscles beneath her fingertips, and she suddenly forgot the reason she was there as her head began to swim in a haze of emotion. Her cheeks were tinted bring pink, and if Naruto was honest with himself, she looked very cute at the moment. Never mind the fact that her touch was causing him to flush slightly as well. However, he settled for cocking an eyebrow at her. Tenten, you okay? Yeah, you're fine. Never felt better. Such nice hard, eep. She startled as her mind suddenly registered what was going on. Naruto-kun. You. Fine. Let's go help the others. She stumbled out as he let go of her and idly noted a frown on her features at the loss of his touch. Naruto frowned a bit. What the hell is with all these girls falling for me all of a sudden, and that musky smell coming from them? Damn it, I don't have time for this. Tenten, you back up the other girls, I'm going to help Kakashi eliminate a certain weasel Teme. Naruto said, going back into mission mode. Tenten nodded and followed after Naruto. She wished she could have provided him more help with the girly guy, but how do you help someone that can take out an S-class missing nin in 2 hits and act like it was a warm-up? Little did she know that Naruto had used a fair amount of chaos chakra in that attack, and mixed with his other 2 chakras he had depleted his stores by a quarter. He did have a lot of chakra to spare, more than most cage-level ninja, but he wouldn't have the near-limitless amounts his tenant does until the final tail was assimilated. Sakura watched worriedly as Kakashi and Hinata took on Itachi. Ino had almost gotten in a solid hit but ended up nearly being gutted by the bastard's wakizashi. She gritted her teeth as she continued to use her mystical palm jutsu to heal Ino, who was letting out the occasional hiss of pain. They had all heard and felt the explosions coming from the air that Naruto and Tenten were fighting off the gender-challenged Akatsuki member. After the explosion, Sakura had caught sight of him fleeing the area. She only hoped Naruto hadn't had too much trouble with him. Hinata tried for a fast Juken strike only to get a nasty thrust kick to her gut. She was sent back a few feet until she hit something both hard and soft, and warm. Looking up, she could see Naruto, glaring murderously at Itachi, fangs bared and tails flailing angrily. "Are you alright, Hinata-chan?" he asked in a soft growling tone. "Why yes, Naruto-kun, I am fine," she said, blushing as he helped her stand straight. Tenten ran up. "Go help, Kakashi-san, I'll keep Hinata safe," she said. Naruto nodded and shot his glare back at the elder Uchiha brother. A low, primal growl rippled up from deep in his throat, causing both girls to shiver slightly. As he began to walk forward, electrical energy began crackling and surging around his right arm. He opened his hand, a familiar spiraling ball of pure chakra appeared, but this time you could see lightning arcing and surging through it as it grew to the size of a soft ball. Lightning release, element Rasengan. Naruto snarled as he began his charge towards Itachi. Kakashi cringed and jumped back. The amount of chakra in Naruto's attack was equivalent to his Reikiri, only where his cuts, Naruto's drills and grinds, and thanks to the lightning, pierces. Foolish, Itachi muttered and went through some hand signs. Fire release, Phoenix Immortal Flames Jutsu. A barrage of bird-shaped fireballs spat out from Itachi's mouth and closed in on Naruto. Naruto vanished in a yellow flash before they could reach, and a second later, Itachi felt an indescribable pain sear through his chest as the Rasengan ripped through his flesh. However, instead of falling over dead, Itachi turned into a mass of bone, blood and dust as he crumbled around Naruto's arm. "What the hell?" Kakashi wondered. "That wasn't Itachi," Naruto answered, glaring at the remains. His eyes narrowed.
That's all for now. If you enjoy this video, then please like, share and do comments.